And good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Warner. We appreciate you all joining us this morning to get you caught up at the start of your day on the top stories from around the country and around the world as well. Plenty to get into today. So let's start with this. Let's take a live look outside, looking at the White House there in Washington, D.C. We do know President Biden's vacation home yesterday was raided by the FBI, so some new information coming about that, coming from that we are going to get into today. So as I said, plenty to look in here today, plenty to cover. Let's go ahead and get started with the top story here, which would be talking about those documents. Now, in a stunning development for a sitting president, the FBI conducted another search of President Biden's property. And Wednesday's search is the third one since classified documents were found at the president's former office in November. Here is more from our Live Now team on the investigation and analysis from a legal expert.
So let's bring in now former federal prosecutor and legal analyst Doug Burns with the latest. Doug, good to see you. We wanted to bring you on because there's been, I think, some pretty big developments in this. I want to start before we get into what happened today in Rehoboth Beach. Yesterday, this was first reported by CBS and then the Wall Street Journal. We learned the FBI searched President Biden's former office at the Penn Biden Center in November. Now, that was not a part of the original timeline laid out by the White House when this was all breaking back on January the 6th. They said that that search was agreed upon and voluntary and negotiated with the FBI and the DOJ, but we didn't learn that FBI agents conducted the search.
No, there are definitely a number of questions swirling around. As you said, we want to be fair, but there are questions about the chronology and the timeline here. I mean, you start from 30,000 feet, which was that the whole affair, the whole incident goes back 6 or 7 years. And all of the sudden, to be mildly sarcastic, we have all this breaking stuff, November, end of the year, January, and so on. And again, I've said it so many times, I'm blue in the face that, politics and criminal law particularly don't mix. Politics and law itself don't really mix either. That's a separate seminar. But, here, as far as what happened today, my goodness, you're going to have just two competing political narratives, obviously. So the Biden side is going to say, as you just heard, we're being fully transparent and cooperative. That's specifically designed, to politically counter what they argue is the Trump difference. Yeah. But then the other side has every right to turn around and say, well, wait a minute. A defense attorney doesn't call up investigators and say, okay, you can come and search now. I mean, it's almost comical. Now, admittedly, it's not an organized crime case, and it's not a drug case, etc. But when it was in reverse, Professor Dershowitz, the shoe on the other foot, they did a full-on search warrant of a former president of the United States when they could have gotten a subpoena and could have had a court enforce that subpoena very easily. A search warrant specifically exists when you think that the stuff may be compromised or moved, etc. Okay, so today, another thing that's interesting in terms of all the spin doctors and the spin meisters is they're trying to make it sound like it's a search. You see that? It's the same as what happened with Trump. But I want the viewers to be crystal clear. This is a consent search, okay? Consent is specifically an exception to the search warrant requirement under the Fourth Amendment. If somebody consents, then you don't need a warrant. So on its worst day, it's a choreographed thing. You might as well have brought in Steven Spielberg to direct what went on. But on its best day, yeah, they're being cooperative because basically it is more of an administrative type of case involving documents. And they're saying, sure, come and look, et cetera, et cetera. So, and the truth, big surprise, is somewhere in the middle.
Okay, just want to put up some of the video from the search today that we got from Fox cameras. But I want to put up, Doug, a statement from President Biden's lawyer. This is from Bob Bauer. He has kind of been issuing these statements in relation to these searches. Let's just put that up here. I want to read it. It says, the DOJ's planned search of the president's Rehoboth residences, conducted in coordination and cooperation with the president's attorneys, has concluded The search was conducted from 8:30 a.m. to noon. No documents with classified markings were found. Consistent with the process in Wilmington, the DOJ took for further review some materials and handwritten notes that appeared to relate to his time as vice president. Okay, this is from Bob Bauer. Now, Doug, some are kind of parsing through the language of this statement, essentially that saying no documents with classified markings were found, but the other materials that were taken, handwritten notes, schedules, what have you, those could in effect ultimately be classified. We just don't know that just yet, correct?
That's a great distinction, and I'm glad you raised that. There's no question, you know, having been a lawyer myself as long as I have, 35 years, you look at that language, it's classic lawyer language. I'm not even being negative or sarcastic. They turn around and they say, you know, no classified documents themselves. However, there were some notes. You know, they had to grudgingly concede that is the point. And you hit it on the head. The question is, well, wait a minute. Just because something isn't a document, it's notes, it could still be classified, et cetera. But I want to repeat the core point again, which is that, and I'll be anxious to see some of the comments from, for example, Professor Turley or Andy McCarthy about the idea, you know, as I jokingly suggested to you in a message that, you know, I go to my boss in the U.S. Attorney's Office and I say, boss, the defense lawyers just called, we can search now. I mean, it's just patently ridiculous. But I do throw in the qualifier, again, that it is the criminalization of politics in both directions. So again, it's not organized crime, it's not drug dealing. It's an administrative documents type of case. But at the same time, it's still worth repeating that it's ridiculous that this is just choreographed and coordinated for the specific political reason to draw a contra distinction between, you know, the big bad ogre Donald John Trump.
Okay, but when you put aside the Biden-Trump distinctions in this case, what about everyday Americans who could be accused of something like this, who used to work in foreign policy, national security, what have you? But for this being the current sitting president, President Biden, would they be treated with this, I guess, accommodation apart from, you know, DOJ lawyers and the FBI?
Absolutely not. No way in a million years. You make a great point, and that is that you've heard me use my own term, baked-in elitism. That's not just in this case. It's, you know, I've seen it for years and years and years. You know, the minute somebody is a congressman or a high-level official. So to repeat your point in a slightly different iteration, people lower down are prosecuted and treated harshly for these type of situations. This is just political theater at the high level. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate in both directions. You know, I've told you before that, you know, the Democrat or the left's reaction to the Trump thing kind of cost them, ironically, now, because the argument is, you know, hey, if that's your standard, well, we're going to apply it now in reverse. But again, that's mostly just political toxicity. But to repeat the answer to your question, if this were a mid-level staffer at, you know, an agency of the United States government, my goodness, they'd be arrested the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Okay, so Doug, just lastly, Robert Hur really kind of kicking off on his first day on the job there. No doubt he probably authorized this. He is the special counsel looking into this. So he is getting down to business here with this investigation. And from as far as we know, the president's attorney said no documents with classified markings were found. That was the language. So we'll just have to continue to follow this story, bring you on again if there are any more updates. Doug, thanks so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And Tyre Nichols' family laid him to rest in Memphis and continue to push for police reforms around the country after Tyre died from injuries after being beaten by 5 former Memphis police officers. Here's more from our LiveNOW team.
We want to be joined right now by Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan covering the funeral there. And Steve, thanks so much for being with us. This was on delay today because of the winter weather. Why was that? And give us a sense for those who didn't watch the funeral live. What were the key highlights?
It was delayed by several hours due to the ice storm. I think that delay also slowed down the arrival of Vice President Kamala Harris, who did make it just as the ceremony was starting here. It's winding up right about now. As far as the highlights go, I think you'd have to go no further than the eulogy by Reverend Al Sharpton. I've heard him do this before under similar circumstances in Minneapolis for George Floyd, and he's just really sort of an old-fashioned stem winder. He started out talking about the Old Testament, then weaved in Martin Luther King, and then brought it to the details of this current event, really making it personal when he talked about how Tyre Nichols was calling out for his mother and what that means to black men in America, when you have to call out for your mother to prevent. It's the only thing between you and disaster, basically. He got a lot of people standing up and cheering at several parts in the speech, so obviously a very skilled orator.
You know, Steve, we heard a lot of mentions and allusions to the George Floyd Policing Act, and that was kind of front and center as a piece of legislation that's kind of in limbo in Washington. What did you make of that?
I think that's the next logical push. The goal here from many activists is to try and use this tragedy to try and push that legislation in a bipartisan way and get it through. It didn't pass after George Floyd was killed in 2020. Now they have hopes that it can pass and maybe change some things here. Overall, I'd have to say, because of the swift action of authorities in Memphis, the fact that the 5 police officers were arrested and then charged with second-degree murder so quickly within a matter of just a couple of weeks, I think that really tamped down the protests here, which have been very small and very peaceful, not what people expected at the start.
Yeah, Steve, that's what I wanted to ask you. You have been in a number of these situations, unfortunately, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, after we got the news of those arrests and charges for the officers, it was, to your point, quite muted. The anger is still very palpable, but you didn't see unrest like you saw in the wake of George Floyd's death.
I think there could have been a couple of factors. First, the fact that the 5 officers all arrested were black. I think that had a lot to do with things. Second, the fact that they were quickly arrested. And third, this violent tape was in the possession of authorities the whole time, unlike with George Floyd, when it was a bystander who shot the tape and released it, and it was out there for all to see before really officials could prepare a response. They were always trying to play catch-up. In this case, that tape was only released Friday night. This was after the officers were arrested. So they really made control of the tape. They told people how bad it was. They really prepared the population here for what they were going to see before that tape was released. So, you know, no damage, no destruction, nobody injured. A lot of people angry, but nowhere near the violence that we saw in Minneapolis in 2020.
And Steve, just lastly, in the wake of all of this, we've seen a 6th and 7th Memphis police officer relieved of their duties, accountability both at the Memphis Fire Department as well. Are we going to see more accountability with some of these members who were implicated that night, do you think?
I think as this investigation goes on and more videotape is released, we could likely see more firings. The question is, are we going to see more criminal charges, and are the identities of the officers going to be more of a mix of white and black, as opposed to just the first 5 members of the police force who were all black? I think it's going to keep going, and you really see the initial violence was so disturbing, but then you see emergency medical technicians not helping a dying man, one fire department officer not getting out of the vehicle. There's a level of contempt here that has followed the violence that I think has really disgusted a lot of people.
All right, Steve Harrigan there for us in Memphis, Tennessee. Steve, we thank you for your reporting, and we'll talk again.
And we do need to take a quick commercial break here, but we have plenty more to get to. Our top stories from around the country and around the world right here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning to get you caught up on all the top stories from around the country and around the world as well. It's 5:18 here on the East Coast and 2:18 in the morning over on the West Coast. And it is Thursday, February 2nd. Happy Groundhog's Day to everybody out there. We'll be having some coverage on those events, those Groundhog Day events around the country here, coming up in just a little bit. But first, we want to get to this story here. A second round of snow and freezing rain and sleet pummeled parts of Texas, Arkansas, and Tennessee on Wednesday. Now crews worked around the clock to treat those roads. Here's more on the city of Austin, Texas, and the messy winter weather they've been having to deal with there.
We want to just throw up our X-Rad weather system. You can see here a lot of very cold temperatures still, a lot of precipitation. You can see the area there in pink getting hit the hardest with this ice, with this snow, with this sleet. And let's head out now to Austin. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 7 Austin reporter Shannon Ryan. She is standing by with an update on some of these conditions. Shannon, good to see you. Cold there in Austin. This is quite unusual.
Certainly unusual, Andrew. More than 200,000 Central Texans are without power this evening, and you're looking at the reason why. It's ice, it's thick, it's heavy. So heavy that it tore that tree out of the ground. I mean, check out its root ball, and unfortunately, it's tearing power lines down with it. 6-year-old Rosalie Mitchell listens to the snap, crackle, and pop of tree branches in her Northwest Austin backyard.
I hope it doesn't hurt the roof. That's all I hope.
I don't think it's going to hurt the roof.
The ice weighing those tree branches down is keeping her father, Matt Mitchell, busy. He works for Austin Energy.
I feel more safe because he works for energy.
His job, juggling Rosalie, a sleeping 2-year-old, and crisis communications in the midst of a crisis, became even more complicated when the family lost their own power Wednesday morning.
Yeah, it's like on and then short time, and then on and then short time off. On and then short time off.
Their situation isn't unique. At least 200,000 Central Texas households lost power in the ice storm.
What we're seeing is a lot of icing on our adjacent vegetation to power lines and on the power lines themselves. And when you consider how much weight is added by even a ½ inch of ice, and some of this accumulation is much more than that, it's not surprising to see those limbs snap and to see some of those lines come down.
To help prevent this from happening, Austin Energy has a free tree and vegetation trimming service residents can take advantage of to cut plants that are encroaching on power lines.
And we invite them to contact us for vegetation management.
In the meantime, crews will be working around the clock to get power back on. Mitchell says it's not possible to provide estimated restoration times, but some customers could be in the dark for up to 24 hours.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cleaning up to do.
And we did ask Matt Mitchell, that Austin Energy spokesperson that you just heard from, why more of these power lines aren't underground, why they're not buried here. We're told that's because there's so much limestone in the area. It's the same reason so few people have swimming pools here. It's just really hard to dig. Live in downtown Austin, Shannon Ryan, Andrew.
Shannon, just a couple of questions, and I'm not sure how long you've lived in Austin, but is this quite rare? And have you, been driving today? Is it pretty treacherous on the road still?
Well, it's certainly rare. Our meteorologist said that this is the most significant ice storm that we've had in the last 15 years. We have been on the roadways today. So the temperature bumped up a little bit, so some of it melted. It was a little bit slushier, but expected to freeze again overnight. And the overpasses have been really bad. We actually had 2 people knocked off of a bridge yesterday. So asking folks to stay off the road right now.
All right, Shannon Ryan there live for us in Austin. Shannon, thanks so much.
Turning now to the latest on Tyre Nichols after his funeral yesterday. What are the next steps in the legal system for those officers facing charges after injuries Nichols sustained that led to his death? Here's more from our LiveNOW team on where the case heads from here.
A lot of people, including Vice President Kamala Harris, who traveled to be at the funeral today and also spoke while she was there. We also heard from Reverend Al Sharpton, who delivered the eulogy, as well as Tyre Nichols' family. As we continue to stay on this topic, we do want to bring you in now a live guest that we have here on Live Now from Fox, Carlos Moore, who is the former president of the National Bar Association. Carlos, thank you so much for being here with us. You were watching that funeral as well. What stands out to you about what we just watched?
There were so many things that stood out with me, but what hit home was when his oldest sister said her brother just wanted to get home. He just wanted to get home. And that struck a nerve with me. I was happy to see the vice president there to advocate for the passage of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. That still needs to pass Congress. We need that now more than ever. There were many touching moments, the mother's comments, the father's comments, but that sister's comment really struck home with me.
And speaking of that policing act, can you talk a little bit further about that, just because it was touched on numerous times throughout the funeral service?
That would be a game changer in the area of police brutality. The National Bar Association, when I was president, really stood for the passage of that act. We need it now more than ever. It would do away with qualified immunity, or really qualified immunity has protected so many bad police officers, and they have really got away with impunity because of the qualified immunity. So that would be the main thing. If the act passed, it would do away with qualified immunity. It would also create a federal registry of those bad actors across the country. It would give certain powers to the attorneys general to investigate police brutality in their states. So it's a laundry list of very much needed measures to combat this terrible epidemic that we have with police brutality in our country.
Now looking ahead to what comes next on the legal side of things, how will we see things transition from today's funeral and then looking ahead to the courtroom and seeing those officers who have been charged with second-degree murder and other charges from here?
Those officers will have their first court appearance sometime this month of February, I believe February the 17th. They're expected in court for their arraignment. We expect that they will plead not guilty, and then there will be a discovery, and at some point there will be a trial. If the officers do not plead guilty, they don't take a plea, there will be a trial sometime, I believe, later this year, where they will stand trial for second-degree murder, kidnapping, all the other charges. If the charges are not upgraded to first-degree murder, there's still a chance they could be upgraded to first-degree murder, because I do believe that's what it was, first-degree murder or felony murder committed during the commission of another crime.
And something new that we're learning now is that 4 of those 5 former officers who were disciplined in this, fired in this, had also been disciplined previously. How do you think that can play a role in this case?
I believe that the city of Memphis had prior notice that these were bad actors. Some of their offenses, some may consider minute, but they gave them an inkling that these individuals would break the rules. They would not follow all the rules of the law, and they would take matters into their own hands. So they were on notice, and I believe had they took care of the problem earlier, Tyre Nichols would be still alive today.
And with the announcement of additional officers and emergency responders being disciplined for how they've handled things the night of the traffic stop, do you think we can anticipate more of the same with other officers and emergency personnel moving forward? I know that they had mentioned that, you know, there still could be further people involved in this, that other action could be taken.
Yes, I do believe that others will be held accountable, and hopefully fully accountable under the law. They need to not only lose their jobs, but they need to be charged as the other officers were. No matter if they're white or black or any other color, they need to be charged and swiftly charged. We do believe that those officers that stood by idly had a duty to intervene. I was encouraged to hear during the funeral that Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee is going to introduce a bill to have the Tyre Nichols duty to intervene provision in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. So that's very important. And for the life of me, not only did the police officers fail to act that stood by, but those EMTs, why would they delay their actions to help save a life? That I just really couldn't. That's just unconscionable to me that would happen in a civilized society.
Another thing I want to pick your brain on is we know about that 6th officer, Preston Hemphill, who has now been disciplined as well, but we don't know much about the 7th officer. Why do you think that is?
That's the mystery. I don't know if the 7th officer is related to someone who is in the administration in Memphis, or why that person's identity has been hidden from the public. But we will soon learn that person's identity, and once we learn the name, we may be able to figure out why that person was given a cover longer than the others.
Okay, thank you so much, Carlos Moore, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of good insight following a very emotional funeral service. We appreciate it, Carlos.
And that's pretty much the meat and potatoes for the day in terms of big stories. But here's another big story, I suppose. We're taking a live look outside. This is in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Well, they keep changing the camera angle there, but this is at Gobbler's Knob, where I'm told that's where the groundhog lives. It is Groundhog's Day, so he should be popping out of that hole at some point around 6:30, I'm told. So something we'll monitor here. Maybe not a huge story, but, you know, kind of fun. It is Groundhog's Day. But we do need to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just a few short minutes. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Like we did just before the break there, taking a look at Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. You see the big gathering there. It is Groundhog's Day. A lot of festivities happening there. There was a woman just singing opera a little bit ago. And you see that crowd. Holy smokes, there is a lot of people out there waiting for that groundhog to be pulled out around 6:30-ish this morning. Something we'll continue to track here and take a look at. But we do want to get into some other news of the day. So now let's focus on the Sunshine State and hear the latest from our Fox Live team on Ron DeSantis and his
really
possible
proud of the
presidential
DOT facility
Here's
here
more from
that's
them.
doing.
AG, good to see you. And so there's a lot of news right now surrounding Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Just wanted to give you the opportunity there to respond to that Fox 13 Tampa report. Is this battle kind of winding down between Disney and Ron DeSantis, especially when it comes to this incorporated special district, this Reedy Creek district?
Yeah, I mean, it appears that Ron DeSantis is winning this battle on the special district. That special session should see the end of that. And, you know, it's what DeSantis promised. People said that he wasn't going to follow through on it, but he's clearly following through on this. And These special sessions, they're intended to resolve issues before the regular session, right on schedule. That's happening.
Okay, let's get to another issue, AG. We have been speaking here on Live Now about the issue between Florida Governor DeSantis and the College Board that administers these advanced placement courses, especially one that they are kind of piloting there nationwide about African American history. Today, obviously, February 1st, the first day of African American History Month. And the College Board is responding to all this. They have said today that they are going to modify the course selection. Is that all because of DeSantis' doing, do you think?
Yeah, it's DeSantis' agitation that made it happen. I mean, DeSantis basically drawing a line in the sand saying that he wouldn't take this course with so-called Black queer studies, with Black Lives Matter, with these other issues. Apparently, those subjects are being out of the course, and what's going to be added are things like Black conservatism. So that's a win for DeSantis. That's a win for that side of the culture war. As we know, the governors of Illinois and California, they're opposed to this.
Yeah.
But so this is a tug of war. But right now, DeSantis is winning because how many times is the advanced placement going to actually revise this course? Not too many more times. So this is a big win for Ron DeSantis.
Okay, I want to put up, you kind of name-checked it already. California Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted this today, and yet David Coleman there, he was talking about the head of the College Board, David Coleman, says we can't look to statements of political leaders. So Gavin Newsom says he's kind of calling BS, saying, calling the College Board head merely a puppet of DeSantis. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I was surprised that Gavin Newsom went to that degree. I was surprised that he used an expletive on Twitter. But, this points to the larger feud between Newsom and DeSantis has been brewing for months. They're convenient foils for each other, youngish governors of big population states, representing two radically different visions. So, Newsom obviously is going to take the oppositional position to DeSantis because Gavin Newsom, whether it's 2024 or 2028, he's looking to run for president at some point. That's pretty clear also. So this is another battle in that endless culture war between the two governors.
Okay, AG, let's talk, though, also about some of the 2024 speculation. We're learning from reports just yesterday that Nikki Haley is about to put her name into the ring here, and it's interesting because she has said that, she wouldn't if Donald Trump said he was running again, to which obviously he has. He was the first to announce back last year in November. So we're expecting a Haley announcement, I believe February the 15th. We haven't obviously gotten a DeSantis announcement just yet. He's meeting with donors. But I have a question, too, because a lot of the criticism DeSantis has got is that he is, not outwardly friendly, not outwardly charming. He does not glad hand along the political rope line. He's working on it. Is that going to be one of his, I guess, main issues when it comes to connecting with the average voter, not in Florida, but nationwide?
Well, I mean, that's the rumor, but DeSantis, he has pulled it off in Florida where his prickly personality hasn't really hurt him. He's obviously got connections with donors, Ken Griffin, other billionaires are bankrolling him. You don't need too many billionaires bankrolling you to where it makes a difference. So he's in a place where donors are finding him. Somebody like Nikki Haley or Mike Pompeo or Chris Christie, these other people who may run, they're polling way behind for a reason. They're not really necessarily in step with where the base of the Republican Party is right now, which doesn't mean they can't hurt a DeSantis or a Trump going forward. But right now it's a two-person race. DeSantis isn't going to really be able to get into this race until after the legislative session is over to spring. So that's 4 or 5 months down the road. But I was listening to Karl Rove the other day, and Karl Rove said you don't really have to do it until June. Donald Trump has expedited the timetable, and other people are jumping in early. But Donald Trump himself, when he ran in 2016, he didn't get in until June of that year. He came down that escalator. He made his entrance. He's polling at 2% at the time. Whenever Ron DeSantis enters this race, he'll be polling at a lot more than 2%. People can say, well, maybe he's peaked too early in these polls. You can look at some of the polling. You see Donald Trump making gains where he wasn't a little while ago. And the drip of scandal regarding Joe Biden is only helping Donald Trump. But, Ron DeSantis is kind of playing defense right now. He's had some glancing blows at Donald Trump, who's attacked him over and over again. So, we'll see if that strategy works. One caveat I have is obviously it's hard to stay front runner in a Republican primary field for a year.
Okay.
Right now, DeSantis,
That's a good point. You mentioned some of these glancing blows DeSantis has kind of delivered to Trump without mentioning Trump by name, but Trump has been quite outspoken. He was in South Carolina over the weekend campaigning on really his first major campaign stump speech since he announced, essentially saying he was asked about DeSantis, saying he would find it extremely disloyal, saying essentially he is the reason DeSantis is governor of Florida, at least in his first term there when he won for the first time back in 2018. AG, I want to play this soundbite. This was from Monday. DeSantis was asked kind of about COVID-19, his response. Let's listen.
I've criticized you a number of times in the past couple of days on a number of different issues, other than being COVID in the state.
Well, look, what I would just say is this. I roll out of bed. I have people attacking me from all angles. It's been happening for many, many years. And if you look at the good thing about it, though, is like if you take a crisis situation like COVID, the good thing about it is when you're an elected executive, you have to make all kinds of decisions. You got to steer that ship. And the good thing is that the people are able to render a judgment on that, whether they reelect you or not. And I'm happy to say, in my case, not only did we win re-election, we won with the highest percentage of the vote that any Republican governor candidate has in the history of the state of Florida. We won by the largest raw vote margin, over 1.5 million votes, than any governor candidate has ever had in Florida history. And in fact, we almost doubled the previous record, which I think was like 780,000 vote margin. And so what I would just say is that verdict has been rendered by the people of the state of Florida.
Okay, AG, he didn't say the name Trump, but it was lurking underneath all of that there. What did you make of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's about as far as he's been willing to go. He said something very similar after the election in last year. He basically pointed at the scoreboard and, the implicit message is, I was reelected and you weren't Donald Trump. But is that really going to work in the long term? It's sooner or later, he or his team is going to have to go on attack. And, he's got a team that has been willing to go on attack on the liberal media, Democrats, so on and so forth. Why is Donald Trump exempt to this? Because they are worried about the blowback when they finally hit Donald Trump head on. Donald Trump is the best insult comic in 21st century politics. He is the best trash talker in 21st century politics. That's why he won in 2016. Sooner or later, Ron DeSantis has to basically beat the boss in the video game. Is he going to do that this winter, this spring, or is he going to wait till June? Time will tell, but Donald Trump is not going away. And Donald Trump stays up late at night, a lot of nights, tweeting about Ron DeSanctimonious and all these other issues. So we'll see how long Ron DeSantis can hold off.
Okay, just lastly, though, AG, I mean, from your sources over there, from all you guys at Florida politics, is there any inkling that an announcement is nigh on DeSantis's part? We've heard him time and time again say that, he wants to serve the people of Florida in a 4-year term. He just got reelected back in November. Is this kind of wish casting on the part of some Republicans who want Trump to just go away, to be gone from the public scene? Or is DeSantis really serious about this?
DeSantis is, building a team. He's building operations in early states. He's going to forums like one in South Carolina next month. So he's acting like somebody who's very seriously exploring a campaign. There's no doubt that he's polling well enough to where it's viable. There's going to be a law passed this session that allows him to run and retain the governorship. So he doesn't really have anything to lose. but he's not going to do this in the middle of the legislative session. So DeSantis' critics and his advocates alike are going to have to wait until about June.
All right. As always, A.G. Gankarski, we appreciate your insight into the politics of the Sunshine State. We'll be definitely checking in again this year, and we'll see you then.
Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
And we take another live look outside. This is in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, where, of course, they're waiting on the arrival or the emergence of that groundhog to tell us how much time is left in winter. Annual event that happens there in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Really just a big party. You see a lot of people out there singing, dancing, having a good time. We expect that groundhog to come out around 6:30-ish, something we'll stay on top of here. But we'll also stay on top of your top stories from around the country and around the world as well. But we do need to take a quick commercial break. So stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. We appreciate all of you joining us to get you caught up on the top stories from around the country and around the world as well. It is now 5:46 on the East Coast and 2:46 over on the West Coast. And happy Groundhog's Day to everybody out there. It is Thursday, February 2nd. And you know what? I want to take a live look outside real quick at some of the festivities there in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. We can hear them a little bit. I think I'm going to stick with this live shot. You can see the big crowd out there. But they are waiting for the groundhog to come out. Should be around maybe 6:30. We got a little bit of time. But let's just listen in for a little bit.
Here they come. Get out of the way, make room. Oh, man. She bit it. Brooke, are you okay? Brooke. Fly, Eagles, fly. Brooke, are you okay? Make room. Get out of the road. We picked the Pennsylvania team, folks. Are you okay? Fly, Eagles, fly. Give it up. I know. Okay, so the official prediction is the Philadelphia Eagles. That's the Groundhog Day prediction. But poor Brooke broke her little body. You okay? I'm good. She's playing hurt. Okay, thank you, Brooke. We will. These fillettes, they're expendable.
Hey, Dan, we can use these again.
We get new ones every year.
New ones every year.
Okay. All right. There's your Super Bowl prediction. Is anybody keeping notes? Anyway, Mikey, play something again. Thank you. Thanks, fillettes.
We on time?
Yeah.
Well done, ladies.
this one every year. If you're wondering why, it's my choice.
All right, I remember something.
Hashtag no shadow.
Gonna get right back where we
Who's here for 6 more weeks of winter? Who's here for early spring? Say again, early spring. 6 more weeks? All right. Let's fill in a little bit more. Stay warm, Miss PA.
I knocked something down.
Miss PA fired t-shirt.
Aim high.
Whoa, nice distance. There you go.
That's the Hazuka. Double green hand.
And you are looking in live there at Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. That is where the Groundhog Day celebrations are fully underway. You see a pretty lively crowd out there. They've been out there waiting and are still waiting for that groundhog to come out and tell us how much winter is left. That's all happening there at Gobbler's Knob. I'm told that is the hill where the groundhog actually lives. So very interesting. Always good to learn something about Groundhog's Day. But we appreciate you all joining us here this morning. I'm your host, Zach Horner. We do need to take one more break this hour. We're going to do that right now, but we got plenty more news and top stories from around the country and around the world as well. So stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. It is now 5:55 on the East Coast and 2:55 over on the West Coast. We're so glad all of you could join us this morning to help get you all caught up on the top stories from around the country and around the world as well before you start your day. And a happy Groundhog's Day to everybody out there. I want to get to some of the top stories again, as I had mentioned, some of the stories we're tracking today, one of which is with Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida and some of the issues he's had with a potential African American studies course. We'll play that story for you here. Take a listen.
The curriculum the College Board released today showed some changes from the draft that the DeSantis administration rejected last week. The sections they objected to for being woke are gone. Those had been intersectionality and activism, black queer studies, movements for black lives, black feminist literary thought, the reparations movement, and black study and black struggle in the 21st century. The governor's supporters say they're pleased with the changes.
I think removing some of these ideological perspectives is the right way to go, especially if we're talking about a high school curriculum that's designed to teach students the facts about history.
The College Board say the official framework has been under development for nearly a year. It replaces the preliminary pilot course framework under discussion to date and defines what students will encounter on the AP exam for college credit and placement. Some state lawmakers say the governor's objections were politically motivated.
This is a national tone that is being set, and the governor is setting this tone because of his future aspirations, what he desired to do.
The governor's office told us the Florida Department of Education is currently reviewing the newly released AP African American Studies framework for corrections and compliance with Florida law. The Department of Education will be in touch when determinations have been rendered. Seminole County students say the course is important because Black history is American history.
So having that course as an AP at that would be very smart for people who's interested in history and interested in learning about a different culture or anything, you know?
I think it's a good thing that people are starting to recognize that we have history.
And now turning to the world of business, we know yesterday, or this week, it happening with the Federal Reserve raising the rate, not as much as they had before, but they did in fact raise it again. So we're tracking the repercussions of that and what that looks like for Americans, everyday Americans, all of you watching at home. Take a listen to the story here.
Interest rates are going up yet again. The Federal Reserve hiking them by a quarter percentage point. For those looking for some relief, bad news from Chairman Jerome Powell. The Fed appears unlikely to cut rates this year if it can't tamp down inflation to 2%. It currently stands over 6%.
I do think that in this situation where we have still the highest inflation in 40 years, the job is not fully done.
Still, investors believe, despite the tough talk from Powell, the Fed is becoming more confident that their policies are working.
This is a neutral to dovish speech, and people were looking for a very hawkish speech, and he didn't give it.
However, a new Fox News poll shows 56% of Americans believe inflation is not at all under control, and 74% say the U.S. is headed toward a recession this year. Chairman Powell did have some words for the White House and Capitol Hill, saying they needed to raise the debt limit now and that it was risky to wait. The U.S. is at the top of its $31 trillion limit.
No one should assume that the Fed can protect the economy from the consequences of failing to act in a timely manner.
Powell spoke as Speaker Kevin McCarthy and President Biden sat down for the first time to begin making a deal on the debt ceiling.
What I tell you in perspective was a good conversation. No agreements, no promises, except we will continue this conversation.
The next inflation report is in just 2 weeks. We'll see if the president's and the Fed's policies are paying off. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And Tyre Nichols, the man who was killed by those 5 former Memphis police officers, was laid to rest yesterday in Memphis at his funeral. We are following the latest from his family there, who's still calling for police reform across the country. Here's the latest on that.
Tyre was a beautiful person, and for this to happen to him is just unimaginable.
An emotional farewell to 29-year-old Tyre Nichols in Memphis. Family and friends gathering for a final goodbye nearly a month after he died, following a brutal beating by 5 Memphis police officers during a traffic stop.
We have to fight for justice. We cannot continue to let these people brutalize our kids.
Vice President Kamala Harris and the family members of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor were among those in attendance at Nichols' funeral Wednesday. The Reverend Al Sharpton delivered the eulogy, which included a call to action on the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act.
Some of us are going to fight until we make this legislation happen.
Efforts to revive the bill are already in the works. Several civil rights organizations will be virtually meeting with Senator Chuck Schumer and Congressman Hakeem Jeffries this week. Nichols' family has also been talking to Senator Cory Booker, who helped draft it.
We need all of us to finally get this reform.
Ahead of the State of the Union next week, the White House says President Joe Biden will also be pushing for the bill during a meeting with Congressional Black Caucus members on Thursday.
He's continuing to call on Republicans in Congress to join with Democrats and ensure our justice system lives up to its name.
Tyre Nichols' parents will be attending the State of the Union address next week. In Memphis, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And now we want to go to a story, and this is from our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles. They were in contact with other members of our LiveNOW team here, covering a tragic story of a bicyclist who was killed in an accident. So I do want to play that story for you here. Take a listen.
Of California, in Southern California, in a Dana Point to be exact, as a bicyclist is hit and killed in a intersection collision. Here's more from our Fox 11 team as they just had that story here.
After being hit by a car, Lexus allegedly hit the bicyclist around 3 o'clock this afternoon at PCH and Crown Valley Parkway. The driver then allegedly got out of the Lexus and assaulted the cyclist. He died at the hospital.
Yeah, that driver has since been detained, and an investigation is underway right now, as you can see from these live images. Police ask, of course, if you could stay away from this area for at least the next 3 hours. We have a crew there. We will have a live report with our Ed Lascos. That's tonight on the Fox 11 News at 10 o'clock.
I want to put up some video from earlier, just a little bit ago, as we're following this here on LiveNOW from Fox. Of course, following it out of Southern California, you can see the bike there in the middle of this intersection as we were learning some new details here from earlier as they were hit and killed. This according to our Fox 11 team, as police are currently investigating on Pacifico Highway in Orange County, California. They are responding to a call of a cyclist being hit by a car near Crown Valley Parkway and East Pacific Coast Highway. Of course, the bicyclist was taken to the hospital after the crash and later succumbed to those injuries. This according to our Fox 11 team. We want to have what we see from our Fox 11 team as they're getting interviews on the ground outside of this scene. So let's listen into some of these interviews with just some citizens that may have seen what happened, just witnesses on the ground here from just a little bit earlier.
It's actually completely surreal. This type of thing does not happen in our community at all. I mean, we live here in beautiful Southern California, here in Laguna Beach, and when I heard what happened, I was actually shocked. I first was told that it was just a hit and run, possibly of just pedestrian on a bicycle, and then I learned of other details, and it was actually really shocking and disturbing because it just doesn't happen here.
You look like a pretty fit guy. Do you bike at all?
No, actually, I don't. My wife called our neighbor, who's an avid cyclist, because we want to make sure that anyone we knew, friends and family, were safe and not a part of this.
What do you think as a society that it's come to the fact that somebody can't just hit somebody, but goes a step further?
Road rage is a serious thing, and that's why we should all behave ourselves in our cars, not flip people off, because you never know who you may be pissing off. I mean, mental illness is definitely a thing that goes untreated, and you never know what other individuals are going through. That person very well could have had a horrible day, and that was the tipping point that set them over the edge, and it's really unfortunate.
Here's a guy on looks like a pretty decent bike. I'm not sure if that's what he does all the time, but like cruising along, and then next thing you know, he gets hit, and now
his life's over. And that's the absolute scary part, is simply because, you know, he was enjoying his day, and next thing you know, his life is over. And that's why we should always take care of our loved ones and say that we love them and appreciate that any moment could be our last. And it's really an unfortunate way, and I hope his family, or her family, I think it was a male, but that their family finds some solace and comfort in this time, and our thoughts and prayers are with them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Stephen, right?
Stephen.
Okay, thank you so much.
Last name Cunningham, Cunningham.
You're a local resident?
Local resident up the street.
So, local or not, what are your thoughts about what took place behind us here?
Crazy. Really sad seeing the blood on the side of the road. It's like what my husband said, surreal and really unfortunate. My immediate reaction was to ask my neighbor who's a cyclist, like, hey, are you home? Are you safe? Disturbing. So I have a 1 and a 3-year-old, and yeah, it's just crazy.
We don't know all the details, but regardless of what went down here, for somebody to actually, first of all, maybe hit the guy and then get out of his car and do what he did next. What are your thoughts about that?
I think it is, I don't know, this is why I don't flip off anyone on the side of the road, you know, while driving anymore. You never know how someone's going to react. I think it's dangerous. I don't know if this was a case, from what I've heard, of road rage. I just heard a rumor that's what was going on, and if that's the truth, that's really, really, really terrifying.
So somebody actually lost their life here today bicycling. What have we come to? I mean, what are your thoughts about that?
It makes me kind of scared to drive. I live in fear driving even to LA to visit my family with my kids, because there's angry drivers, motorcycles. I mean, someone just got killed crossing the street in Laguna Beach the other day. It's so sad.
Okay, so in all fairness.
Thank you again to our Fox 11 team that's on the ground, still trying to piece together the details there as they're getting some witnesses, but you can see the scene there. What we do know right now, there's a bicyclist was hit and eventually died at the hospital after it was struck by a car on the Pacific Coast Highway. You can just see the scene there, the back tire mangled a little bit, as we also saw images of the white Lexus that potentially hit this car, as certainly the windshield was significantly damaged. Orange County Fire and Emergency are on the scene there. You can see the police tape up as well. Our Fox 11 team was following this as well. So we're going to continue to cover all of this story here on Live Now from Fox as we approach just about 7 o'clock. We're 20 minutes or so from 7 o'clock here. So this was the scene just a little bit ago. I want to put up a live picture of what we're seeing right now from this scene. Just a very troubling sight, as this bike, as you can see the back tire and the scene on there, as now this vehicle being towed away. I believe that's the white Lexus that was there. Maybe that's a different vehicle. There's a tow truck on the scene to take away the white vehicle.
And that is the latest coverage there from our Fox 11 team in LA through our LiveNOW team, getting some of the latest information on that bicyclist that was hit and killed there. We want to take a little bit of a turn here to maybe a more lighthearted story. I'm going to take a look outside here. You're looking at the celebrations in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. It is Groundhog Day. Happy Groundhog's Day to everybody out there. You see a guy ripping on the saxophone there a little bit. It is a lively situation out there, having a lot of fun waiting for that groundhog to show himself here in a little bit. But we do need to take our first commercial break of the hour. Stay with us. We'll have plenty more news and the latest on Groundhog's Day right here on Live Now from Fox. And we are taking a live look here at Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. It is Groundhog Day, and they are out there waiting for that groundhog to come out to say how much time's left in winter. You can see some people playing some music there, having a pretty good time. I do want to dip into this for a little bit and just kind of watch the festivities here. So let's go ahead and do that. Take a listen.
Just got poke around. Don't tell us I ain't got no hide. Well, this guy poke around. Don't tell us I ain't got no heart. This guy poke around. Oh, this guy she's got heaven, she ain't seen her. Every night I go, she if she not way in, could have been with the wrong my auto, so I see. Gotta leave before I start screaming. So I locked the door, took the key, get all right. But I feel good myself. No, feel alright. I feel good myself. Push up to me for mommy, right? Even though I said, hey, what am I? When I think you, I try to cry. Just can't wait, I must keep dry. Gotta stop believing in your lies. Got so much to fight before I die. Doing alright, and I feel good myself. Feeling alright, good myself. you very much.
Hello. 626. Yeah. 626. The military tribute right before the anthem, and we're just going to do it now. We were going to do it right with the military tribute right before the anthem.
What's that? He's doing before the anthem. You guys are 10 minutes.
Oh, no, it's just a regular one. Yep. No, it's 26.
6:26.
Okay, welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, Derek Woods. Big hand for Derek Woods Band, folks.
Just cut the Weather Channel.
Okay, folks, we are 1 hour from Punxsutawney Phil.
You're now live on the TV.
Those people are sitting at home with their coffees and their warm Tootsies, watching the television or their computer. We welcome you in, too. There's millions of them.
You guys have grown exponentially. Thank you. It's a great turnout for a happy Thursday morning. It's 6:18. Okay. There's a quick change in the schedule. It's okay. We have somebody very important that we want to acknowledge. Not Phil. The second most important gentleman in Pennsylvania. Please welcome the brand new governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I mean, this guy is like fresh out of the packaging.
Come on up here, sir.
He's right out of the packaging. He's so new. Please welcome Governor Josh Shapiro.
He still has that new governor smell.
He still has the new governor smell. Sir, thank you for coming. This has got to be one of your first official appearances as governor.
It is my first official appearance.
The first official appearance as governor. He knows where to go as soon as he takes office.
The coolest thing I may ever do.
And the coolest thing you're going to do for many, many years, but we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Your family is here.
Got my son and daughter.
Come on up. The first family. Say hello to the governor's family.
AJ.
He's going to be doing the trek with us. We just wanted to acknowledge him. You are in awesome company. The governor knows, you know. Thank you, governor. Welcome, and thank you so much. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody. I want you to know that I'm thrilled to be here and grateful that the inner circle included me. How cool are these guys from the inner circle? And how amazing is Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania? Y'all look so good out there. Listen, Phil may be the draw, but you're the reason I'm here, because you're the very best of Pennsylvania. You're tough, you're resilient, and you know how to have a good time, right? So for all of you who are here right now, before Phil comes out, I want you to be thinking about your trek to the Knob next year. And for everybody watching at home, I got a simple question for you. What the hell are you waiting for? Come to Punxsutawney.
Yeah! Here, here.
I can't wait to see Phil, and I'm hoping for some early spring. Thanks, everybody. Let's have some fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleased you're here. Thank you, Inner Circle. And yeah, Mikey, play the tune.
You guys want to stay up and dance with us on stage? Let's go. Come on up here. Come on. Don't be shy. Come on. Come on.
And there you have it. We're taking a live look there at Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, at Gobbler's Knob. That's home of Punxsy Phil. That Groundhog, we're expecting to come out at some point today after 7 o'clock to allegedly tell us how much winter is left, if you believe in that sort of thing. But you know, the celebrations are underway. They're having fun out there. You see a lot of singing and dancing, something we'll check in on throughout the morning as they continue everything there in Punxsutawney. But we do need to take a quick commercial break. We're going to do that right now, but stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking another look at the Groundhog Day celebrations there in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Looks like they're doing a little singing and dancing over there still. We do expect there to be some more speakers and other things at the event here, including the unveiling or the revealing or the emerging of the Groundhog there to tell us how much time is left in winter. But we do want to turn to some other stories from around the country, some of the top stories we're looking at. We're going to go to a general business story from our friends at Fox Business, talking about the economy and everything, the latest happening with that Federal Reserve hike. Take a listen.
Disappointment for the job market as we start the new year. The payroll firm ADP says private companies added 106,000 jobs in January. That's fewer than expected and the slowest pace of growth since January 2021. Now all eyes are on the government's job report, which comes out Friday morning. It was a good day for stocks on Wednesday. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P 500 all jumped higher after the Federal Reserve announced it will hike interest rates by 0.25%. Crypto taking another hit in 2022. According to a new report by Chain Analysis, hackers stole a record $3.8 billion in cryptocurrency last year, with October being the single biggest month ever for crypto theft. Finally, fans are gearing up to gobble down on some chicken wings next weekend. According to the National Chicken Council, a record 1.4 billion chicken wings will be consumed during the Super Bowl 57 weekend. For context, that's about 84 million more wings this year compared to last. That's a look at business. I'm Kelly O'Grady.
And now we're looking at COVID-19 and some of those protections and programs that were offered by the federal government to help people and businesses get by during that time. But were some of those benefits actually wasted? We're taking a look at that. Here's this story from Fox.
Taxpayers scam.
The public should know where money went.
The Paycheck Protection Program pilfered.
Congress needs to know where money went.
The government ripped off.
We're going to be counting and figuring this out for years to come.
We owe it to the American people to get to the bottom of the greatest theft of American taxpayer dollars in history.
Congress greenlighted trillions of pandemic relief funds, but the sheer amount of money made it hard to track.
When someone has $1 and they lose a dime of it, they think, shucks. But when someone has $100 and they lose $10, they're like a little angry. And it just keeps going up, and now we're in the billions and trillions.
The DOJ convicted more than 1,000 people of bilking COVID coffers, spending the money on everything from a Lamborghini to mansions.
Criminals just take advantage of folks looking to make a quick buck, and the pandemic offered that opportunity.
Republicans aim to highlight their effort to curb spending by slashing waste and fraud ahead of the debt ceiling brawl.
We have waste in our government, and we need to sit down together in a responsible way to put us on a path to balance.
However, budget hawks say it's impossible to balance the books without touching Medicare and Social Security.
We shouldn't think that we could balance the budget by just cutting waste. That's just not a realistic proposal.
Entitlements like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security consume an eye-popping 60% of all federal dollars. Voting to cut entitlements is politically toxic, so it's easier for lawmakers to tackle waste and fraud rather than the root of the debt. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And now turning to the issue of fentanyl. That's a drug that's been causing many deaths across the country, impacting lives and destroying families, but it's also impacting children. Take a look at this story from our Fox News correspondent team.
That's what happened here in Kenner, Louisiana, a New Orleans suburb. A 1-year-old boy was found dead on New Year's Eve. His family tells us his mother was a heroin user and the state was investigating his custody, but it was too late.
He was honestly a big bundle of joy. He loved dinosaurs and trucks. He loved going down the slide.
Lexis Staub is facing the unimaginable. A life without her nephew after he was exposed to a fatal dose of fentanyl.
It's really a numb feeling, and it still feels unreal. We're just trying to get justice for Leo. This should have never happened.
Leo's mother is facing murder charges for his death, and the state's Department of Children and Family Services is investigating its own missteps. Meanwhile, Leo's death is now part of a troubling surge in child fentanyl poisonings. According to the nonprofit Families Against Fentanyl, between 2019 and 2021, fentanyl deaths among 1 to 4-year-olds tripled, and deaths among 5 to 14-year-olds nearly quadrupled.
It has become so prevalent that it's killing babies and children just by incidental contact. I want the White House to declare fentanyl by executive order a weapon of mass destruction, which they can do immediately. That'll put an all-of-government approach into this.
Whether or not these parents should have custody of their kids is a whole different part of this story. But we know nationwide welfare agencies are struggling with staffing shortages, and some of these kids are falling through the cracks. In Kenner, Louisiana, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And here at Live Now, we like to cover the top stories from around the country, but also like to dip into live events. You're seeing right there some fireworks. That's a fireworks display in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, as they are celebrating Groundhog Day there. And a happy Groundhog's Day to everybody at home as we continue to follow this live event. There's been lots of speaking, songs, dance, a lot of fun. We'll be checking in with them throughout the morning. But we do need to take another quick commercial break. We'll be right back from Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Getting into some more of the big stories of the day, and a stunning development for a sitting president. The FBI conducted another search of President Biden's property. Wednesday's search is the third one since classified documents were found at the president's former office in November. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports on the investigation.
So let's bring in now former federal prosecutor and legal analyst Doug Burns with the latest. Doug, good to see you. We wanted to bring you on because there's been, I think, some pretty big developments in this. I want to start, before we get into what happened today in Rehoboth Beach. Yesterday, this was first reported by CBS and then the Wall Street Journal. We learned the FBI searched President Biden's former office at the Penn Biden Center in November. Now, that was not a part of the original timeline laid out by the White House when this was all breaking back on January the 6th. They said that that search was agreed upon and voluntary and negotiated with the FBI and the DOJ, but we didn't learn that FBI agents conducted the search.
No, there are definitely a number of questions swirling around. As you said, we want to be fair, but there are questions about the chronology and the timeline here. I mean, you start from 30,000 feet, which was that the whole affair, the whole incident goes back 6 or 7 years. And all of the sudden, to be mildly sarcastic, we have all this breaking stuff, November, end of the year, January, and so on. And again, I've said it so many times, I'm blue in the face, that, politics and criminal law particularly don't mix. Politics and law itself don't really mix either. That's a separate seminar. But, here, as far as what happened today, my goodness, you're going to have just two competing political narratives, obviously. So the Biden side is going to say, as you just heard, we're being fully transparent and cooperative. That's specifically designed, to politically counter what they argue is the Trump difference. Yeah. But then the other side has every right to turn around and say, well, wait a minute. A defense attorney doesn't call up investigators and say, okay, you can come and search now. I mean, it's almost comical. Now, admittedly, it's not an organized crime case, and it's not a drug case, etc. But when it was in reverse, Professor Dershowitz, the shoe on the other foot, they did a full-on search warrant of a former president of the United States when they could have gotten a subpoena and could have had a court enforce that subpoena very easily. A search warrant specifically exists when you think that the stuff may be compromised or moved, etc. Okay, so today, another thing that's interesting in terms of all the spin doctors and the spin meisters is they're trying to make it sound like it's a search. You see that? It's the same as what happened with Trump. But I want the viewers to be crystal clear. This is a consent search, okay? Consent is specifically an exception to the search warrant requirement under the Fourth Amendment. If somebody consents, then you don't need a warrant. So on its worst day, it's a choreographed thing. You might as well have brought in Steven Spielberg to direct what went on. But on its best day, yeah, they're being cooperative because basically it is more of an administrative type of case involving documents. And they're saying, sure, come and look, et cetera, et cetera. So, and the truth, big surprise, is somewhere in the middle.
Okay, just want to put up some of the video from the search today that we got from Fox cameras. But I want to put up, Doug, a statement from President Biden's lawyer. This is from Bob Bauer. He has kind of been issuing these statements in relation to these searches. Let's just put that up here. I want to read it. It says, the DOJ's planned search of the president's Rehoboth residences, conducted in coordination and cooperation with the president's attorneys, has concluded. The search was conducted from 8:30 a.m. to noon. No documents with classified markings were found. Consistent with the process in Wilmington, the DOJ took for further review some materials and handwritten notes that appeared to relate to his time as vice president. Okay, this is from Bob Bauer. Now, Doug, some are kind of parsing through the language of this statement, essentially that saying no documents with classified markings were found, but the other materials that were taken, handwritten notes, schedules, what have you, those could in effect ultimately be classified. We just don't know that just yet, correct?
That's a great distinction, and I'm glad you raised that. There's no question, you know, having been a lawyer myself as long as I have, 35 years, you look at that language, it's classic lawyer language. I'm not even being negative or sarcastic. They turn around and they say, you know, no classified documents themselves. However, there were some notes. You know, they had to grudgingly concede that is the point. And you hit it on the head. The question is, well, wait a minute. Just because something isn't a document, it's notes, it could still be classified, et cetera. But I want to repeat the core point again, which is that, and I'll be anxious to see some of the comments from, for example, Professor Turley or Andy McCarthy about the idea, you know, as I jokingly suggested to you in a message that, you know, I go to my boss in the U.S. Attorney's Office and I say, boss, the defense lawyers just called, we can search now. I mean, it's just patently ridiculous. But I do throw in the qualifier, again, that it is the criminalization of politics in both directions. So again, it's not organized crime, it's not drug dealing. It's an administrative documents type of case. But at the same time, it's still worth repeating that it's ridiculous that this is just choreographed and coordinated for the specific political reason to draw a contradistinction between, you know, the big bad ogre Donald John Trump.
Okay, but when you put aside the Biden-Trump distinctions in this case, what about everyday Americans who could be accused of something like this, who used to work in foreign policy, national security, what have you? But for this being the current sitting president, President Biden, would they be treated with this, I guess, accommodation apart from, you know, DOJ lawyers and the FBI?
Absolutely not. No way in a million years. You make a great point, and that is that you've heard me use my own term, baked-in elitism. That's not just in this case. It's, you know, I've seen it for years and years and years. You know, the minute somebody is a congressman or a high-level official. So to repeat your point in a slightly different iteration, people lower down are prosecuted and treated harshly for these type of situations. This is just political theater at the high level. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate in both directions. You know, I've told you before that, you know, the Democrat or the left's reaction to the Trump thing kind of cost them, ironically, now, because the argument is, you know, hey, if that's your standard, well, we're going to apply it now in reverse. But again, that's mostly just political toxicity. But to repeat the answer to your question, if this were a mid-level staffer at, you know, an agency of the United States government, my goodness, they'd be arrested the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Okay, so Doug, just lastly, Robert Hur really kind of kicking off on his first day on the job there. No doubt he probably authorized this. He is the special counsel looking into this. So he is getting down to business here with this investigation. And from as far as we know, the president's attorney said no documents with classified markings were found. That was the language. So we'll just have to continue to follow this story, bring you on again if there are any more updates. Doug, thanks so much.
And that is the latest there on the Biden document situation. I want to take a live look outside on a completely different story, a completely different feel to this story. Here, we'll take a look here. This is at in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. That is the celebration there for Groundhog's Day at Gobbler's Knob. You see everybody out there playing some music, having a good time, waiting for that groundhog to emerge and let us know how much winter is left if you believe in that sort of thing. But we're going to check back with them here in a little bit, but we do have to take a commercial break. We'll be right back with more from Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I think we're going to stick with this. We saw this before the break here. This is that Groundhog Day celebration in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, as they await the arrival of Punxsutawney Phil, who should be coming out with some interesting information for everybody. Whether winter will be lasting a little longer or a little shorter, that is to be seen. But let's kind of dip into this and listen to what they have going on. Looks like they're playing some music and having a pretty good time, so let's check in.
To get along. You know it's true. We're doing it right now. It ain't that hard to get along. Look at us out here on Gobbler's Knob. It ain't that hard to get along. Don't you feel it? Come on. It ain't that hard to get along. It ain't that hard. No, it ain't that hard. No, it ain't that hard. Well, now listen. I think it's time, don't you, to wake up that old groundhog and see what he's got to say. But it's gonna take all of us, I'm telling you. Hey, man, here's a little song we wrote to wake the old boy up. This one's Wake Up, Phil. He rode his ATV from Punxsutawney before he couldn't sleep, but now he's got shit. We gotta get him up for the party. You know his wife Phyllis is Sweetwood Chuck. She gives Phil a grin every time they walk. When this groundhog isn't clear, she helps him when he's stuck to say there is no shadow of some love. Come on, wake up, Phil. it another chance, it's gonna come back around. Let's see if we can get him up. Now prognostication is Phil's vocation, as he's held up high for the entire nation. No water at night to prevent urination. The inner circle reveals the big prediction. Wake up, Phil. Wake up, Phil. Phil, wake up, Phil. Wake him up. Wake up, Phil. Wake up, Phil. Phil, wake up. Mitchie, wake up. Punxsutawney, we only get one more shot at this. And then it's time to call out the order. Wrestling hard. Come out, Mitchell. Yeah, Phil's on his way out to Gobbler's Knob. He better not sleep, or which one and only job. Between here and the library, probably passed out like a log. Come on and make some noise with the groundhog. Wake him up! Make some noise! Go wake him up! You can do it, Cortez! I can't hear you! 2, 3, 4! Wake up, Phil! 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 Hello, London, Kentucky, here we go! Wake up, Phil! Wake up, Phil! Wake up, Phil! Come on! Wake up, Phil! Wake up, Phil!
And you're taking a live look there at Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania for the Groundhog Day celebrations that are certainly lively and very underway. These are some folks that get very excited for this holiday, for that groundhog to pop out and tell us how much time is left in winter. We're going to come back to this here in just a quick moment, but we do need to take a break. There's plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. If you saw right before the break there, we've been taking a look at some coverage of Groundhog Day out there in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. I'm going to take you back to that to take a look out there as they await the groundhog to emerge. Let's take a listen in here and see what's going on. Looks like they're talking. They've been playing some music, a lot of dancing, a lot of fun festivities. But Punxsutawney Phil, apparently he can predict the future with regard to weather. So we're going to check in and see what they have to say. Take a listen.
You may know it as the Rattling Bog.
But that's not the original.
That's not the original song.
It was Rattling Hog.
Punxsutawney Phil wrote a song many years ago, and it's called The Rattling Hog. And we're going to sing it for you, and we commissioned them to sing it with us.
Let's hear it. Let's try it. You can't sit still.
The early crowd.
Oh, the rattling hog. Oh, the rattling hog.
Now for that hog there was a hole, a rare hole, a rattling hole. A hole for the hog and the hog from Punxsutawney. Oh,
the rattling hog. From Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog. From Punxsutawney.
Yours for that hole are in a stump, a rare stump, a rattling stump. The stump for the hole and the hole and the hog from Punxsutawney. Oh, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
Now on that stump there are two scrolls, rare scrolls, the rattling scrolls. Scrolls for the stump and a stump for the hole, and the hole is a hog and the hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
To choose a scroll there is a dawn, a rare dawn, a rattling dawn. Dawn for the scrolls and the scrolls and a stump to the hole and the hole to the hog and the hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
We wait for dawn on Gobbler's Knob, a rare knob, it's Gobbler's Knob. Knob for the dawn and the dawn for the scrolls and a stump for the hole, and the hole is the hog and the hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
At that knob there is a show, a rare show, a rattling show. Show is a knob and a knob for the dawn and a dawn for the scrolls and a stump and a stump there's a hole and the hole is a hog and a hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
At that show the faithful fans, rare fans, the rattling fans, fans at the show and the show at the knob and the knob at the dawn and dawn for the scrolls and the stump and a stump to the hole and the hole is a hog and a hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
Those faithful fans, they made a trek, a rare trek, a rattling trek. Trek of the fans and the fans at the show and the show at the knob and the knob at the dawn and the dawn for the scrolls and the stump for the hole and the hole is the hog and the hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
The Chuck was made that special day, a rare day. It's Groundhog Day.
Day for the trek and a trek of the fans and the fans at the show and the show at the knob at the dawn and dawn for the scrolls and the stump for the hole is the hog and the hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney. Rare hog, the rattling hog from Punxsutawney. The rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
The rattling hog from Punxsutawney.
Yeah, you can't kill rock and roll.
And thank you, Juvenile Characteristics. All right, let's get nuts.
can lower those. Not that much. Now it's time to move. We're getting very close now.
We're getting so close that you're kind of getting too close. Everyone just do this. Ready? We don't want to crush anybody. On the count of 3, everybody take 3 steps back. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Little elbow room. Shut up.
What? Oh.
Okay.
Hey, Al.
You're getting real close.
Hey, Al. Al. The second woo. Not the first woo, but the second one.
It's now 7 a.m. We're holding steady at 14 degrees. Where's Alyssa Bainbridge, Miss Pennsylvania?
She's talking to Joe.
Thank you, Alyssa Bainbridge, Miss Pennsylvania. Thank you to everybody who joined us on the show today. Show us the hog. All right, you know what?
Show your hog. We got one more for you then.
I tell you what, yeah, they're getting antsy. Mikey, hit the tunes. They don't want to hear me talk anymore.
The second woo. Hey, Jamie, I'm feeling a little cold here. You got any fire over there?
Come on over and let yourself in.
This is our last one. Blow it up.
We won't remember this.
Do we have any more fire?
Call out the Groundhog, let's do it again. No matter what day it is, no matter what day it is. No matter what day it is, no matter what day it is. No matter what day it is, no matter what day it is. No matter what day it is, no matter what day it is. Put on your Sunday finest and party like a Saturday night. Put on your Sunday finest and party like a Saturday night. I can't wait to see what you wear. Call your girls up and get them here. Dancing bodies are getting drenched. Even the Groundhog gon' do it again. No matter what day it is, no matter what day it is. it up. Tuesday gon' bring the fun. Wednesday gon' run the town. Thursday no slowing down. Friday gon' hit the club.
Saturday don't
give up. Sunday we going in. Come Monday we gon' do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Come Monday we gon' do it again. On your Sunday, Friday. And party like a Saturday night. On your Sunday, Friday. And party like a Saturday night. On your Sunday, Friday. And party like a Saturday night. On your Sunday, Friday. And party like a Saturday.
All right, everyone, you're streaming live now from Fox, and we are taking a live now look from Punxsutawney Phil, Pennsylvania. As you can see, it looks like hundreds of people have come out to participate in Groundhog's Day again. So Groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil will decide whether or not we get 6 more weeks of winter or an early spring. And as you can see, it looks like the entire town here has come out for these celebrations. We're dipping into this live coverage every moment or so, or about every 15 minutes or so, to bring you all a preview so we can all decide if we are going to get 6 more weeks of winter or an early spring. But as you can see, they're having a lot of fun with it. But we do want to get you all caught up with other top stories this morning. So again, we'll revisit this in just a bit. But right now, let's go ahead and get you all caught up on major headlines that we're paying very close attention to. The Tyre Nichols story, for example. We know that his family laid him to rest in Memphis, but they're still taking on the fight for national police reform. Here's more on that conversation.
I want to be joined right now by Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan covering the funeral there. And Steve, thanks so much for being with us. This was on delay today because of the winter weather. Why was that? And give us a sense for those who didn't watch the funeral live. What were the key highlights?
It was delayed by several hours due to the ice storm. I think that delay also slowed down the arrival of Vice President Kamala Harris, who did make it just as the ceremony was starting here. It's winding up right about now. As far as the highlights go, I think you'd have to go no further than the eulogy by Reverend Al Sharpton. I've heard him do this before under similar circumstances in Minneapolis for George Floyd, and he's just really sort of an old-fashioned stem winder. He started out talking about the Old Testament, then weaved in Martin Luther King, and then brought it to the details of this current event, really making it personal when he talked about how Tyre Nichols was calling out for his mother and what that means to black men in America, when you have to call out for your mother to prevent. It's the only thing between you and disaster, basically. He got a lot of people standing up and cheering at several parts in the speech, so obviously a very skilled orator.
You know, Steve, we heard a lot of mentions and allusions to the George Floyd Policing Act, and that was kind of front and center as a piece of legislation that's kind of in limbo in Washington. What did you make of that?
I think that's the next logical push. The goal here from many activists is to try and use this tragedy to try and push that legislation in a bipartisan way and get it through. It didn't pass after George Floyd was killed in 2020. Now they have hopes that it can pass and maybe change some things here. Overall, I'd have to say, because of the swift action of authorities in Memphis, the fact that the 5 police officers were arrested and then charged with second-degree murder so quickly within a matter of just a couple of weeks, I think that really tamped down the protests here, which have been very small and very peaceful, not what people expected at the start.
Yeah, Steve, that's what I wanted to ask you. You have been in a number of these situations, unfortunately, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, after we got the news of those arrests and charges for the officers, it was, to your point, quite muted. The anger is still very palpable, but you didn't see unrest like you saw in the wake of George Floyd's death.
I think there could have been a couple of factors. First, the fact that the 5 officers all arrested were black. I think that had a lot to do with things. Second, the fact that they were quickly arrested. And third, this violent tape was in the possession of authorities the whole time. Unlike with George Floyd, when it was a bystander who shot the tape and released it, and it was out there for all to see before really officials could prepare a response. They were always trying to play catch-up. In this case, that tape was only released Friday night. This was after the officers were arrested. So they really made control of the tape. They told people how bad it was. They really prepared the population here for what they were going to see before that tape was released. So, you know, no damage, no destruction, nobody injured. A lot of people angry, but nowhere near the violence that we saw in Minneapolis in 2020.
And Steve, just lastly, in the wake of all of this, we've seen a 6th and 7th Memphis police officer relieved of their duties. Accountability both at the Memphis Fire Department as well. Are we going to see more accountability with some of these members who were implicated that night, do you think?
I think as this investigation goes on and more videotape is released, we could likely see more firings. The question is, are we going to see more criminal charges, and are the identities of the officers going to be more of a mix of white and black as opposed to just the first 5 members of the police force who were all black? I think it's going to keep going, and you really see the initial violence was so disturbing, but then you see emergency medical technicians not helping a dying man, one fire department officer not getting out of the vehicle. There's a level of contempt here that has followed the violence that I think has really disgusted a lot of people.
All right, Steve Harrigan there for us in Memphis, Tennessee. Steve, we thank you for your reporting, and we'll talk again.
All right, moving right along with other top stories. This major headline coming from our friends over at Fox 35 Orlando. You may remember this story that we broke about 1 week ago. The state of Florida rejecting an AP African American study course. Well, now we are learning that the College Board has revised that AP course after it drew criticism. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth brings us more.
The curriculum the College Board released today showed some changes from the draft that the DeSantis administration rejected last week. The sections they objected to for being woke are gone. Those had been intersectionality and activism, black queer studies, movements for black lives, black feminist literary thought, the reparations movement, and black study and black struggle in the 21st century. The governor's supporters say they're pleased with the changes.
I think removing some of these ideological perspectives is the right way to go, especially if we're talking about a high school curriculum that's designed to teach students the facts about history.
The College Board say the official framework has been under development for nearly a year. It replaces the preliminary pilot course framework under discussion to date and defines what students will encounter on the AP exam for college credit and placement. Some state lawmakers say the governor's objections were politically motivated.
This is a national tone that is being set, and the governor is setting this tone because of his future aspirations, what he desired to do.
The governor's office told us the Florida Department of Education is currently reviewing the newly released AP African American Studies framework for corrections and compliance with Florida law. The Department of Education will be in touch when determinations have been rendered. Seminole County students say the course is important because Black history is American history.
So having that course as an AP at that would be very smart for people who's interested in history and interested in learning about a different culture or anything, you know?
I think it's a good thing that people are starting to recognize that we have history.
The curriculum the College Board
All right. Switching gears, revisiting this live event as we are celebrating Groundhog's Day. It looks like they are ushering in what seems to be the Groundhog Day Committee. 6 more weeks of winter or an early spring. That's why hundreds of people have poured out into this crowd there. Just a few moments ago, we did see Miss Pennsylvania speaking and dancing, enjoying the celebrations. And it looks like we have our first official speaker of this morning. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
How many guests do we have here? Celebrating Groundhog Day for the first time. Woohoo! Nice. How many guests 2 or more times? Welcome back. Now this next one's going to surprise you. How many groups are here celebrating somebody's Groundhog Day birthday. Amazing. Happy birthday. Mr. Vice President.
Yes, sir.
Will you please introduce the members of the Inner Circle?
My pleasure. The men standing before you are tasked with hosting this great holiday year after year, and we want to acknowledge them. There are current and past members here. I'll start with our former presidents, former members, including past President, Mr. Bill Dealey, Digger Odell. Mr. Tom Uberti, Big Windmaker. Butch Prushnot, Cold Front. And our current board, Butch Philbur Iceman. He's been entertaining you all morning. Give it up for the Thunder conductor, Dave Gelati. Rob McCoy, Downpour. Jory Sirian is Daybreaker. Dr. John Johnson, Chief Health Man. Also joining us this morning was Jason Grusky, Big Chill. Say hello to Pat Osakowicz, Ozone. Pat Cassidy, Head Huntsman. Jeffrey Lundy, Fairweather Man. Two new members, Josh Farkas, Frostbite. And Robbie Gimmel, Storm Builder. I also want to acknowledge a member who has been with the club many years. He has worked tirelessly behind the scenes. He has done so much to improve this holiday, this group, this club, these grounds. Much of it behind the scenes, and we want to give him some acknowledgement. In large part because he has announced that this is his final Groundhog Day as an Inner Circle member. So I want you to say hello, thank you, and goodbye to Mr. Jeff Grube, Sky Painter. A standing ovation. In large part because we don't have seats, but let the record show. I assume someone's keeping record. Is somebody taking notes? Yeah, you, sir? Thank you. Okay. And, of course, I want to acknowledge our governor, Mr. Josh Shapiro. And tasked with our ceremony, Mr. A.J. DeRoom, Rainmaker, his handler. I did it. And the president, Mr. Tom Dunkel, Shingle Shaker. Mr. President.
Are you ready?
All right, you are streaming live now from Fox, continuing to await the arrival of Punxsutawney Phil, the groundhog that will predict if we will have 6 more weeks of winter or in early spring. But at this time, let's go ahead and revisit a few other top stories here at Live Now from Fox. It could possibly be some big news coming from the state of Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has proposed a bill that could possibly give Florida teachers a big raise, proposing a $1 billion in funding to boost teachers' pay. This is coming a part of the record state budget proposal, nearly $115 billion. Let's go ahead and check in with our Fox 13 Tampa team for more information. Good morning, Matt. What more can you tell us this morning?
Hey, good morning. We know Florida does not nationally rank very well. It's in the bottom 3 of all U.S. states for average teacher pay. And so the governor on Wednesday making this announcement from Tallahassee, really calling this a big win for teachers, as you said, proposing $1 billion in additional funding to help boost their pay. And this comes as part of a record proposed state budget of nearly $115 billion. Our cameras were rolling on Wednesday in Tallahassee as the governor made this announcement. And new this year, if approved, school districts could distribute the money among teachers how they want. In previous years, a specific amount had to target starting teacher salaries. The chief of Florida's largest teachers union saying the added flexibility is actually a good move, but overall not impressed with the new allocation. He says it will not do much to get state teacher pay out of its low ranking. Out of 50 states, as I mentioned, the National Education Association ranking Florida's average teacher pay at 48th in the nation. Aside from teacher pay, the budget also includes year-round tax cuts on everyday items, including baby cribs and strollers, pet food, medication, gas stoves. Also under the proposed budget, pay raises for state workers and prosecutors. Notably, the budget also includes a request to spend another $12 million to move migrants from around the U.S. That's also a story that, of course, in recent months has made headlines in both the states of Florida and Texas. And meanwhile, as we come back out here live, the legislative session, the next one begins March 7th, and that is really when the ball gets rolling on this proposed state budget. Of course, we know that this announcement Wednesday from Tallahassee really just the initial sort of first step, and that state lawmakers will make edits, will make suggestions, will try to carve out some things and get that budget more to the liking and the desires of their specific districts as we go through the coming months. And then the next fiscal year starts in July. So that's really the hard deadline to get this budget approved and adopted at the state level.
All right, Fox 13 Tampa's Matt McClellan, thank you so much for joining us this morning with that update. Now, this is a topic that we really dove deep into last night. Our host, Andrew Kraft, is going to bring us some more details when it comes to this story and emerging themes that we are seeing in Florida politics as a whole.
AG, good to see you. And so there's a lot of news right now surrounding Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Just wanted to give you the opportunity there to respond to that Fox 13 Tampa report. Is this battle kind of winding down between Disney and Ron DeSantis, especially when it comes to this incorporated special district, this Reedy Creek district?
Yeah, I mean, it appears that Ron DeSantis is winning this battle on the special district. That special session should see the end of that. And, it's what DeSantis promised. People said that he wasn't going to follow through on it, but he's clearly following through on this. And, these special sessions, they're intended to resolve issues before the regular session. Right on schedule, that's happening.
Okay, let's get to another issue, AG. We have been speaking here on Live Now about the issue between Florida Governor DeSantis and the College Board that administers these advanced placement courses, especially one that they are kind of piloting there nationwide about African-American history. Today, obviously, February 1st, the first day of African-American History Month. And the College Board is responding to all of this. They have said today that they are going to modify the course selection. Is that all because of DeSantis' doing, do you think?
Yeah, it's DeSantis' agitation that made it happen. I mean, DeSantis basically drawing a line in the sand saying that he wouldn't take this course with so-called Black queer studies, with Black Lives Matter, with these other issues. Apparently, those subjects are being out of the course, and what's going to be added are things like Black conservatism. So that's a win for DeSantis. That's a win for that side of the culture war. As we know, the governors of Illinois and California, they're opposed to this.
Yeah.
But yes, so this is a tug of war. But right now, DeSantis is winning because how many times is the advanced placement going to actually revise this course? Not too many more times. So this is a big win for Ron DeSantis.
Okay, I want to put up, you kind of name-checked it already. California Governor Gavin Newsom tweeted this today.
All right, that was the latest update from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft speaking on a few political topics coming out of the state of Florida. But let's revisit our main event of the day. It looks like Punxsutawney Phil, the Groundhog, has finally arrived. Let's listen in. Live on Unfiltered.
Mr. President, we have a scroll. We have a scroll.
Hear ye, hear ye. Now on this February 2nd, Punxsutawney Phil, the seer of seers, was awakened from his wintry nap at dawn on Gobbler's Knob. Phil looked to the skies and then, speaking in Groundhogese, directed this President Dunkel to the proper scroll, which reads, I see the morning has brought the finest people. I see their bravery and spirit. The time has come, I can feel it, the excitement, I can hear it. I see the folks with gray in their hair, and I see the kids all young and scrawny. Their eyes and cheeks aglow from the cold, clean air of sweet Punxsutawney. I see that everyone knows their part, and I am merely the sage. But above all else, I see a shadow on my stage. And so, no matter how you measure, it's 6 more weeks of winter weather. Does it look great to you, Phil?
Well, thank you very much. That concludes our ceremony. If you would like, you can come up on the left side of the stage and come across and get your picture taken with Punxsy Phil. We'll do that for as long as we can. I also want to say, enjoy downtown Punxsutawney. There's a lot of activities in the park, a lot of places to eat breakfast, a lot of places to buy souvenirs. So enjoy downtown Punxsutawney. Thank you and happy Groundhog Day.
When Chekhov saw the long winter, he saw a winter bleak and dark, bereft of hope. Yet we know that winter is just another step in the cycle of life. But standing here among the people of Punxsutawney and basking in the warmth of their hearths and hearts, I couldn't imagine a better fate than a long and lustrous winter.
All right, and there you have it, Punxsutawney Phil predicting 6 more weeks of winter. And we just so happen to have a few Fox team members there on the scene, and they will be joining our show to bring us a recap of the Groundhog Day events at 7:45 Eastern. So you don't want to miss that conversation. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Happy Groundhog's Day if you're just now joining us. Unfortunately, we might just have 6 more weeks of winter. That's according to Punxsutawney Phil. The groundhog did indeed see his shadow just a few moments ago, so make sure that you are bundling up for just a few more weeks according to his prediction. Now, at this time, we'd like to switch gears and bring you all up to speed on other top stories. We know that on Wednesday, Tyre Nichols was laid to rest by his family. His family still calling for nationwide police reform in the wake of his murder. Here's that story.
Tyre was a beautiful person, and for this to happen to him, it's just unimaginable.
An emotional farewell to 29-year-old Tyre Nichols in Memphis. Family and friends gathering for a final goodbye nearly a month after he died, following a brutal beating by 5 Memphis police officers during a traffic stop.
We have to fight for justice. We cannot continue to let these people brutalize our kids.
Vice President Kamala Harris and the family members of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor were among those in attendance at Nichols' funeral Wednesday. The Reverend Al Sharpton delivered the eulogy, which included a call to action on the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act.
Some of us are going to fight until we make this legislation happen.
Efforts to revive the bill are already in the works. Several civil rights organizations will be virtually meeting with Senator Chuck Schumer and Congressman Hakeem Jeffries this week. Nichols' family has also been talking to Senator Cory Booker, who helped draft it.
We need all of us to finally get this reform.
Ahead of the State of the Union next week, the White House says President Joe Biden will also be pushing for the bill during a meeting with Congressional Black Caucus members on Thursday.
He's continuing to call on Republicans in Congress to join with Democrats and ensure our justice system lives up to its name.
Tyre Nichols' parents will be attending the State of the Union address next week. In Memphis, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Again, the death of Tyre Nichols reigniting calls for police reform from the family and from civil rights activists across the country. So our very own Live Now from Fox's Josh Breslow had a conversation with Carlos Moore, Judge Carlos Moore, a past president of the National Bar Association, about next steps, about what we could possibly see when it comes to the president calling on Congress to act when it comes to police reform.
People, including Vice President Kamala Harris, who traveled to be at the funeral today and also spoke while she was there. We also heard from Reverend Al Sharpton, who delivered the eulogy, as well as Tyre Nichols' family. As we continue to stay on this topic, we do want to bring you in now a live guest that we have here on Live Now from Fox, Carlos Moore, who is the former president of the National Bar Association. Carlos, thank you so much for being here with us. You were watching that funeral as well. What stands out to you about what we just watched?
There were so many things that stood out with me, but what hit home was when his oldest sister said her brother just wanted to get home. He just wanted to get home. And that struck a nerve with me. I was happy to see the vice president there to advocate for the passage of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. That still needs to pass Congress. We need that now more than ever. There were many touching moments, the mother's comments, the father's comments, but that sister's comment really struck home with me.
And speaking of that Policing Act, can you talk a little bit further about that, just because it was touched on numerous times throughout the funeral service?
That would be a game changer in the area of police brutality. The National Bar Association, when I was president, really stood for the passage of that act. We need it now more than ever. It would do away with qualified immunity, or really qualified immunity has protected so many bad police officers, and they have really got away with impunity because of the qualified immunity. So that would be the main thing. If the act passed, it would do away with qualified immunity. It would also create a federal registry of those bad actors across the country. It would give certain powers to the attorneys general to investigate police brutality in their states. So it's a laundry list of very much needed measures to combat this terrible epidemic that we have with police brutality in our country.
Now looking ahead to what comes next on the legal side of things, how will we see things transition from today's funeral and then looking ahead to the courtroom and seeing those officers who have been charged with second-degree murder and other charges from here?
Those officers will have their first court appearance sometime this month of February, I believe February the 17th. They're expected in court for their arraignment. We expect that they will plead not guilty, and then there will be a discovery, and at some point there will be a trial. If the officers do not plead guilty, they don't take a plea, there will be a trial sometime, I believe, later this year, where they will stand trial for second-degree murder, kidnapping, all the other charges. If the charges are not upgraded to first-degree murder, there's still a chance they could be upgraded to first-degree murder, because I do believe that's what it was, first-degree murder or felony murder committed during the commission of another crime.
And something new that we're learning now is that 4 of those 5 former officers who were disciplined in this, fired in this, had also been disciplined previously. How do you think that that can play a role in this case?
I believe that the city of Memphis had prior notice that these were bad actors. Some of their offenses, some may consider minute, but they gave them an inkling that these individuals would break the rules, they would not follow all the rules of the law, and they would take matters into their own hands. So they were on notice, and I believe had they took care of the problem earlier, Tyre Nichols would be still alive today.
And with the announcement of additional officers and emergency responders being disciplined for how they've handled things the night of the traffic stop, do you think we can anticipate more of the same with other officers and emergency personnel moving forward? I know that they had mentioned that, you know, there still could be further people involved in this, that other action could be taken.
Yes, I do believe that others will be held accountable and hopefully fully accountable under the law. They need to not only lose their jobs, but they need to be charged as the other officers were. No matter if they're white or black or any other color, they need to be charged and swiftly charged. We do believe that those officers that stood by idly had a duty to intervene. I was encouraged to hear during the funeral that Congresswoman Jackson, Sheila Jackson Lee, is going to introduce a bill to have the Tyre Nichols duty to intervene provision in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. So that's very important. And I just, for the life of me, not only did the police officers fail to act that stood by, but those EMTs, why would they delay their actions to help save a life? That, I just really couldn't, that's just unconscionable to me that would happen in a civilized society.
Another thing I want to pick your brain on is we know about that 6th officer, Preston Hemphill, who has now been disciplined as well, but we don't know much about the 7th officer. Why do you think that is?
That's the mystery. I don't know if the 7th officer is related to someone who is in the administration in Memphis, or why that person's identity has been hidden from the public. But we will soon learn that person's identity, and once we learn the name, we may be able to figure out why that person was given a cover longer than the others.
Okay, thank you so much, Carlos Moore, joining us here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of good insight following a very emotional funeral service. We appreciate it, Carlos. A lot of people, including Vice President Kamala Harris.
All right, switching gears here at Live Now from Fox. We are getting these live images from the International Space Station. We're seeing NASA astronauts perform a spacewalk. They are preparing the International Space Station for its next rollout solar array. And we are getting some audio in from this live event. So let's go ahead and listen in. All right, unfortunately, it looks as though the audio from this live event has dropped out. As soon as we regain it, we'll share with you all these live images coming from the International Space Station. This time, let's switch gears and bring you all the latest consumer news with our Fox Means Business report.
A disappointment for the job market as we start the new year. The payroll firm ADP says private companies added 106,000 jobs in January. That's fewer than expected and the slowest pace of growth since January 2021. Now all eyes are on the government's job report, which comes out Friday morning. It was a good day for stocks on Wednesday. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P 500 all jumped higher after the Federal Reserve announced it will hike interest rates by 0.25%. Crypto taking another hit in 2022. According to a new report by Chain Analysis, hackers stole a record $3.8 billion in cryptocurrency last year, with October being the single biggest month ever for crypto theft. Finally, fans are gearing up to gobble down on some chicken wings next weekend. According to the National Chicken Council, a record 1.4 billion chicken wings will be consumed during the Super Bowl 57 weekend. For context, that's about 84 million more wings this year compared to last. That's a look at business. I'm Kelly O'Grady.
All right, continuing on with the latest business news, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates again on Wednesday, but by the smallest amount in almost a year. Now, while it is a good sign for potential home buyers or anyone who needs a loan, the chairman said the hikes aren't going away anytime soon. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
Interest rates are going up yet again, the Federal Reserve hiking them by 0.25 percentage point. For those looking for some relief, bad news from Chairman Jerome Powell. The Fed appears unlikely to cut rates this year if it can't tamp down inflation to 2%. It currently stands over 6%.
I do think that in this situation where we have still the highest inflation in 40 years, the job is not fully done.
Still, investors believe, despite the tough talk from Powell, the Fed is becoming more confident that their policies are working.
This is a neutral to dovish speech, and people were looking for a very hawkish speech, and he didn't give it.
However, a new Fox News poll shows 56% of Americans believe inflation is not at all under control, and 74% say the U.S. is headed toward a recession this year. Chairman Powell did have some words for the White House and Capitol Hill, saying they needed to raise the debt limit now and that it was risky to wait. The U.S. is at the top of its $31 trillion limit.
No one should assume that the Fed can protect the economy from the consequences of failing to act in a timely manner.
Powell spoke as Speaker Kevin McCarthy and President Biden sat down for the first time to begin making a deal on the debt ceiling.
What I tell you in perspective was a good conversation. No agreements, no promises, except we will continue this conversation.
The next inflation report is in just 2 weeks. We'll see if the president's and the Fed's policies are paying off. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren. Again, many economists and investors are saying that they are worried about the threat of a recession. So let's revisit Federal Chair Jerome Powell's most recent comments on Wednesday when they did raise the Federal Reserve, but again, by the smallest amount in almost a year. Let's listen into a few of his remarks.
In the stance of monetary policy, we've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our rapid tightening so far are yet to be felt. Even so, we have more work to do. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve and serves as the bedrock of our economy. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of labor market conditions that benefit all. Today, the FOMC raised our policy interest rate by 25 basis points. We continue to anticipate that ongoing increases will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive stance for some time. I will have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, with real GDP rising at a below-trend pace of 1%. Recent indicators point to modest growth of spending and production this quarter. Consumer spending appears to be expanding at a subdued pace, in part reflecting tighter financial conditions over the past year. Activity in the housing sector continues to weaken, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Despite the slowdown in growth, the labor market remains extremely tight, with the unemployment rate at a 50-year low, job vacancies still very high, and wage growth elevated. Job gains have been robust, with employment rising by an average of 247,000 jobs per month over the last 3 months. Although the pace of job gains has slowed over the course of the past year and nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, the labor market continues to be out of balance. Labor demand substantially exceeds the supply of available workers, and the labor force participation rate has changed little from a year ago. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in December, total PCE prices rose 5.0%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.4%. The inflation data received over the past 3 months show a welcome reduction in the monthly pace of increases. And while recent developments are encouraging, we will need substantially more evidence to be confident that inflation is on a sustained downward path. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. But that's not grounds for complacency. Although inflation has moderated recently, it remains too high. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched.
All right, taking
the
a
Fed's
listen back
monetary
as
policy
Federal
actions are
Jerome
guided
Chair,
by our mandate to
Federal
promote
Reserve
maximum
Chair Jerome
employment
Powell,
and stable prices for the
speaks on
American
the
people.
interest rate hike.
My colleagues
We
and
do
I are
have
acutely aware that
another
high
live event that we
inflation
will want to
imposes
get to
significant
here at LiveNOW
hardship
from Fox
as it
Weather's
erodes
Nick
purchasing power.
Koser joining us live from Staten Island. Nick, you have some explaining to do because we were just showing the Groundhog in Pennsylvania, Punxsutawney Phil, and he predicted 6 more weeks of winter, but that's not the case in Staten Island. So talk to us about Staten Island Chuck and his prediction.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you said it. Phil is predicting 6 more weeks of winter, right? Boo, who wants that? Come to Staten Island, though, it's a whole different story. Staten Island Chuck runs the show around here on Groundhog Day, and he did not see his shadow, which means an early spring, and I think that's a lot more favorable with people. So I don't know, I'm riding with Chuck, as throughout the years he's been pretty accurate. He typically gets it right about 80% of the time. Phil, on the other hand, gets it right about 40% of the time. So look, numbers don't lie. Chuck typically does a little better. He's got the better track record, and that's what I'm sticking with here out of Staten Island. By the way, we're at the Staten Island Zoo, and those kids back there are part of an environmental science class, and they're gonna keep track of the next 6 weeks to see if Chuck is accurate or not, and we'll see. So we're gonna chat with them a little bit later and see exactly how they're gonna prove and measure whether or not he's accurate. We'll see what maybe the parameters are that they're going to be monitoring in terms of the weather. So it should be very, very interesting. But yeah, that's the very latest here out of the Staten Island Zoo on this early morning on Groundhog Day.
But before you go, tell us a little bit more about Staten Island Chuck, because he made the headlines back in 2009. Remind our viewers about what happened.
Yeah. Well, that year he ended up biting the mayor's thumb, and then in 14 he tragically jumped out of Blasio's hand and ended up, he didn't make it. So it's been a little tumultuous here in the past, but we no longer do the handling anymore. They just let Chuck come out of his pretty sweet little home that he's got back there. It's kind of blocked by people right now, but he's got plenty of natural light coming in there. It looks like probably more than most New York City apartments. And that's how they do it, you know, after some of those incidents that have occurred in years past.
Hey, better safe than sorry,
Chuck,
right?
He's got a sweet gig.
He definitely does. I think I'm going to side with Chuck this year because I'm ready for an early spring. All right, that was the latest from our friends at Fox Weather. Nick Kozer bringing us an update from Staten Island. We're taking a live now look from the International Space Station where NASA astronauts are preparing for a spacewalk. Let's take a quick break and we will revisit this live event coming from ISS in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast, 7:52 a.m. Thank you so much for streaming us this morning. We're your #1 source for top stories, breaking news, and live events, just like this one coming from the International Space Station. Let's listen in as NASA astronauts perform a spacewalk ahead of its next solar array rollout.
You are go to open that thermal cover, egress the airlock, and turn on your HECA.
Okay, thermal cover is open and I'm egressing.
The hatch is open, and with the go from Mission Control Houston, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann, our EV-1, is egressing or exiting the airlock to begin her second spacewalk that began at 6:45 a.m. Central Time.
Okay, EV-1 is out of the airlock.
Great work, Duke. You can turn on your HECA. Koichi, you'll get the mid-strut ready to transfer to EV-1.
Okay, HECA's on for EV-1.
Okay, ED copies, and Duke, can you see the strut?
I can, stand by.
Okay.
NASA astronaut Nicole Mann has exited the airlock. You can see her on your screen in the suit with the red stripes around her thighs.
Let me get my BRT red on.
Okay.
Koichi Wakata is going to now hand her some equipment that they'll need during the course of their spacewalk. You might hear some chatter about turning on their HECAs. This is one of the steps in their procedures. We may occasionally get views from their point of view. Nicole Mann's helmet camera would be listed as number 22. You might see that number burned into some of the screens. That means we're looking at her point of view.
Okay.
Koichi Wakata's helmet camera number 20.
Okay.
I have my BRT ret to the midstrut. I'm releasing the airlock ret.
Okay.
It's coming back to you.
Okay, copy that. I see that.
We're in a brief handover here in Mission Control, but we expect to get our live views of our spacewalkers back soon. Like we talked about earlier, they've got a number of tethers and hooks to attach themselves and their equipment to the space station so it doesn't float away.
Okay. Ready to grab the cable bag.
Let me get one tight in here. Okay, Tweaky, yes, I'm ready for the cable bag.
Okay, here comes the cable bag.
Okay, I see it. Control.
Stand by. Okay, you have the control. Okay, still read it.
Okay, I have the ret down to the airlock.
Okay, so can I release the ret
You can
here?
release the
Okay.
airlock ret.
Okay, I'm releasing the rets from the cable bag. Okay, cable bag that is released. Okay, with that, Zena can ED2 also egress.
From Koichi, you can egress the airlock, turn on your HECA, and receive that cable bag from Duke.
Koichi Wakata has successfully handed both the mid-strut and the cable bag over to Nicole Mann. He's set to egress or exit the International Space Station and take that cable bag back from Nicole Mann as soon as he's out. We're not actually installing these cables today on today's spacewalk, but rather these are some get-ahead tasks that they can do to help future spacewalkers get the cables where they need to go without actually plugging them in, making sure they're not tangled and out of the way.
Okay, umbilical is still attached, and it's it looks like umbilical is
the routing okay?
Let me check that. Looks like umbilical is routed around. Looks like the umbilical is routed around the safety tether. So let me detach the vestibule of the umbilical
And
then
heads up for Koichi.
clear the safety tether.
Koichi, there is a small ret floating free in the airlock. And Koichi, it's IV hatch zenith if you get eyes on.
IV hatch zenith. Yeah, I see it. Zena, can you tell where this came from?
Checking.
Looks like I have all the tethers with me.
I have my two reds with me as well.
Okay, copy. As long as you both have your BRT rets and all of your expected rets on your mini workstation, Koichi, you can secure that ret in the airlock. If you prefer, you can also take it out with you.
Okay, unless there's a need for that, I will throw this in the airlock.
Koichi, we recommend actually bringing it with you if you want to attach it to your mini workstation or to a bag.
Okay. Okay, that's complete. And then I'm going to clear the umbilical.
NASA astronaut Nicole Mann is there in the upper middle of your screen in the spacesuit with the red stripes. She's carrying some equipment with her. Japanese astronaut Koichi Wakata is still in the airlock, working his way on getting all of the equipment that he needs and working on egressing or exiting the airlock.
Okay, umbilical is now clear.
Great job, Koichi. And just let us know if you're grabbing that red and taking it with you.
Yes, I'm not taking the reds with me. And I reattach the CU pouch onto the airlock. So, tether is in a good config.
Okay, copy. And did you just stash the red on your mini workstation?
Yes, it's on my mini workstation.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Okay, no problem coming out. Okay, I'm still attached. My left is there. Okay. You got it, thank you.
We're getting a view of the spacewalk from NASA astronaut Nicole Mann's point of view as Koichi Wakata exits the airlock. Starting to get some Earth views as well from her point of view. The International Space Station is flying over Chile at the moment.
Okay, I am headed to the cable bag. And then BRT, the jaws closed, paddles are out. And I'm going to turn on the heck of light now. Heck of I see her.
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are monitoring several live events and top stories this morning. First and foremost, happy Groundhog's Day. If you have been watching our coverage all morning, then you know that Punxsutawney Phil, the premier groundhog here in the United States, has unfortunately predicted 6 more weeks of winter. So grab your coats, bundle up for just a few more weeks. We're also tracking President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris as they are in attendance at the National Prayer Breakfast, which is just now beginning. On your screen currently, we're taking a live now look from the International Space Station. You can see here NASA astronauts performing a spacewalk ahead of its solar array rollout. But at this time, let's go ahead and bring you all a live image, a live now look. President Biden just a few moments ago arriving at the National Prayer Breakfast. He, along with VP Harris, they are in attendance and they will deliver remarks on the 30th anniversary of the Family and Medical Leave Act as well. That's also happening today. But at this time, let's go ahead and listen in. Live, raw, and unfiltered.
Man, does she look good in that Harley. And we're great friends.
Through God's reconciling work in both of our lives, we each have been blessed with a purpose greater than just being members of Congress. So many of you know my story of the journey that I took to Washington, of how I turned pain into progress through my work to prevent gun violence. I've frequently been asked how I could continue to do this work in the face of the senseless tragedy that touched my life. Tragedy that continues to devastate families all across America. My answer is simple. I have faith. I have faith in the institution that we are humbled to serve in the tools of the government that we are empowered to wield, and the power that we have as a people to make change in our world, to make our future better, brighter, and stronger. And I have faith that our unity this morning can extend beyond these doors and shape the work that we have ahead of us.
And that's been the foundation of all of our planning that we've undertaken for the past number of months. This is a prayer breakfast that will have impact. Lucy and I stood just 3-4 weeks ago in Emancipation Hall, under the sign Emancipation Hall, with tourists all around, and I'm sure they wondered what we were doing. We were praying. We were praying for this day, that this day would be a day that would begin unique and powerful reconciliation in our lives, first of all, in your lives, in the lives of this country. A day of reconciliation to God, first of all, and then to each other.
That's our prayer and the purpose of the 71st National Prayer Breakfast. So let's get on with it.
Why not? You've heard the wonderful sounds of a choir this morning. The Brooklyn Tabernacle Choir has recorded 40 albums under the direction of Carol Cimbola, who had an accident last week and isn't with us today. We pray for her. They've won 7 Dove Awards and 6 Grammy Awards. Their concert venues have included Carnegie Hall, Radio City Music Hall, and the Madison Square Garden Theater. The choir sang at the 2012 presidential inauguration. Their music has touched people around the world with the unchanging message of God's good news and its power to change lives. But since the choir numbers around 300 members, it was either you or them. You can understand why today we have the Brooklyn Tabernacle Singers, a core group of vocalists who sing all the music of the choir, travel frequently to international and domestic venues, and most importantly, to the 71st National Prayer Breakfast, please welcome the Brooklyn Tabernacle Singers.
Through every pain and every tear, there's a God who's been faithful to me. And when my strength was all gone, and when my had no song, still in love, he's proved faithful to me. And every word he has promised is true. And what I thought was impossible, I've seen my God do. He's been faithful, faithful to me. Looking back, his love and mercy I see. Oh, I can see. Though in my heart I have questioned, even failed to believe, but he's been faithful, so faithful to me. When my heart looked away, the many times I could not pray, still my God, he was faithful to me. The days I spent so selfishly, just reaching out for what pleased me. Even then, God was faithful to me. And oh, every time that I come back to him, he's waiting with open arms, and I see once again. He's been faithful, so faithful to me. God, you are so faithful. Looking
Heavenly Father, as we begin to forge the path that you have set before us to govern your people for the 118th Congress, we are in desperate need of your all-consuming love.
God, our Heavenly Father, thank you for your reconciling love demonstrated so perfectly in the Spirit of Jesus. May we know the strength and peace that comes from your gracious approval of our faithful attention to your plan and principles.
These are times when we are in need of desperate faith. Your word urges us as the elected leaders of this nation to serve your people in all manner that befits the righteousness, the fullness, and the breadth of your word.
My prayer today is that a spirit of reconciliation flowing from obedience to your ageless plan may be found increasingly in my life and that of my dear congressional colleagues. I pray the same for President Biden, Vice President Harris, and our congressional leadership.
Lord, have mercy upon us. Help us to walk in humility. Order our steps, convicting the heart of man in all that we do and say. Holy Spirit, call to our remembrance continually our responsibility to love, accept, and forgive, so that we do not lose sight of our responsibility to seek to govern as a unified body. And let us not be spiritually dead to the cries of God's people. Lord, drop the scales from our eyes so we can be reconciled through you in love to one another for America's greater good.
Spur us to humbly pray, Father, leaving our wrongful and divisive ways.
All right, we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the National Prayer Breakfast. So we do expect President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to make a few remarks during this live event. So we will continue to dip in and out of it here at Live Now from Fox. But at this time, let's revisit a story that we have been covering for several days from Dallas, Texas. We're experiencing this southern ice threat yet again. So let's check in with our Fox 4 team, because many Texans across the country are still dealing with deadly ice storms slowly sweeping east. Now, many roads, as you can see here, and interstates are coated in ice, making driving possibly dangerous. So joining us now live is Fox 4's Dallas Godwin with some good news on road conditions. Good morning, Dan. Thank you for joining.
Well, good morning. The question most everybody is asking around North Texas, when will we finally start to thaw out? The answer is soon, maybe a couple of hours, depending on your exact location. There is a light, steady rain falling right now, but it is not turning to ice when it hits the ground, which will really help. Bridges and overpasses remain the most icy surfaces. We've got some video here of the bridge where we have set up. This one goes over Interstate 30, just west of downtown Fort Worth. The conditions for driving over this bridge and most every other one in this part of the country, not good at all. There's still a lot of slush that's accumulated and ice mixed in, so caution is still what is called for while we wait for the melting to really begin. From our position behind us, we have the interchange where Interstate 30 meets Interstate 35W, two very well-traveled roadways. Traffic is starting to pick up noticeably. Some drivers are moving along at pretty good speeds, but they still need to be aware of possible slick spots, which can come up with absolutely no warning, especially when you're on one of these elevated ramps that we'll see around these interchanges. What we need, of course, is for temperatures to start climbing above the freezing mark. We are just below freezing right now in Fort Worth, Texas, and we should see those temperatures go up those precious few degrees. Again, starting in a couple of hours, which will be welcome news for this part of Texas, which has really been struggling under 2.5, 3 days of icy, frozen conditions.
Yes, 4 days.
Reporting live, Dan Godwin, back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Dan Godwin and our entire Fox 4 Dallas team. Switching gears here, Ticketmaster, beware. Beyonce fans are coming. The Queen Bee announced her Renaissance World Tour on Wednesday, and fans are bracing for a challenge, getting their hands on tickets, especially after Ticketmaster's site crashed, after fans tried to buy for Taylor Swift's Eras tour in November.
Okay.
So to get a better handle on the demand for Beyonce, the company is requiring people to register as verified fans. It does also stress on its website that registering does not guarantee tickets, and if demand is too high, the company will use a lottery-style ticket system. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll have more top stories right after this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for being here on this Thursday, February 2nd. And just out of the corner of my eye, I can see that President Biden has approached the podium there at the National Prayer Breakfast. Let's listen in, live on Unfiltered.
In the audience, Lucy lost a piece of her soul. And it's, while the pain never fully leaves, you eventually find the purpose to carry on, and that's what you've done. You've done it magnificently. And you're doing it with your service in the Congress, and we're a better nation because you've kept the faith. And by the way, the reference to my grandmom was, every time I'd walk out of my grandfather Finnegan's house in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." My grandmother would yell, "No, Joey, spread it. Spread it. You do a heck of a job. God, you're beautiful, 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 beautiful. You're really magnificent." I also want to thank the other leaders here at the breakfast, Representative Tim Walberg, Senator Kristen Gillibrand, Mike Rounds. Mike, it's good to see you. We used to sit there together a lot in the past. And former Senator Mark Pryor. And he and his dad and I also spent an awful lot of time together. And I applaud your work to make a more intimate gathering and bring him back to its roots. But I understand we got a bunch of folks at a hotel not far from here. How many? 1,300. About 1,300. They apparently are watching this. Welcome. welcome all 1,300. And the House invites you to come to the floor today, all 1,300 of you. No, I'm teasing. Sorry. But I'm grateful you're able to be join us in prayer this morning and lift up one another and our nation, And I want to thank Vice President Harris and Speaker McCarthy and Minority Leader Jeffries, and I also want to thank Bishop McKenzie. And Pastor, I don't know. I'm a little worried how you got this whole choir here. I tell you what, I think you've got a. Well, I won't go into that anyway. But the incredible Brooklyn Tabernacle singers, I tell you. St. Augustine of my church, the Catholic Church, would say that singing is praying twice. And I can only pray once because I couldn't carry a tune in a wheelbarrow. My father used to, when he was in high school, and he didn't go to college, but in his college years had a band. And he could sing, he played the saxophone, and he could dance. And he used to say to me, Joey, I don't know where you come from. He said, you have no lip, you can't play a reed instrument, number one. Number two, you have 2 left feet. Number 3, you can't carry a tune in a wheelbarrow, but I still love you. Look, I've attended many prayer breakfasts over the years with the nation struggling in strife and also times of peace and prosperity. And I'm honored to continue the tradition started by President Eisenhower, I'm told, that for presidents to come and speak to the prayer breakfast. Just before Christmas, I offered a message to the country, a message that is to the heart of the Christian faith, but yet is universal, a universal message of hope, of joy, of love, whether you're Christian, whether you're Jewish, Hindu, Muslim, Buddhist, or any other faith, or no faith at all. It speaks to all of us as human beings who are here on this earth primarily to care for one another. Look out for one another and to love one another. It's not always easy. It's hard, but that's our mission. The message is always important, but especially important during tough times like what we've been through the last 3, 4, 5 years. The pandemic has taken so much from us, from so many people. We've lost so much with one another. We lost so many people, over 1 million lives lost in America alone, 1 million lives lost. And they say for every 1 life lost, there were 9 significant people who cared greatly about that lost person. We've seen record bouts of extreme weather, claiming lives and destroying homes all across the country. I've taken more, as the Vice President can tell you, more helicopter rides this last year and a half than you can imagine. More timber is burned down in the west and the northwest and even in the southeast, the southwest, than the entire state of Missouri. There's just enormous damage. There's violence in our communities, like the mass shooting during the Lunar New Year at Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay. And Tyre Nichols and his family and the community in Memphis, their justice is long overdue. Look, in our politics, in our lives, we too often see each other as opponents and not competitors. We see each other as enemies, not neighbors. And as tough as these times have been, if we look closer, we see the strength, the determination that has long defined America. Look, as we look to the new year, my friend Chris Coons is out there. I see Chris. How you doing, pal? Went to law school and got a divinity degree at the same time. And he offers this wisdom. I thought it was really incredible what you said, Chris. You said, let's continue the practice of the ministry of presence. The ministry of presence. Being present not just for yourself, but for one another. That's what's expected of those of us in public service. The ministry of presence. It means being there for one another. But, there are those in the greatest need who look into us. They've elected us to help them, to really look at each other, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, but as who we really are, as fellow Americans, fellow human beings, worthy of being treated with dignity and respect. Because when we're present in our lives, we find there's so much more that unites us, in my view. So much more that unites us than divides us. And while we have profound differences, the last 2 years have proven we can come together to do big things for the country. We can join hands and get things done. We can redeem the soul of America. And what's the soul of the nation? Well, the soul is the breath, the life, the essence of who we are. The soul makes us us. It's embodied in the sacred proposition that we're all created equally in the image of God. A sacred proposition rooted in the Scripture, enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. A sacred proposition that Dr. King invoked when he told us about his dream for the nation. A dream I thought about deeply last month when would have been Dr. King's 94th birthday. Senator Warnock, Reverend Warnock, invited me to speak at a Sunday service at Dr. King's Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. It was deeply humbling. I've been to the church before, but apparently no president's ever spoken and given the sermon. And as in a sacred place, it was time to pray and contemplate Dr. King's moral vision and clear path. He talked about the beloved community that still inspires us today. And here's what I learned in my life and career along the path, as many of you have learned along the path that you've taken. We're all imperfect. We're all imperfect beings. We're fallible. We're frail. We fail. We don't know where and what fate will deliver us and when. But we do know what we can at our best do. Seek a little bit of light and hope, a little bit of love and truth. We know that faith and history teach us, however dark the night, joy cometh in the morning. And that joy comes when we apply the commandments of Scripture. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, all thy mind, and all thy soul. And love thy neighbor as thyself. That's the hardest one, I think. At least it's hardest here. Didn't used to be as hard. I've been here a long time, but it seems to be getting harder. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. But in that commandment lies the essence of faith. Loving our neighbors is also part of the essence of the American promise. A promise that comes with a new Congress that is more diverse and more different and more religions, more races, more diversity than ever before in our history. People of all faiths, some people of no faith, gay, straight, immigrant, Native American, differences that express infinite creativity of God, who is able to see his reflection in countless ways in different people. It's also an expression of the American conviction that our diversity is one of our greatest strengths. That's why Jill and I have opened the White House to celebrations of faith in our nations for Easter, for the Jewish high holidays, for Diwali, and more. That's America. That's who we are. Let me close with the question Dr. King asked us all those years ago. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? My message to all of you and to the nation is we go forward. We go forward together. Let's be the doers of the word. Let's keep the faith. Let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America. The United States of America. We're born out of an idea. No other nation in the world is born of an idea. They're based on ethnicity, geography, and so many other things. But the idea that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, etc. There's nothing beyond our capacity to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. My prayer for this prayer breakfast is we start to see each other again, look at each other again, travel with each other again, argue like hell with each other again, but then still go to lunch together. You know, one of the interesting things when I first got to the Senate, it was in the days when there were some very strong segregationists still in the Senate, from James O. Eastland, Mississippi, and, Strom Thurmond, I go down the list. And I used to watch Teddy Kennedy and James O. Eastland argue like hell on the floor. Then they go to the Senate dining room and sit down, they'd eat together. They'd eat together. I don't know how we do that anymore, but we have to. We have to start treating each other in ways different than we have, in my humble opinion. It's been the greatest honor of my life to serve this country. I know I don't look it, but I've done it for a few years. A lot of good folks, not so good folks, great folks, and a lot of folks better than me. Let's just sort of kind of join hands again a little bit. Let's start treating each other with respect. That's what Kevin and I are going to do. Not a joke. We had a good meeting yesterday. I think we got to do it across the board. Doesn't mean we're going to agree and fight like hell, but let's treat each other with respect. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Buenos días, le de Dios. Good morning. I'm Congresswoman Teresa Leger Fernandez from New Mexico's 3rd Congressional District. I'll be reading from 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verses 16 through 21. So, from now on, we regard no one from a worldly point of view. Though we once regarded Christ in this way, we do so no longer. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old one has gone. The new is here. All this is from God, who reconciled us to himself through Christ and gave us the ministry of reconciliation. That God was reconciling the world to himself in Christ, not counting people's sins against them. And he has committed to us the message of reconciliation. We are therefore Christ's ambassadors, as though God were making his appeal through us. We implore you on Christ's behalf, be reconciled to God. God made him who had no sin to be sin for us, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. The word of the Lord.
At this time, I am so humbled and truly proud to introduce our first keynote speaker, Bishop Vashti Murphy McKenzie. She has been breaking barriers for the Lord her entire life. As a young student, she helped integrate the segregated schools of her native Baltimore. She was the first woman elected as the bishop of the African American Episcopal Church. And she has served as the General Secretary of the National Council of Churches. She is a journalist, a world-renowned pastor, and is the author of 6 books and the co-author of 3 kids and 3 grandkids. Please welcome my friend and the amazing Bishop Vashti Murphy McKenzie.
Praise the Lord.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, the extraordinary co-chairs of the National Prayer Breakfast, good morning. Speak, Lord, for your servants are listening. Amen. Our text this morning comes from Luke, the 10th chapter. You can read through it in your own time of devotion, but I will just lift two verses, 36 and 37. Which of these do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell into the hands of robbers? He said, the one who showed him mercy. Jesus said to him, go and do likewise.
All right, the time is now 8:42. We're taking a live now look from Capitol Hill, where moments ago, President Biden spoke and delivered a few comments at the National Prayer Breakfast. We know that Vice President Kamala Harris is also in attendance with other prominent lawmakers, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. We saw him there in the crowd. So this is an annual event that is held in Washington, D.C. And we, again, wanted to bring you all President Biden's remarks, raw and unfiltered. We also know that President Biden will speak a little bit later on today at 2:15. We expect Biden to deliver remarks on the 30th anniversary of the Family and Medical Leave Act. Again, that taking place at 2:15 p.m. At this time, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast, 8:45. And it is definitely that time of the year again. Groundhog Day is upon us. We are taking a look at crowds gathering at Gobbler's Knob there in Pennsylvania earlier this morning to celebrate the annual tradition of Punxsutawney Phil. He poked his head out and predicted if we will have more winter weeks or an early spring, but unfortunately he did see his shadow, so he's predicting 6 more weeks of winter. As you can see, hundreds of people, including Miss Pennsylvania, partying, all in good spirits as he predicted the next season. But Punxsutawney Phil is not the only groundhog out there, and we are getting some conflicting reports. So let's head out to Detroit for the latest update there. Good morning, Erica. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning to you. Hey, I always think it's good to get a second opinion, and I say the heck with Phil, right? I don't think he's right. I think our woodchuck, Woody the woodchuck, she is the correct one because she is saying we are going to have an early spring, and I am so excited about that news because it is so doggone cold here in Michigan today, so we're all excited for spring and summer, of course. But you can see this cute little hut behind me. It says Woody's house. So a little bit earlier today, around 8:30, she came out of her hut, and so that was good news. That showed that we're going to have an early spring. If she would have stayed in, that would have meant she saw her shadow, she was scared, and we were going to have a longer winter. There were a lot of people here, you know, playing some games, trivia about Groundhog Day, food, lots of laughter. So in all, it was good fun. Everybody is heading home now, ready to get warm. But again, Woody the woodchuck, she's been doing this here in Howell, Michigan for the last 25 years, and this year she is predicting an early spring. We are live in Howell. Erica Francis for Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you so much, Erica, for joining us here. Moving on to other top stories that we are following, we're getting this live event into our desk, the National Prayer Breakfast. President Biden speaking just a few moments ago. And we also know that President Biden is just days away from delivering his State of the Union address. He's hoping to unite the country. So let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues. We have Andrew Kraft here bringing us the latest news from Washington, D.C.
And legal analyst Doug Burns with the latest. Doug, good to see you. We wanted to bring you on because there's been, I think, some pretty big developments in this. I want to start, before we get into what happened today in Rehoboth Beach. Yesterday, this was first reported by CBS and then the Wall Street Journal. We learned the FBI searched President Biden's former office at the Penn Biden Center in November. Now, that was not a part of the original timeline laid out by the White House when this was all breaking back on January the 6th. They said that that search was agreed upon and voluntary and negotiated with the FBI and the DOJ, but we didn't learn that FBI agents conducted the search.
No, there are definitely a number of questions swirling around. As you said, we want to be fair, but there are questions about the chronology and the timeline here. I mean, you start from 30,000 feet, which was that the whole affair, the whole incident goes back 6 or 7 years. And all of the sudden, to be mildly sarcastic, we have all this breaking stuff, November, end of the year, January, and so on. And again, I've said it so many times, I'm blue in the face, that, politics and criminal law particularly don't mix. Politics and law itself don't really mix either. That's a separate seminar. But, here, as far as what happened today, my goodness, you're going to have just two competing political narratives, obviously. So the Biden side is going to say, as you just heard, we're being fully transparent and cooperative. That's specifically designed, to politically counter what they argue is the Trump difference. Yeah. But then the other side has every right to turn around and say, well, wait a minute. A defense attorney doesn't call up investigators and say, okay, you can come and search now. I mean, it's almost comical. Now, admittedly, it's not an organized crime case, and it's not a drug case, etc. But when it was in reverse, Professor Dershowitz, the shoe on the other foot, they did a full-on search warrant of a former president of the United States when they could have gotten a subpoena and could have had a court enforce that subpoena very easily. A search warrant specifically exists when you think that the stuff may be compromised or moved, etc. Okay, so today, another thing that's interesting in terms of all the spin doctors and the spin meisters is they're trying to make it sound like it's a search. You see that? It's the same as what happened with Trump. But I want the viewers to be crystal clear. This is a consent search, okay? Consent is specifically an exception to the search warrant requirement under the Fourth Amendment. If somebody consents, then you don't need a warrant. So on its worst day, it's a choreographed thing. You might as well have brought in Steven Spielberg to direct what went on. But on its best day, yeah, they're being cooperative because basically it is more of an administrative type of case involving documents. And they're saying, sure, come and look, et cetera, et cetera. So, and the truth, big surprise, is somewhere in the middle.
Okay, just want to put up some of the video from the search today that we got from Fox cameras. But I want to put up, Doug, a statement from President Biden's lawyer. This is from Bob Bauer. He has kind of been issuing these statements in relation to these searches. Let's just put that up here. I want to read it. It says the DOJ's planned search of the president's Rehoboth residences, conducted in coordination and cooperation with the president's attorneys, has concluded. The search was conducted from 8:30 a.m. to noon. No documents with classified markings were found. Consistent with the process in Wilmington, the DOJ took for further review some materials and handwritten notes that appeared to relate to his time as vice president. Okay, this is from Bob Bauer. Now, Doug, some are kind of parsing through the language of this statement, essentially that saying no documents with classified markings were found, but the other materials that were taken, handwritten notes, schedules, what have you, those could in effect ultimately be classified. We just don't know that just yet, correct?
That's a great distinction, and I'm glad you raised that. There's no question, you know, having been a lawyer myself as long as I have, 35 years, you look at that language, it's classic lawyer language. I'm not even being negative or sarcastic. They turn around and they say, you know, no classified documents themselves. However, there were some notes. You know, they had to grudgingly concede that is the point. And you hit it on the head. The question is, well, wait a minute. Just because something isn't a document, it's notes, it could still be classified, et cetera. But I want to repeat the core point again, which is that, and I'll be anxious to see some of the comments from, for example, Professor Turley or Andy McCarthy about the idea, you know, as I jokingly suggested to you in a message that, you know, I go to my boss in the U.S. Attorney's Office and I say, boss, the defense lawyers just called, we can search now. I mean, it's just patently ridiculous. But I do throw in the qualifier, again, that it is the criminalization of politics in both directions. So again, it's not organized crime, it's not drug dealing, it's an administrative documents type of case. But at the same time, it's still worth repeating that it's ridiculous that this is just choreographed and coordinated for the specific political reason to draw a contra distinction between, you know, the big bad ogre Donald John Trump.
Okay, but when you put aside the Biden-Trump distinctions in this case, what about everyday Americans who could be accused of something like this, who used to work in foreign policy, national security, what have you? But for this being the current sitting president, President Biden, would they be treated with this, I guess, accommodation apart from, you know, DOJ lawyers and the FBI?
Absolutely not. No way in a million years. You make a great point, and that is that you've heard me use my own term, baked-in elitism. That's not just in this case. It's, you know, I've seen it for years and years and years. You know, the minute somebody is a congressman or a high-level official. So to repeat your point in a slightly different iteration, people lower down are prosecuted and treated harshly for these type of situations. This is just political theater at the high level. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate in both directions. You know, I've told you before that, you know, the Democrat or the left's reaction to the Trump thing kind of cost them, ironically, now, because the argument is, you know, hey, if that's your standard, well, we're going to apply it now in reverse. But again, that's mostly just political toxicity. But to repeat the answer to your question, if this were a mid-level staffer at, you know, an agency of the United States government, my goodness, they'd be arrested the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. Okay, so Doug, just lastly, Robert Hur really kind of kicking off on his first day on the job there. No doubt he probably authorized this. He is the special counsel looking into this. So he is getting down to business here with this investigation. And from as far as we know, the president's attorney said no documents with classified markings were found. That was the language. So we'll just have to continue to follow this story, bring you on again if there are any more updates. Doug, thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much to our very own Andrew Kraft for that report. Always speaking with Hal Kempfer to get the latest information on stories like that one. So I do want to take you to another top story right now. A Romanian court has upheld a second 30-day detention for influencer and professional kickboxer Andrew Tate, seen right there in that video. So he is being held in Romania on suspicion of organized crime and human trafficking. Tate, who does have nearly 5 million followers on Twitter, arrived Wednesday in court handcuffed to his brother Tristan, who is held in the same case along with 2 Romanian women. A short time ago, I spoke with the attorney representing Andrew and Tristan Tate. Here is what she had to say about the whole situation. Tina Glandian, the U.S. attorney for Andrew and Tristan Tate. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. I know you were out there in Romania.
Hi, Josh. Yes, I'm in Bucharest as we speak.
So first off, just explain to me what happened in the most recent court hearing. I know the hope was, of course, that your clients would not be behind bars at this point. So just kind of explain to me what happened during that hearing.
Sure. We were in court yesterday morning. The proceedings are in Romanian. However, there was an interpreter present that was interpreting for my clients. The defense put on extensive arguments. They argued for close to 2 hours about the weakness of the prosecution's case, the lack of evidence. It's a closed hearing, so I can't actually get into the specifics of what was argued in that proceeding, but they made extensive legal arguments. At the end of the hearing, there was no conclusion. We were told that we will have an order later in the day. And then several hours later, we heard that unfortunately the court had denied the appeal and the brothers will continue to be detained until February 27th.
And my understanding is that at this point, they have not been formally charged with anything. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there is only a criminal investigation that's ongoing. I know there's some confusion, but that's the status of the proceedings right now. No criminal charges have been filed. This investigation started back in April of 2022. Now we're in February, so it's been 10 months. They still have not been charged. This is what's known here as a preventative detention, and that's how they're being held.
What are your thoughts on the way that this case is being handled there in Romania? Because as we mentioned, no charges have been filed, but they are still in custody.
Yes, of course, as a U.S. attorney, this for me it's very un-American. Our process does not allow this. In the U.S., in most jurisdictions, they have 48 hours to either charge or release somebody who's in custody. Here, it's a little bit different. They can apply for what initially was a 24-hour hold. Then they were able to apply for a 30-day extension of that, and they get to repeat that process up to 180 days. I think it's unjust. I think at this point, they've been in custody for over 30 days in unsanitary, inhumane conditions in a Romanian jail cell. They are U.S. citizens, and to me, it's fundamentally unfair. I think it flies in the face of international human rights law that they are not being released. This is the harshest form of punishment a government can impose, and all of this is before charges have been filed.
And I don't know if you can go into detail about this, but what is the jail like there that they're in Romania? Because you said it's not exactly the best conditions. We're not talking about necessarily a jail in the U.S. that is under certain, I guess you could say, standards when it comes to what the conditions have to be.
Sure. So I went to the jail myself. I was hoping to meet the brothers in custody, see it for myself firsthand, and talk to them about their experiences. Unfortunately, I was denied access to them in jail. And to be clear, I went there with my Romanian defense team, and we had the proper paperwork. We had my credentials showing I'm a U.S. attorney and everything else, and I was denied access, which again, I think is a huge issue. They are U.S. citizens. They have a need to discuss certain matters with their U.S. counsel, things that their Romanian counsel can't advise them on. And, again, they've been detained for over 30 days. They have no access to their attorneys, even at this point, the U.S. attorneys. And so that was very disappointing. So unfortunately, I didn't get to see the conditions as I had hoped in person, but from what I understand, again, it's not a humane situation they're in. And one of the 4, in this investigation, they're the Tate brothers and 2 women that were all detained as part of the same investigation. And one of those women was hospitalized yesterday. I can't really go into detail about that, but we're deeply concerned about them being held inside. Again, you hear horror stories sometimes of things that happen while people are in pretrial detention, people who oftentimes are then cleared and released or should be released. And, sometimes they don't even make it out. So we're deeply concerned.
And that leads to the question about their mental health and things of that nature when you're inside a facility like that, especially when you're used to a different standard of living. I don't know if you have been able to talk to them to figure out if they are okay, if they're mentally okay in that jail.
I've had a chance to speak with them after the court proceeding, but that was in court. It was brief. They are strong and they're resilient and they are holding up, but it's very difficult. And yes, of course, it's causing them extreme stress and anguish. And, it's not the best mental state for them right now, but they're really strong and they're holding up.
I know you can't speak too much to this because obviously there is, client attorney privilege and that sort of thing. But what have they told you about this investigation as far as their guilt, not guilt? I would imagine they're telling you they are in no way involved in any sort of human trafficking operation or anything like that.
As you said, I can't get into too many details, but I think what I would say is this investigation, again, started in April, it's February, and they haven't even been charged. And without getting into the facts, because again, these proceedings have been kept closed, but there is obviously certain information out in the public domain that really casts serious doubts on what the evidence is. And I think the fact that, again, in the 10-month period, they have not been charged with any crimes really speaks volumes.
There's no question here. Andrew Tate is a very divisive figure. A lot of people know who he is. He has millions of followers on Twitter, other social media platforms. Do you think his divisive nature and just how well known he is playing a role in any part of this case?
Absolutely. I think to us at this point, it seems like they're being detained while police are trying to come up with evidence to continue to hold them, because if there was evidence, I think they would be charged at this point. So I think a lot of his public commentary is really being used against him. And we think there's outside pressures on the proceedings in question.
You've represented a lot of, high profile celebrities, like coming to mind here would be Chris Brown. Do you think that celebrities are treated differently in situations like this than, your average Joe?
Absolutely. I think there's a misconception sometimes that celebrities get what they call celebrity justice and that somehow it's favorable treatment. In my experience, I could say it's always the opposite. I think usually when a case is high profile and there's a lot of eyes on it, people on all sides behave a little differently. And I think they're usually trying to be a little more forceful and to push things a lot harder than they would in a typical case. So unfortunately, I think when something is high profile, as this case is, they are at a disadvantage.
There are several claims, and again, social media, everything is on there. People will say just about anything, so it's hard to sometimes figure out what the truth is. But there are different comments on there that have said that Andrew Tate actually went to Romania to hide from any sort of investigation in the U.S. Is there any truth to that at all?
I think a lot of what Andrew Tate has said publicly is taken out of context. I think a lot of times one snippet of something he says is twisted in a way to make it sound like it's something that it's not. And I think in a lot of his long form interviews, he explains and provides context for his statements. So I think if you listen to his interviews, they'll shed a lot of light on what he actually means. And I don't think it's what's often represented in the media with a short headline.
Do you see any world in which your clients, Andrew and his brother, are actually convicted of any sort of charges here and are stuck there in Romania for a long period of time?
At this point, I have no basis to believe that, since charges haven't even been filed against them and I haven't seen any evidence. So at this point, I have no basis to believe that.
Were you hesitant in any way to take on this case due to, again, the divisive nature of Andrew Tate? Did that make you question it beforehand, or did you say, no, I know what's going on here, I got this?
As a criminal defense lawyer, again, it's not my place to be judging the clients that need representation. I'm here to be a voice and to make sure they get due process of law. They're treated fairly under the law. So I had no hesitation. I was troubled really by the fact that they are U.S. citizens and they've been detained in a foreign country for such a lengthy period of time, especially with no charges even filed against them.
I know you haven't had a lot of time to talk to Andrew, but as you mentioned here, as I've mentioned as well, he is a divisive figure, and a lot of times you don't hear the full interview of what he has to say. You just hear kind of some sound bites. What is your impression of what kind of guy we're talking about with Andrew Tate?
All I can speak to is how my interactions have been with Andrew Tate, and he's been nothing but respectful.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. Is there anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, I think we really at this point are just focused on getting these brothers out of custody, because I don't think they should continue to be held there when there are no charges filed against them. And we think, you know, people should really keep in mind, I know everyone has strong feelings about the Tate brothers one way or another. As you said, they're divisive personas. And I think people need to not think about this as the Tate brothers. I think people need to think, what if this was my brother or my son or my friend in a foreign country, and they were being held in a jail there and they had not been charged with any crimes? How would I feel about that? Again, people need to just put aside their personal feelings and look at the issue. And I think when you look at it through that lens, everybody will agree they need to be released and sent home.
And one more question here. What's actually next in this whole process? Because we know that obviously they were in court just yesterday. So what comes next?
So we are meeting with the Romanian defense team later today, and we are going to do everything we can to take the next appropriate steps to pursue getting them out of custody. And we'll have a statement later as to what that specifically will entail.
All right, Tina, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, especially all the way out there in Romania. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you.
And thank you so much to Tina there for taking the time to speak with us. Again, that was just about an hour or so ago. She did speak with us and mentioned that that statement should be released in the coming hours. Once we get it, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:08 on the East Coast and 6:08 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of those top stories from across the country and the world. We're going to be talking about that insane winter weather that is hitting Texas and a lot of the southern part of the country coming up here on Live Now. But for now, I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 9/11 on the East Coast and 6/11 on the West Coast. Take a look at your screen there. A multi-day crippling ice storm responsible for at least 8 deaths and more than 400,000 power outages across Texas and the Mid-South will finally come to an end today as the final surge of winter weather slides across the region. We've been checking in with our Fox 4 Dallas team, and Shannon Murray joins us live from Dallas with a look at how conditions are there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, actually today, much better than what we experienced the last couple days with just solid ice on the ground. Today, these roads are still less than ideal. It's wet, it's slushy, but you see traffic here moving behind us. People are actually getting out and about today to get things done. And while the roads are looking much better, we know ice can still pose problems in other ways. Take a look. We drove around Dallas early this morning to get a check of the roads and the side streets and neighborhoods. In this West Dallas neighborhood, we found cars on the street just covered in ice. The windshield's frozen. It may take some time to defrost those. You'll need an ice scraper this morning. And across Dallas, we also saw frozen trees and limbs, and you know what that means. Frozen power lines, which could lead to power outages. This morning, Encore, the utility company, reporting about 7,200 customers without power in Dallas County. That's the highest in our area. The company brought in about 1,000 extra workers overnight to respond to these outages. Drivers we've talked to say the roads are much better than what they saw the last couple days, but there are still slick spots to watch for, and it did take them a little extra time this morning with their vehicles if they parked outside. And we know that yesterday the director of Dallas Public Works already talking about ways to make it better for the next winter storm and how the city can better prepare. He said they need to bring in more plows, more trucks, and they also need to use a brine solution to pre-treat the roads better here in the city. We know that the Texas Department of Transportation already does that on the major highways and bridges and overpasses, but the city wants to start looking into that as well on these city roads. There's just so much area to cover here in North Texas, Josh. So, you know, the streets just weren't equipped to handle this kind of weather as we see here at least once a year, it seems. But the good news is temperatures going back up. We don't have as much precipitation coming down, and we're just seeing a kind of a slushy, wet mixture on the road, but not ice. So that's good news. Back to you.
And so the real question here, I can see, of course, that you are bundled up. There's no question it is cold out there. So when you think about people who are without power, and it could be hours, days before power is restored to everyone, just describe for me what it feels like out there, because again, bundled up, I imagine it is very cold still, even as the weather does start to go up and warm up a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely very cold, and you know, we've experienced power outages in the past here. We've had some issues with that where, like you said, it could be hours, maybe even days before you get the power turned back on. Now, Encore, the utility company here in North Texas, says they knew this would be an ice event and they really prepared for it. So they had crews stationed all across the Metroplex to respond to outages. And like I said, they brought in about 1,000 additional workers overnight to respond when they knew, okay, this wet, you know, rain and slush is going to turn to ice overnight. I know that people down in Central Texas in the Austin area are definitely experiencing hundreds of thousands of outages right now from the Austin Energy Company that they're trying to address. You know, thankfully, we haven't had quite that extent here in Dallas, especially, like I said, thousands of people without power, which is to be expected. But of course, they're telling people, hey, report it as quick as you can through the text system or online so that the crews know exactly where you are and where those outages are and they can get it taken care of. But yeah, you can probably see my breath a little bit here. I'm wearing a pretty heavy coat and a hat, but it's definitely chilly. So if your power goes out, not a good experience. You need a fire or lots of blankets. And they warned everyone, hey, charge your phones, charge your electronics ahead of time. Get those battery packs if you have those, because you may need them.
For sure. Well, Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray, as always, thanks so much for talking to us today, and hopefully you can get inside and warm up a little bit there.
That's the plan. All right. Thanks, Josh.
9:16 over on the East Coast and 6:16 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of those top stories from across the country and across the world. As Shannon mentioned, there's a few thousand people that are still without power in the Dallas area, but look on your screen there as it says 400,000 customers without power in the Texas area alone. A majority of those, Shannon mentioned this as well, are over in the Austin, Texas area. We will continue to cover this storm and bring you the latest here. That's what we do on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for our second commercial break of the hour, but we'll get back into our live coverage of all of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines and a story that we brought you as breaking news just yesterday. A 64-year-old Metro Transit employee was shot and killed Wednesday on a train in Washington, D.C. while trying to stop a gunman who had already shot and wounded several others. At a news conference, the executive assistant chief of police did say the incident began as an altercation on board a Metro bus near 14th Street and Potomac shortly after 9 a.m. local time, so again about 24 hours ago. That representative said a person with a gun was engaging random passengers on the bus and followed one of them off before opening fire and shooting them in the leg. The gunman then entered the Potomac Avenue Metro station and took the escalator to the station platform, where they approached a person who was trying to buy a Metro card. Police say the gunman shot that person and attempted to drag them over the Fairgate turnstile before the victim was able to break free. The gunman, who police have identified as a 31-year-old suspect, then went further down the escalator and confronted a woman who is believed to be a customer. Police say a Metro Transit employee who saw what was going on tried to intervene and was shot and killed by that gunman. Our Fox 5 DC team has more for us.
I feel really saddened. This morning's tragic event is top of mind for Metro riders. I was walking down the Metro right now and felt a little scared and horrified. Horrified after hearing about what unfolded at a place she frequents often.
I saw all these people just take off, just run like chaotically, jumping over fences.
Kara Wayman was inside the station during the shootings.
Was just horrified that 3 people were shot and Robert Cunningham was killed, a mechanic just doing his job.
She stopped by the station tonight to pay her respects.
I left a card upstairs for the workers and the family.
A card that reads, "To the loved ones of Robert Cunningham and the other victims of the February 1st atrocity." Leaders with Metro say 64-year-old Cunningham was an employee with the Transit Authority for more than 20 years.
Just a brutal day for us here at Metro.
D.C. Police's Executive Assistant Chief, Sean Benedict, says today's shootings took place in several parts. It started outside on a Metro bus. The shooter got into some altercation with another rider before shooting them in the leg. After that, the gunman entered the station, went down the escalator, confronts someone trying to buy a Metro card, and shoots him in the leg. The shooter continues down the escalators to a busy platform where police say he tried to rob a woman. That's where Robert Cunningham and another Metro employee tried to intervene, and Cunningham was shot.
He's walking around brandishing a firearm and just randomly engaging people in conversation. He's clearly agitated.
After shooting Cunningham, police say that's when the suspect started hopping on and off a train, and that's when riders stepped in.
When I saw his back, this is when I jumped on him, and they both collapsed.
The fact that our citizens have to intervene with armed gunmen is disturbing to me.
D.C. police apprehended the suspect on the platform before taking him into custody. Police are still looking for a motive. We're told the other 3 victims are expected to be okay.
It's a terrible day for the city.
And that was, of course, our Fox 5 DC team. It is important to note this happened yesterday morning, and she did file that report last night with the latest information. Another story we have been tracking very closely, the suspect in a violent kidnapping in Oregon, a man who spent little time behind bars for a similar crime in Nevada, died from shooting himself during a standoff with heavily armed police. That information released yesterday. Benjamin Foster, a 36-year-old man, died at a hospital Tuesday night, hours after he was taken into custody by Grants Pass police. Foster had been the subject of an intensive manhunt in southwestern Oregon after a woman was found unconscious, bound, and near death in a house there in Grants Pass back on January 24th. Wednesday, she remained hospitalized, listed in critical condition. Our Fox Seattle team following this story and filing this report.
A nationwide manhunt ending with an hours-long standoff in southwest Oregon early this morning. Police say this man, 36-year-old Benjamin Foster, was found Tuesday night in the city of Grants Pass after he was spotted walking a dog in the neighborhood. Before he was cornered by officers, police say he killed 2 men in a rural area north of Grants Pass. Then, during the standoff, police say he shot himself while hiding in a crawl space.
Benjamin Foster, the man we've been looking for the last several days, is no longer a threat to the community.
Police have been hunting for Foster since last week after he allegedly tortured a woman he was holding captive. That victim is still in critical condition. She was found on January 24th, unconscious and near death in Grants Pass. And then on Tuesday night, they located Foster at the same home where the woman was found, eventually firing bullets and tear gas into the house as they attempted to force him outside.
He was barricaded really deep into a space underneath the house.
Officials say Foster was looking for victims through online dating apps, and he's got a long history of violence, including arrests in 2018 for domestic violence and in 2019 for holding his then-girlfriend captive and physically abusing her. Some claim prosecutors should have done more to keep him off the streets, but for the past week, police say that was not their main focus.
Whatever happened in the past, we can talk about with those officials later.
All right, you are taking a live look here in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where testimony should resume in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial any minute now. They have been convening there at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That is about 5 minutes away, but you can see a live look there inside the courtroom. Again, that trial should get underway soon, but we do know that Alec Murdaugh, a former attorney there, disgraced attorney at this point, is charged with murdering his wife and his son back in 2021. We have been dipping in and out of that trial here, but before we do that, I do want to bring you more information from yesterday's testimony right here, provided by Fox News.
Paul Murdaugh was shot and killed outside next to the dog kennels. And at 8:44 the night of the murders, he took this video. Take a listen to all the different voices.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Cash. Come here, Mama. Cash. You hear 3 different voices in the video.
Prosecutors say that shows Maggie, Paul, and Alex were together at the kennels. In opening statements, state prosecutors said that Alex told anyone who would listen that he was never at the kennels before they died. Just minutes before this video, Paul had been on the phone with his friend Rogan Gibson, whose dog Cash is shown in the video.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alec Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in a gray jacket.
But days later, he tells the Murdaugh family and Maggie's family he heard Alex on the video at the kennels.
Told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alex's voice too, right? That's correct. And he didn't push back whatsoever? No, sir.
Maggie's phone was found the day after the murders on the side of the road about a half a mile from Moselle. Investigators testified Maggie's phone took steps and the camera was activated after prosecutors say she was already dead. When Alex left for his mom's house around 9:06 that night, his phone shows movement.
It appears the phones were not together, being moved by the same person.
And again, that trial expected to get back underway here in Walterboro, South Carolina any minute now. So we will bring you live, raw, and unfiltered into the courtroom and dip in and out of the proceedings. We do know that trial itself is expected to last more than 1 month. So stay with Live Now from Fox for the latest on that trial. Now, there have been several mass shootings over a short period of time in California. We're talking one near Los Angeles and one near San Francisco, just to name a few. I do actually want to head to our Fox 11 LA team as they talk more about the concerns now over gun laws in the state of California.
California, already the state with the toughest gun regulations, wants to add new legislation to make them even tougher.
We came together at this critical hour to ensure that our laws remain a blueprint for the rest of the nation. And that's important because people are watching what California is doing.
First up, strict and enhanced limitations of who can get a concealed carry permit and where they can carry it, the polar opposite of states that allow anyone to conceal carry.
Last year, nearly 20,000 people were killed in gun-related homicides in the United States. To put that in perspective, it's enough people to fill 40 wide-body Boeing 777 planes.
California is near the bottom of states loading those planes.
California has the 7th lowest firearm death rate in the country, and the firearm death rate in California is 36% lower than the national average.
That is not dumb luck. That is not accident. That is not happenstance. It's not even correlation. It is causation. We have lower firearm mortality rates because of our stronger gun safety laws, period.
Beyond limiting concealed carry permits, there's other gun legislation being considered. One would make possession of a firearm without a serial number a felony. Another would require the Attorney General to create a database online of the state's armed and prohibited persons system. Yet another would set up harsher penalties for those using guns when committing violent crimes. Finally, a new tax on guns and ammo to finance protections against violence.
Gun safety saves lives. More guns, more lives lost. The data is overwhelming.
Gun advocates respond to such legislative proposals as an unnecessary limitation on the constitutional rights of millions of legal California gun owners who they say already obey all gun laws without them. Tom Bakar, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 2 team for that report there. They're taking a closer look at those California gun laws. I do want to stick over in California where a child was severely injured after an attack from a mountain lion. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team explains how it all played out.
We're just feeling really thankful that Jack is going to be okay.
5-year-old Jack Trexler is recovering Wednesday after being attacked by a mountain lion. It happened around 7 p.m. Tuesday on the family's farm about 9 miles south of Half Moon Bay.
Jack, being the little ball of energy that he is, was running a little bit ahead of his mom and surprised, we think, a mountain lion.
The cat sunk its teeth into Jack's face before the boy's mother jumped into action and scared the animal away.
He has a lot of lacerations, a lot of bruising, a fractured bone in his face, but he's been getting great care and is all stitched up.
Hit him hard, took him to the ground, and the boy was struggling in a fight for his life.
Officials with the State Department of Fish and Wildlife are searching for the animal. They believe it was a young mountain lion. Nearby wildlife cameras captured a mother and her cubs on the property in recent days. Experts say mountain lion attacks are extremely rare.
Something must have happened that would have caused this attack, something unusual, because normally if a mountain lion hears or sees people, it's gonna run away from them.
The boy's aunt has started a GoFundMe page to help pay for some of his medical expenses. And here at Potrero Nuevo Farms, they grow produce that they offer for free to the local homeless community.
Their whole life is about giving back to the community. They're really hard workers. They're out there every day, and Jack is right out there working alongside of them.
The Department of Fish and Wildlife tells me they've collected the cat's DNA and sent the sample to a lab in Sacramento. They're hoping to match that profile with the cat that attacked this boy. In San Mateo County, Evan Cernovsky, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And thank you so much to our Fox 2 San Francisco team for that report. Hopefully that child is able to recover fully there. Obviously a very terrifying situation. What you are taking a look at right now is live, raw, and unfiltered inside the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where the murder trial for Alec Murdaugh is expected to resume any minute now. He is on trial for the 2021 murders of his son and his wife. A lot of very interesting evidence that has been revealed this week, and it is likely more of that will be seen in the coming days. We'll take you live, raw, and unfiltered into that courtroom when the hearing does begin once again. But for now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:35 on the East Coast and 6:35 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here on Live Now from Fox. We've been checking in with our different correspondents, affiliates, and Fox Weather to get an update on the different weather conditions that we are seeing with that system right there on your screen. We've been checking with them all throughout the week, and that is a live look at our XRAD radar system. I do actually want to head over to Memphis, Tennessee. That is where we can find a very slick Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather. She has taken a look at the slick sidewalks and roads there. Thank you so much for being here.
Josh, good morning. Unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of people across the South are in the dark this morning. There are nearly 2,000 flights canceled nationwide. So the impacts of this ice storm are really being felt all across America. And I got to show you a little bit of the view as to why we have seen so many travel problems really for the last 3 or 4 days. Look at the amount of ice that is built up here in downtown Memphis, likely approaching or even surpassing an inch at this point. And as I try to make a couple steps towards you here, you'll notice no traction, very difficult to try to move around here. Imagine driving on this, let alone walking. And this is the situation. If you take a look at this chunk of ice here, this is how thick the ice is really forming on these roadways, on essentially every surface here in downtown Memphis. Same goes for people who live in the state of Texas, Arkansas, Oklahoma. This amount of ice can be slick, slippery, and extremely dangerous to move around in. And unfortunately, Josh, it's the reason why we now know we have lost at least 8 people across this region. A majority of those trying to drive or move around as this ice was coming down, forming and building all across major freeways in this area. So this is a situation that officials have really been trying to encourage those people to maybe get out of their normal routine, not get on the road, not head to work if they can do it virtually at home. But we've seen, school districts try to take action, cancel classes. Some city offices, county offices really follow suit there, again, to try to keep as many people off these very slick roadways as possible. But unfortunately, the problems persist. We talked about those power outages. This much ice really weighs down those power lines and causes some of those to snap or tree branches to fall on those power lines. And we have seen the result of that, a really just disruptive situation here across the South, something that many people who live in this region are truly not used to. You talk about maybe places like Minnesota, Minneapolis, maybe has seen some impactful ice storms and snowstorms then, and even then you see the rolling effects of those consequences. And so today, really what we're hoping to see is some relief. If temperatures climb enough, we could start to see all of this ice melt, but we know that's going to take, if not several hours, maybe into Friday afternoon and evening until really this all dissipates and the danger starts to alleviate. But until that happens, really it's still very unsafe to be moving around. As you watch here behind me, trucks and cars still making their way, whether it's to work, to the grocery store, to restaurants that we know are trying to remain open to give people somewhere to go. But truthfully, Josh, I can't tell you how many people I've seen fall trying to walk on the sidewalk, let alone the cars, slipping and sliding into other cars as they're trying to get by their normal routine. It's really just a not great situation, and we hope that it does warm up so we can see some relief. But right now we're sitting at about 31 degrees, and that's one of the temperatures we're told is actually the slickest and the slipperiest that you will find this ice.
Yeah, and what's interesting in a situation like this, normally you see people, when it's snow, they say, okay, I can see the snow. What they don't realize is with that ice, a lot of times you can't see it. We do see a lot of people who fall down, they slip. It looks like from what I'm seeing behind you that there's not a lot of people walking around, maybe heeding the warning and staying inside to stay safe.
Thankfully, it looks like that is the case. I think a lot of people recognize the risk and aren't taking that chance. You mentioned that you can't see that ice, especially once the sun goes down. It really becomes difficult to see. But with the amount of ice that has built up over the last 4 days here, I'll tell you, there is somewhat of a white cast on this ice that is formed all on the roadways, on the sidewalks. So in some cases, you are able to see where it's frozen over and maybe an area to try to avoid either driving or walking on. But especially at the beginning, when it is that thin layer of ice, it is still slick enough to cause some problems, but really not able to be seen with the naked eye. So this is going to be a situation that remains likely through tomorrow afternoon.
All right, Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather. As always, stay safe out there. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everyone, it is 9:40 on the East Coast and 6:40 on the West Coast. We've been mentioning the Alec Murdaugh trial that is still underway over there in South Carolina. It is going to go on for about a month. Murdaugh is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021 there in South Carolina. It appears that trial is once again underway, so I do want to dip in live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
4 issues, and those issues will, to some degree, have to be addressed in camera, and I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go, prior to addressing any other.
Well, we do have first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person can make the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward with some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404, but that's also going to put some of the 404 issues squarely into play. So that's kind of where we were planning to go this morning, Your Honor, with the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling. I apologize if I sort of misread what we needed to be ready to do, but that's kind of what we focused on last night and are ready to address this morning.
Yeah, well, the court didn't have a lot of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, the jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea had, with greater thought, to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the 2 law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has, we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done, then we can get underway with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly. And then, of course, we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses, and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these 2 witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that, whether they're in or out, that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as it relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to show propensity to commit the crime or a crime, but it may be admitted for certain other reasons, including motive, identity, intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan. Additionally, well, I'll address it later regarding res gestae, but my view of the evidence is that evidence of the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan. Given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered. As I indicated earlier, that the court agrees with the view and as expressed by the court in U.S. v. Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd 306, wherein the court addressed the issue of previous crimes involving, previous alleged crimes involving multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly, or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic an occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial, or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime. This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B, but the courts have addressed that issue in some of the cases, particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County, in which the res gestae was used as a basis for the courts properly allowing certain evidence, including evidence of commission of an earlier crime, the test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that opinion on the res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate in order to complete the story of the crime on trial by proving its immediate context or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charged that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other, and thus is part of the res gestae of the crime charged. And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae. And interestingly, involved in that case, the court held that did not require a 403 analysis, because the evidence was properly admitted as part of the res gestae. The issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And at this point, the court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible provided that the proper scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and a logical relationship to the offense for which we're having this trial. And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to get some arguments on the record for purposes. As to Your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character, I would respectfully disagree, and the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering. In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live, raw, and unfiltered look into the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where testimony will resume in the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. He is accused and charged with killing his wife and son, and there has been a lot of interesting, never-before-seen evidence that has been presented over the last week. So we'll be dipping in and out of that as we do continue to bring you other headlines from across the country and the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:54 on the East Coast and 6:54 on the West Coast. I do want to bring you some of the headlines that we are following here. Take a look at, this was several hours ago, where a furry critter in a western Pennsylvania town has predicted 6 more weeks of winter during the annual Groundhog Day celebration. Take a look. People gathering today at Gobbler's Knob as members of Punxsutawney Phil's inner circle summon the groundhog from his tree stump at dawn to learn if he has seen his shadow, and they say he saw that shadow. According to folklore, if he sees his shadow, there will be 6 more weeks of winter. If he does not, spring does come early. It is important to note that Punxsutawney Phil has not received his degree in meteorology. He's not a meteorologist, and he hasn't studied under any meteorologist, but hey, folklore, people do love it. So again, He saw his shadow, and that means 6 more weeks of winter. Also want to take a look at some of the other live events that we are watching here, as we do expect the House Minority Leader here, Hakeem Jeffries, to do his weekly news conference any minute now. We'll bring you more on that, live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, though, I do want to dip back into the courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where the trial for Alec Murdaugh does resume here. He is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021, and that trial now back underway.
That might be. We can press on with what you have otherwise at this time, and whatever that is what we'll hear.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Like I say, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be somebody where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be Jeannie Seconder from the law firm. If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations for the jury during the course of the day.
All right.
All right, it appears they have gone to silence there. They are going to work to get a little bit of work done ahead of calling more witnesses to testify there. But again, that is a live look inside the courtroom there in Walterboro, South Carolina, where Alec Murdaugh has been on trial for the murders of his wife and son happening at their South Carolina estate back in 2021. He is over, of course, on the other side of the courtroom. We have been dipping in and out of this trial that is expected to last possibly for a month. There's a lot of witnesses that need to be called, and over the last week or so, we have seen a lot of information, a lot of evidence that has never before been seen coming to light here, so it's anybody's guess what we can expect later on today. So we are kind of dipping into several different stories that we are tracking right now, and one of them includes those massive tech layoffs that we've seen over the past several weeks. We do expect to get a jobs report today. We have a lot of different economic reports that we are looking forward to here, and I do want to talk more about those tech layoffs. So take a look at your screen right here. This is just another company that is announcing those layoffs. Our Fox 2 San Francisco team brings us more.
San Francisco-based Splunk announced job cuts Wednesday, yet another in a long string of tech company layoffs this year. Splunk sent a letter to the Securities and Exchange Commission announcing the cuts that could impact an estimated 325 employees. A company spokeswoman said in a statement, Splunk regularly assesses how our resources align to the evolving needs of our business. We've made the difficult decision to reduce our team by approximately 4%, mostly in North America.
The need for this staffing is not as robust as originally thought by these companies, and so they're, paring down some of the overhiring.
Enrique Lopez Lira, a labor economist with UC Berkeley's Labor Center, says the increase in interest rates also has an impact.
The cost of borrowing has gone up quite a bit. A lot of those projects now are not viable anymore because the cost of capital for these firms is too high, and that makes those projects not as profitable as originally thought of.
Workday, based in Pleasanton, also announced it is cutting 3% of its workforce. The company sent a letter to employees saying the cuts would be to the product and technology organization, adding, quote, "These moves are not the result of overhiring, and in fact, we plan to increase the size of our global workforce in fiscal year 24. As tech companies continue to downsize and adjust to the economy, Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, which saw better than expected fourth quarter profits Wednesday, said this would be the year of efficiencies.
I understand the lingo of efficiency. I'm not sure that necessarily means you have to lay off workers in order to be more efficient.
And the economic impact is not just on tech employees, such as software engineers.
People who serve in the cafeteria of these companies that provide lunches to the employees, or it could be janitors, or it could be bus drivers who take folks from one area of the bay to the other. Those are the workers who were already struggling during the pandemic because they're low-wage work.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Again, massive layoffs there in the tech industry over the last month or so. Back to some weather news that we have been tracking all throughout the week here. A multi-day crippling ice storm responsible for at least 8 deaths and more than 400,000 power outages across Texas and the Mid-South finally coming to an end today as the final surge of winter weather slides across the region. The storm has been pelting that area with sleet and freezing rain since the beginning of the week as a bitter blast of Arctic air settled across the region and led to major impacts on travel both on the ground and in the air. We've been checking in with our Fox 4 Dallas team. They provide us a little bit more information about what's going on with the storm.
Wednesday's weather in Dallas was a mixed bag depending on where you went. For much of the day, there was very cold rain, but it wasn't sticking to the roads. Instead, many major thoroughfares started to thaw out.
My wife's having a baby a day after tomorrow, so we're both off work.
Bennett Shaw is hoping conditions continue to get better in the coming days. The biggest reason, obviously, the birth of his daughter. We caught up with him at the Tom Thumb on Mockingbird in Abrams.
Hardest part was getting down the driveway.
While well-traveled roads improved in Dallas Wednesday afternoon, smaller side streets and neighborhood roads were still very icy. Dallas Public Works had sanding trucks out all day, but their only focus was on the main roads. Neighborhood streets will need to thaw out on their own. We caught up with Mark Breidenbach as he headed home from his shift as a firefighter. He had this advice.
Hang in there, find a jigsaw puzzle, find a game, do anything you can not to get on the road, but if you have to get on the road, just by all means, take your time.
Meanwhile, city leaders hope the forecast helps out.
The temperature going to be in favor if nothing changes, of course, and we will see more meltdown and also some rain is supposed to happen, so that will help with the...
Wednesday, the director of the Dallas Public Works also discussed how the city can improve for the next winter storm. And that starts with adding more plow trucks as well as pre-treatments.
One of the things that we are trying to implement is actually to use the brine solution for pre-treating of the roadways. Unfortunately, we didn't make it to this year, but this is something that definitely we're going to use for next storm event. The freezing storm event I'm talking about.
And again, the big concern is the refreeze that is expected to happen overnight as it is raining right now. Temperatures will continue to be below freezing. Power lines have not been weighed down by ice here in the Dallas area, but Encore has been staging crews around town to respond if there are any outages. In Dallas, Stephen Dial, Fox 26 News.
And thank you so much to our different teams that are across the country there. That was actually our Fox 26 Houston team with a look at what they are seeing in that area. You are taking a look at our XRAD system here. It is a live look, and you can see the storm that has been impacting Dallas appears to be finally moving out of the way, but there is still going to be ice all throughout Texas as well as several other states. We did speak with Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather a short time ago. She was live for us in Memphis, Tennessee, where the sidewalks are all completely ice. So if you live in any of these areas, make sure you play it safe, stay indoors if you can. Really just be as careful as you possibly can. Now over in Austin, Texas, that is where we are seeing some pretty intense power outages. About 150,000 of the 400,000 outages in Texas are there in the state's capital. Our Fox Austin team with that story.
8-year-old Rosalie Mitchell listens to the snap, crackle, and pop of tree branches in her northwest Austin backyard.
I hope it doesn't hurt the roof. That's all I hope.
I don't think it's going to hurt the roof.
The ice weighing those tree branches down is keeping her father, Matt Mitchell, busy. He works for Austin Energy.
I feel more safe because he works for energy.
His job, juggling Rosalie, a sleeping 2-year-old, and crisis communications in the midst of a crisis, became even more complicated when the family lost their own power Wednesday morning.
Yeah, it's like on and then short time, and then on and then short time off, on and then short time off.
Their situation isn't unique. At least 200,000 Central Texas households lost power in the ice storm.
What we're seeing is a lot of icing on our adjacent vegetation to power lines and on the power lines themselves. And when you consider how much weight is added by even a half inch of ice, and some of this accumulation is much more than that, it's not surprising to see those limbs snap and to see some of those lines come down.
To help prevent this from happening, Austin Energy has a free tree and vegetation trimming service residents can take advantage of to cut plants that are encroaching on power lines.
And we invite them to contact us for vegetation management.
In the meantime, crews will be working around the clock to get power back on. Mitchell says it's not possible to provide estimated restoration times, but some customers could be in the dark for up to 24 hours.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cleaning up to do.
Shannon.
All right, thank you so much to our different teams across Texas. We do have several of them filing those reports for us and bringing us the latest on that winter weather. Again, finally, it appears that everything is moving out of the way and things will start to return to normal there across Texas. Still about 400,000 people without power and 150,000 of those in the Austin area. You are taking a live look once again at Walterboro, South Carolina, inside of a courtroom there where Alec Murdaugh is on trial for the murders of his wife and son back in 2021. This trial expected to last for about a month, and we have seen several weeks of testimony. It appears that testimony will get back underway any minute now, so we'll bring some of that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We're also watching another live feed very closely. This is out in Washington, D.C., where we do expect to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. That's coming up any minute now as well. We'll bring you some of those comments as well, live, raw, and unfiltered. 10:07 on the East Coast and 7:07 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 10:09 on the East Coast and 7:09 on the West Coast. We know, of course, there have been several mass shootings in California over the last few weeks. Police now say another mass shooting has likely been prevented with the arrest of a man and the seizure of several loaded weapons from his Hollywood high-rise apartment there. Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team joins us live with the latest on this developing story. Gigi, thanks for being here.
Josh, good morning. Good morning, everyone from And this is the apartment building where that suspect, who is behind bars this morning, lived, right here in the heart of Hollywood off of Sunset Boulevard. And inside his apartment, well, take a look at the video. 2 assault rifles, a long rifle, a shotgun, 3 handguns, body armor, and more than enough ammunition. Over 1,000 rounds, according to police, enough to carry out a mass shooting. And that's what investigators fear that 25-year-old Braxton Kyle Johnson was planning in his Hollywood high-rise apartment, where they say some of the guns were already pointed. At least one had a scope on it, and it was pointed from his 18th floor apartment towards a nearby park. It's called the Gordon Street Park, sort of a pocket park, very popular here in Hollywood, and it is right next door to his apartment building here in Hollywood. Now, Johnson first came to police attention when security guards in his Hollywood high-rise called 911 to report he was making threats and that he was acting erratically. And when police questioned him, well, those officers sensed that something was just off. It didn't appear that the threats he had made were random or off the cuff. So they got a search warrant, and detectives returned, finding all of the weapons and ammunition. Now, multiple sources have told us that in their encounters with Johnson, he often claimed he had served in the U.S. Army, saying that he was booted out for some reason. And he also claimed that the CIA was after him and spying on him. And we're told he's also under investigation in another felony case in another state. He's not originally from California. Again, Braxton Kyle Johnson behind bars this morning. His bail set at $500,000, and the investigation certainly continues. Police tell us, Josh, that all of those weapons they found in his apartment, none of them were registered. So they're also trying to figure out how he bought, where he bought them, and how he had the money to buy them, because that's apparently another mystery.
All right. Thank you so much, Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team. A lot of great information there, and I'm sure people in that area are relieved to know that it appears that another mass shooting has been thwarted there. Thank you again for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you, Josh.
10:12 over on the East Coast and 7:12 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries here is speaking, so let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Well, with us, thankful for the bipartisan spirit in which the prayer breakfast was conducted, and hopefully, as we move forward in this 118th Congress, we can continue to adopt that spirit of collegiality and cooperation, try to find common ground whenever and wherever possible. House Democrats remain committed to that very thing. But we, of course, will also consistently push back against the extreme MAGA Republican agenda whenever and wherever it rears its ugly head, as it is doing once again today on the floor of the House of Representatives. The extreme MAGA Republicans in the House have no real agenda when it comes to making life better for everyday Americans. Their agenda is to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, hold the United States economy hostage, and try and impose a 30% national sales tax on everyday Americans, which will dramatically increase costs on 90% of the American people. That is the extreme MAGA Republican agenda. They have no plan, they have no vision, they have no ideas when it comes to making life better for everyday Americans. And that is what today's circus on the floor of the House of Representatives will once again reveal. We're still waiting for them to put forward a spending plan so we can debate it. Show us your plan. Instead, they're bringing to the floor of the House of Representatives today a resolution on socialism to condemn some dictators that we all condemn. But understand, the goal of this phony, fake, and fraudulent resolution is just to somehow provide cover for extreme MAGA Republicans to try to undermine an agenda that is designed to lift up the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. Why do we know this? Because going all the way back to the days of FDR, through Harry Truman, into President Kennedy, through President Johnson, all the way up until President Clinton and President Obama and President Biden. They've called things like Social Security socialism, Medicare socialism. Extreme MAGA Republicans have called public education socialism, Medicaid socialism, the Affordable Care Act socialism, the American Rescue Plan socialism. So the American people should not be fooled by anything that takes place on the floor today with respect to this so-called resolution on socialism. Now, the other thing that's going to occur today relates to this effort to remove, in a partisan fashion, Representative Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee, after House Democrats unanimously voted for Ilhan to continue her service on the Foreign Affairs Committee. A refugee elected to the United States Congress, duly sent back to the House by her constituents in Minnesota. Now, Representative Omar certainly has made mistakes. She has used anti-Semitic tropes that were clearly and unequivocally condemned by House Democrats when it took place 4 years ago. So I just want to briefly explore that timeline. On February 10th, 2019, Representative Omar tweeted, "It's all about the Benjamins, baby," a reference apparently to AIPAC, a pro-Israel lobbying group that I and many others have worked closely with and will continue to do so in support of the special relationship between the United States and Israel, a relationship that I strongly support. I'll support that special relationship today, support that special relationship tomorrow, support that special relationship next week, next month, next year, and into the future. Because the special relationship between the United States and Israel is rooted in shared values, shared strategic interests, and my heartfelt belief that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state, a homeland for the Jewish people who have suffered 2,000 plus years of pain, persecution, and pogroms. But what's going to take place on the floor today is not a public policy debate. It's not about accountability. It's about political revenge. That is what it's about. Ilhan Omar, on February 10th, put out a statement that was immediately, on February 11th, condemned unequivocally by the entire House Democratic leadership, the Speaker, the Majority Leader, the Majority Whip, the House Democratic Caucus Chair, the Vice Chair, and the Assistant Speaker. And I'm not going to read the entire statement, but I'll just read the end of it. Congresswoman Omar's use of anti-Semitic tropes and prejudicial accusations about Israel supporters is deeply offensive. We condemn these remarks, and we call upon Congresswoman Omar to immediately apologize for these hurtful comments. As Democrats and as Americans, the entire Congress must be fully engaged in denouncing and rejecting all forms of hatred, racism, prejudice, and discrimination whenever they are encountered. That's exactly what we did. And a few days later, the entire House unanimously, with Representative Ilhan Omar voting in the affirmative, condemned anti-Semitism across the world. There has been accountability. Ilhan Omar has apologized. She has indicated that she'll learn from her mistakes. Is working to build bridges because we believe in building bridges, not walls. Building bridges with the Jewish community, including leaders right here in the United States Congress. Is Ilhan Omar perfect? No, none of us are. We've all fallen short in the eyes of the Lord. Right here in this Capitol, the pastor from Brooklyn Tabernacle said we all need grace and mercy. Ilhan Omar has been held accountable. So this is not about accountability. It's about political revenge. Questions?
Leader Jeffrey. Leader Jeffrey. Thank you, Mr. Leader. I just want to ask you a little bit about the issue of police reform. When do Democrats intend to put forth a bill on police reform? And since you're in the majority, how confident are you that it will actually get passed in this chamber?
I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with leaders within the Congressional Black Caucus last evening, including Chairman Stephen Horsford, some members of the United States Senate, some of the leadership within the CBC here in the House in preparation for the White House meeting that will take place today. I'm not going to get out ahead of that meeting, but I think as Congressman Horsford has indicated, we do need to have a real, genuine, authentic, and bipartisan conversation about dealing with police reform in America and figuring out how do we strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. I believe it's going to be a productive meeting with President Biden. I won't be a part of that meeting. It will be led by the Congressional Black Caucus, but I will fully support their efforts.
Mr. Leader.
Jeffers, thanks. Good morning. You talked about some of the remarks from Ilhan Omar. You have constituents who are directly affected by 9/11, and you say she's made certain amends here. But when you have some of those families who come up and say, "Look, she said some pretty offensive things. This hurt us." How do you talk to them about this?
Said what I had to say about Representative Omar, but what's interesting is why am I not being asked questions? Why haven't House Republican leaders denounced any of the things that have been said by their members? In fact, their members have been rewarded with committee assignments. The same House Republican leaders who are bringing a resolution to the floor today to throw Ilhan Omar off of foreign affairs, when there's been no accountability for their members. And by the way, these are just the highlights. I didn't have enough time to come here and display for the American people every single thing that has been said by the extreme MAGA Republicans that is objectionable, because I'd be here through the entire 118th Congress. It'd be a marathon. But let me just highlight one at this moment. Thomas Massie tweets out in September of 2021, directly referencing AIPAC, which is the organization that was the genesis of the reason why Ilhan Omar is purportedly being thrown off the committee today, if they can muster the votes. And what does he say in response to criticism of the gentleman from Kentucky? This is Thomas Massie saying this. How is this not foreign interference in our elections? That's not an anti-Semitic trope. That's not playing into dangerous stereotypes about the Jewish community here in America, suggesting that they have dual loyalty. AIPAC is engaging in foreign interference. AIPAC is an American-based organization. To this day, not a single House Republican leader has said a word about Thomas Massie. Not a word. But he's been rewarded with a seat on the powerful House Judiciary Committee and the powerful Transportation and Infrastructure Committee.
Mr. Leader, what conversations, if any, did you have with Speaker McCarthy in relation to Congresswoman Omar? And secondly, just to follow up on police reform, do you believe that the president could take more executive action? It doesn't appear that there is enough votes in the Senate to get the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act passed.
Well, with respect to Speaker McCarthy, our conversations have been generally productive. We agree to disagree at times without being disagreeable. We strongly disagree with each other on the approach that has been taken by House Republicans with respect to Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, and Ilhan Omar. It's a double, triple, quadruple, and beyond standard when you think about all of the members. These are just three who have engaged in highly offensive, at times anti-Semitic behavior, rhetoric, hate, including making reference, the gentlewoman from Georgia, to Hitler and Nazis, and drawing an incredibly dangerous and false equivalence between Hitler, Nazis, and President Joe Biden. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has been rewarded with a seat on the Homeland Security Committee. You can't make this up.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10:28 on the East Coast and 7:28 on the West Coast. You are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is speaking here on several different topics. We do know coming up soon, we do expect House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to speak as well in D.C. So we'll bring you all of that here on Live Now from Fox. For now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 10:31 on the East Coast and 7:31 on the West Coast. Back to the headlines here. The FBI did search President Biden's vacation home in Delaware on Wednesday. This video showing the exterior of that home. They say they did not turn up any classified documents. This, of course, has been an ongoing saga with classified documents found with Trump, Biden, and former Vice President Pence. I do want to bring in Jamil Jaffer, the executive director of the Knight First Amendment Institute over at Columbia University, to talk a little bit more about this. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for the invitation.
So your thoughts overall, speaking generally here, on the discovery of these classified documents with Trump, Biden, and Pence?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's a pretty remarkable thing that these purportedly closely held government secrets turn out to be distributed across the country in this way. I think all of these people, Trump, Biden, and Pence, have at the very least acted carelessly and recklessly. I would say with respect to Trump, it's a different situation, because Trump, unlike Biden and Pence, as far as we know, retained these documents intentionally, lied about it, interfered with the Justice Department's investigation. So, I mean, I don't want to make excuses for any of them. I think all of them, have acted at the very least very carelessly with the government secrets. But there are important differences, too, between Trump and Pence on the one side, Biden and Pence on one hand, and Trump on the other. I do think that there's a much bigger issue here, which is the classifications. Part of what's going on here is that the classification system is totally broken. There are way too many secrets, and too many people have access to those secrets. And one function or one result of the fact that so much is classified is that the mere fact that something is classified doesn't actually tell you very much about whether it's sensitive or not, or how sensitive it is. There's a lot of stuff that is classified for the wrong reasons. It's classified because its disclosure would embarrass somebody or would be inconvenient for the government, but not because its disclosure would jeopardize national security. And you don't have to listen to me on that. There are all sorts of former government officials, including former intelligence community leaders, who have said exactly that. In fact, I think it's fair to say that there's universal recognition at this point that the classification system is broken. And I think that it would be a mistake to respond to these incidents, the Trump episode, the Pence episode, the Biden episode, and think that all we need to do here is just make sure that senior officials are more careful with government secrets. I think that there is a much deeper problem here, and the problem with the classification system has really serious results, not just because it deprives the public of information that the public has a right to, which is obviously an important thing, but it's also a danger to national security, because when so much is classified, when so much is secret, it's very difficult for the government to keep track of and protect the things that actually need to be secret. So this is a national security problem, and not just a problem for democracy, but it is a very significant problem for democracy.
What do you think, and you touched on this, needs to happen here, and will it happen when you're talking about those classified documents?
Yeah, I mean, two things. One is, I think that all of these officials need to be held accountable for the carelessness, at the very least, that they brought to this to this obligation to keep the government secrets. I would say that with Trump in particular, based on everything we know, I would say that his actions are not just careless, but criminal. They're a plain violation of federal law, and I think these are prosecutable crimes. With Biden and Pence, based on what we know right now, I wouldn't say the same things about them, but there should be some form of accountability for treating government secrets in that way, especially because when more junior employees, when government employees who are sort of lower level employees in the CIA or in the NSA or in the Defense Department, they are very, very careful with government secrets, and they're careful with government secrets because they know if they disclose something, even inadvertently, they could lose their security clearances, which means losing their livelihoods. In some cases, they can be prosecuted for it. And it is a fact that when low-level employees share information with the press or the public in order to inform the public about government wrongdoing or fraud or incompetence, we generally throw the book at them. People like Reality Winner, Reality Winner was sentenced to 5 years in prison for sharing a single document with the media in order to inform the public about Russian intervention in the 2016 election. And meanwhile, senior officials who handle secrets, recklessly with much less noble motivations or carelessly with much less noble motivations, we generally treat them with kid gloves. So that double standard, I think, is a real problem. This is a very long answer. I'm sorry, but I guess what I would say is, yes, absolutely hold these officials accountable for their carelessness or their intentional mishandling of classified information, but also reform the classification system, which again, the broken classification system has real costs for national security, for the integrity of public debate on really important issues like war and foreign policy, and for democracy more broadly.
And there are no long answers. We definitely like to get things, raw and unfiltered here, so we want to get all of your comments. So do you think we're going to see more of these cases now pop up? We know that we've seen it with Biden, Trump, Pence, as we mentioned. Do we expect more of these cases in the near future or maybe down the line?
Yeah, I don't know the answers to that. In some ways, these are the most senior officials. They probably had access to a lot of classified secrets. There are probably dozens of employees involved in packing up their boxes. Maybe things are worse with the most senior employees than they are like down the chain. But it is a pretty remarkable thing to me that these senior officials were so careless with the government's most closely held secrets.
A lot of people will say classified documents, that doesn't mean anything to me. But as you mentioned, this is really a national security risk, regardless of who you're talking about. When you're talking about these classified documents, that can be a national security issue.
Yeah, I think that there are multiple national security issues here. It's possible that some of what was in these documents was really, really sensitive. And if that's true, then the fact that they were distributed around the country in this way is pretty disturbing. It's more likely, to be honest, that most of the stuff in these documents isn't particularly sensitive. That's the case with a lot of classified information. Even if it was sensitive at the time it was classified, maybe multiple years have passed since that time and the stuff is no longer sensitive. I think that there are other national security concerns here, even if the information isn't sensitive. One is just the integrity of the classification system. If people see even the most senior officials treating classified information in this way, then that's going to send a message to the entire intelligence community about the real meaning of classification. I don't think that's a healthy message. It's the right message for the government to be sending. I think the government should protect the secrets that really need to be protected. Treat those secrets as if they really are a secret, but not classify a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be classified. And then the other thing is just we don't want to entrench this double standard between senior officials and junior officials. I'm not sure junior officials is the right term, but less senior officials. That too, I think that's a demoralizing thing for employees in the intelligence community. If they see that senior officials can treat classified information carelessly with no consequences, and meanwhile, they have to be terrified that any misstep, could cost them their livelihood and maybe even their liberty.
All right, Jamil Jaffer, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
No, that's great. Thanks for the invitation.
Of course. Thank you for being here. Time now 10:41 over on the East Coast and 7:41 on the West Coast. I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look inside the courtroom here in Walterboro, South Carolina. That is where the murder trial for Alec Murdaugh is underway. We are in week 2 here, and this trial is expected to last for about a month. Testimony continuing once again this morning. We did get a lot of revealing evidence just yesterday, and we've been dipping in and out of this trial over the past several days here. Of course, we're going to dip in and out throughout the day, but don't forget, you can go to our YouTube page. Just go to YouTube and type in Live Now from Fox, and you can watch a complete roll of this as it is happening, live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, if you did miss yesterday, our Fox News friends did provide this breakdown of what happened inside that courtroom.
Paul Murdaugh was shot and killed outside next to the dog kennels. And at 8:44 the night of the murders, he took this video. Take a listen to all the different voices.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash.
You hear 3 different voices in the video.
Prosecutors say that shows Maggie, Paul, and Alex were together at the kennels. In opening statements, state prosecutors said that Alex told anyone who would listen that he was never at the kennels before they died. Just minutes before this video, Paul had been on the phone with his friend Rogan Gibson, whose dog Cash is shown in the video.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alec Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in a gray jacket.
But days later, he tells the Murdaugh family and Maggie's family he heard Alex on the video at the kennels.
Told them in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alex's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
Maggie's phone was found the day after the murders on the side of the road about a half a mile from Moselle. Investigators testified Maggie's phone took steps and the camera was activated after prosecutors say she was already dead. When Alex left for his mom's house around 9:06 that night, his phone shows movement.
It appears the phones were not together, being moved by the same person.
All right, thank you so much there to our Fox News team for providing that breakdown. We're doing that on a daily basis here. And as I mentioned, that testimony back underway, so we will dip in and out of that all throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to get back into the headlines right now and talk a little bit more about this story that we have been following. The College Board now facing criticism after modifying the curriculum of its AP African American Studies course. The change coming days after the Florida Department of Education banned that original version. Phil Keating with Fox News joins us live to discuss this. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, Josh. Yeah, just last night, the first evening of Black History Month, the Miami-Dade County Black Affairs Advisory Board discussed this controversial change and criticism by the governor of what was being taught in this AP level, advanced placement level, African American Studies course, saying he is using Black Americans and Black Floridians as political footballs. And one of them actually said the governor is a racist. Some of the things that the governor criticized last week when he saw the pilot version of the curriculum included material on Black queer theory, which he said was more ideological and not historical. And, you know, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, Republican, has been very against the what he calls the woke agenda for the past several years here. So some of the material that is still in the course include Africa, slavery, Reconstruction, and the Civil Rights Movement. However, what has been revised and removed from what high school students can learn about includes race theory, Black feminism, as well as the Black Lives Matter movement. Those topics will now be optional, not mandatory. This has come under wide criticism of the governor by Black legislative and political leaders here in Florida, including Ben Crump, the well-known civil rights attorney who has represented numerous Black American men and women who have died at the hands of police officers. He had a press conference up in Tallahassee, the state capital, with 3 high school students who, Ben Crump said, will be the plaintiffs in a lawsuit if this course was not still going to be included. It still is going to be included and available for upper level high school students. However, it has definitely been revised. Back to you.
All right, Phil, and I imagine we're going to see this continue to develop here. We know, of course, it has been revised, but I have a feeling this is not the last that we're going to hear of all of this, especially in the coming weeks. Do we know of anything else that Governor Ron DeSantis does have planned, any news conferences or anything like that to talk more about this?
Well, he typically has an event every single day somewhere in and around the state. He did have an event yesterday in Bradenton, just south of Tampa. He did not talk about this yesterday, but it certainly is a topic that could come up any day because, as you mentioned, this topic is not going away. In fact, it's getting buzzed all over the place on TV and on the internet every single day. Basically, the governor, widely considered to be a leading 2024 presidential candidate, is pushing these kinds of issues. In fact, in response to the College Board revising the curriculum for the AP African American Studies course yesterday, the Democratic governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who is also considered to be a potential presidential candidate in 2024, he derided the College Board's president, saying, "I call BS, you are a pawn of Ron DeSantis." So this is not only a local issue, a state issue, definitely it's a national issue too.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about it. All right, Phil Keating there with Fox News. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Sure thing.
All right, everyone, it is now 10:50 over on the East Coast and 7:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Take a live look here inside that courtroom, once again in Walterboro, South Carolina. We can see testimony has resumed here in the murder trial for disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. He is charged with murdering his wife and son back in 2021. Don't forget, if you want to watch all of this here, you can go to our YouTube page, type in Live Now from Fox, and join the 2.4 million subscribers who check us out there on YouTube. You can watch the entire stream there, live, raw, and unfiltered. But we will continue to dip in and out of this, as the trial could last for about a month. It is 10:51 on the East Coast and 7:51 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for our last commercial break of the hour. Coming up on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You are looking at a live look here at the Senate floor, where we are listening to senators speak. Just moments ago, we did hear from Senator Chuck Schumer. I want to play those remarks here for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
We didn't engage in hostage taking. We didn't resort to blackmail or brinksmanship. By no means was it easy, and many on the other side didn't want to go along, but Democrats worked constructively with the Trump administration to get it done, and it happened 3 times. The same thing must happen again this year. No brinksmanship, no hostage taking, no default on the national debt. Congress must raise the debt ceiling on a bipartisan basis, without the hostage taking, without the brinksmanship. So I was very glad to hear President Biden reaffirm this truth after his meeting with Speaker McCarthy. He reiterated we ought to pass a clean debt ceiling extension. President Biden is correct. The American people expect us to do the right thing in the coming months, because if we default on the debt, every single American is going to pay the price. Now, later this morning, I will join with some of my Democratic colleagues to put a spotlight on the consequences of default, because they are not remotely theoretical or abstract. Debt ceiling is not just an abstract exercise somewhere up there in the clouds. If we fail to renew it, it's going to affect every American family's pocketbooks, wallets, with many, many dollars taken away. A default on debt would create a crisis unlike any we've ever seen in our country. Mortgages, car loans, credit card rates, all will go shooting up. American families with adjustable rate mortgages or seeking to buy a house would pay thousands of dollars more each year. What a terrible nightmare at a time when costs are already too high in housing and everywhere else. But just as terrible as that sounds, this is only the tip of the iceberg. If the U.S. defaults, retirement savings, the money that people have scrapped away, put away, so they might live in dignity towards the end of their lives, will be utterly devastated. By one measure, the typical retirement account could lose $20,000 in value. $20,000. We're talking about people's livelihood, money that people set aside, little by little, every month, so they could reach a retirement with some degree of dignity. A default would rob Americans of that. And the devastation would go on and on and on. Social Security would suffer. Medicare would suffer. Over 18 million veterans could lose their hard-earned benefits like disability compensation. America's reputation on the world stage would be permanently stained, and few things would hand the world over to the Chinese Communist Party more than a first-ever default by the United States of America. So the bottom line is simple. Playing games with the debt ceiling is dangerous, destabilizing, and would spell disaster for every single American. Dangerous, destabilizing, disaster. The last thing we should be doing in Congress is using the debt ceiling as a political bargaining chip. Instead, we need to come together and make sure the U.S. is able to pay its debts on time, without brinksmanship, without hostage-taking, just as we've done throughout our history. Now on big oil profits. Last year, while soaring gas prices stretched the budgets of American families, big oil enjoyed a record year of profits. Huge amounts of money made by these companies. Earlier this week, Exxon reported a $56 billion net profit in 2022, setting a record high not just for Exxon, but for big oil as an industry. And Exxon wasn't alone. Chevron reported $35 billion. And while Americans were feeling the pain at the pump, driving their cars up to the gas station and wondering how high it was going to be, the 5 top big oil companies brought in a record nearly $200 billion in total profits in 2022, taking advantage of what they called favorable market conditions. It's nothing short of repugnant for the biggest oil companies in America to celebrate dizzying profit margins that they earn jacking up gas prices on hardworking Americans. And what did the oil companies do with this tsunami of cash? They could have prioritized it by paying their workers better. They did not. They could have made transformation investments in new clean tech and helped push the frontier in clean energy, which we all know is coming, but they did not. Or, maybe best of all, they could have lowered gas prices, but they did not. You know what the oil companies did? This just is galling. They rewarded shareholders by implementing stock buybacks at near record levels. Buybacks do no good for the economy. They don't help the worker. They don't help the consumer. They don't move us along to green energy. All they do, they don't even produce more oil. All they do is line the pockets of the already uber-wealthy executives and shareholders. Here's one example. Exxon announced they plan to spend $35 billion on stock buybacks in the next 2 years, more than double their plans to invest in clean energy over the next 5 years. I want to say that again. For anyone who doesn't think corporate America is out of control and does whatever it wants and thumbs its nose at the needs of the globe or the workers or the citizens, Exxon announced they plan to spend $35 billion on stock buybacks in the next 2 years, more than double their plans to invest in clean energy over the next 5 years. That's where Exxon's priorities are. So big oil executives may claim they are good stewards or that they understand the climate crisis. But when it comes time to put their money where their mouth is, their actions tell a different story. We must continue to take on entrenched oil interests, just as we did last year when we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Doing so will have a tremendous benefit for our economy, for our environment, and for American families everywhere. We Democrats will continue to make one thing clear. If oil companies are going to make record profits, they must do it not by manipulating prices to take advantage of hardworking Americans. Now on Chile and the treaty. For more than a decade, Congress has been working on an important tax treaty with Chile that holds important and long-term consequences for American businesses and American competitiveness on the world stage. Right now, nations around the world are racing to source important materials like lithium. Lithium's a key ingredient in everything, from iPhones to EV batteries. Chile is one of the most important sources of these kinds of raw materials, including lithium. And many U.S. companies have spent years building business partnerships with Chile and grown their presence in that nation. But these companies face a terrible problem. Because of current policy, American companies face double taxation due in Chile and are at a huge disadvantage compared to other nations like China. We don't want China to get this lithium. We need it. So we have a taxation treaty at the ready that would remove this obstacle. It's very similar to the more than 60 other treaties we already have with nations around the world. This is nothing new. It's widely supported by voices across the political spectrum, the Biden administration on one hand, but the pro-business Chamber of Commerce on the other. And here's the amazing thing, Mr. President. The U.S.-Chile treaty was already reported out of committee last year. It had, I believe, I'm not certain of this, but I think it was passed by voice vote, meaning unanimous support. It had overwhelming support. Unfortunately, it has to go through committee again because of the new Congress. But Democrats are 100% ready and eager to get this important treaty moving. Republicans in the past always have long supported moving it forward too. And I imagine most do. But right now this treaty has been delayed yet again because some want to add last-minute changes to the text that risks undermining it altogether. Again, there are some who want to introduce last-minute changes to the treaty, even though this was reported by voice vote out of committee last year, was nearly added to the omnibus, and has been around for more than 10 years, or close to 10 years. Let me be clear. These last-minute changes could delay or even end any chance to getting this treaty done. It at least could force us to renegotiate with other governments, and you know what a long, time-consuming, difficult, fraught with peril process that is. We should move forward and ratify this treaty with the agreed-upon text without last-minute changes. The effort has been more than a decade in the works. It's time to finish the job. Again, if we want to give China advantage to get our lithium, to get Chilean lithium, instead of giving it to the United States, where we so desperately need it, that would be a disgrace and a shame. Moving this treaty quickly, without any last-minute changes, is the way to solve that problem. So, please, let's move forward. Both sides should come together to move forward quickly and without any more delay. It's long enough. And finally, Mr. President, quickly on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Last month, the House passed a bill to prohibit the sale of oil from the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China. I've seen the proposal, but here's my question. Why stop at China? What about Russia, North Korea, Iran? If we're going to do this, why not do it right and see if we can add a few more countries to the list? It's certainly worth taking a look at. So that's what we're doing. We're going to take a look at this proposal and hopefully find ways to make it stronger. I yield the floor.
hysterical meltdown over a new voting law in the state of Georgia. The President of the United States declared the state's modest changes to election procedures were, quote, Jim Crow 2.0. He said the law was about voter suppression and election subversion. He said citizens should doubt, quote, whether your vote counts at all. The sitting president of the United States said lawmakers' positions on this bill would define, listen to this, whether we were on the side of Dr. King or George Wallace, John Lewis or Bull Connor, Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson Davis. The Senate Democratic leader said that his fellow United States senators who are Republicans were, and I quote, supporting the reenactment of those Jim Crow laws. My colleague from New York, as the Senate Majority Leader, is supposed to safeguard and steward this institution. Instead, he tried to destroy the Senate and nuke the 60-vote threshold so that Democrats could take over all 50 states' election laws on a partisan basis. And believe it or not, 47 of the other 49 Democrats went right along with him. The liberal hysteria spread to the press and the private sector. Woke activists started talking about boycotting companies like Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. Major League Baseball caved and moved the All-Star game out of Atlanta, directly harming the local economy, all for the sake of symbolism. Now, Republicans said this was unhinged, phony outrage over a common sense law that would make it both easy to vote and, of course, hard to cheat. Democrats said the new voting rules were evil and racist and the literal death of democracy. Well, Mr. President, the facts are now in. We have hard evidence. After the new bill took effect in early 2022, the state of Georgia held a primary election. You know what happened? Record turnout for a primary. Then last November, Georgia had a general election. What happened? A new record for ballots cast in a midterm. Oh, some might say, but that doesn't tell us anything about the voting conditions. Maybe there were terribly long lines. Maybe there were sinister roadblocks, and voters persevered in spite of them. But alas, except an academic research center at the University of Georgia spent weeks conducting a major survey of Georgia voters after the election. So let's take a look at what they found. 72% of all Georgia voters and 73% of black voters specifically said their voting experience was, quote, excellent, end quote. 92% of all voters and 92% of black voters specifically said that either that voting had gotten easier since the prior election or that there was no difference. 92% of all voters in Georgia said voting had either gotten easier or there was no difference between that election and prior elections. More than 70% of black voters in Georgia said they waited less than 10 minutes to cast their ballot. This is all the supposed Jim Crow law in action? Record high turnout? Lightning fast voting lines? A supermajority of African American voters rating their experience under the new voting rules as excellent? But here's the icing on the cake. The same Democratic Party that cheered Major League Baseball for moving the All-Star game out of Atlanta, listen to this, now has Atlanta as on the short list for the next Democratic National Convention. Well, here's what happened. We were right. and they were wrong. But it goes beyond that. These people actually lied. They invoked our darkest history and slandered half the country because they wanted more power for themselves. Some of the most powerful people in our entire country, including the President of the United States, staked their personal credibility to these claims. President Biden screamed from a podium that the bad old days of Jim Crow were back. Over this? The majority leader from New York tried to destroy the Senate. Over this? The American people were subjected to months of baseless, pointless media haranguing. Over this? And the country is supposed to go on pretending like nothing happened? We're all supposed to take the president and the vice president and Senate Democrats seriously the next time they start shouting and waving their arms about the next supposed crisis? I don't think so. I don't think the American people will forget who kept their credibility and who lit theirs on fire. Now, on an entirely different matter, today Ranking Member Capito of the Environment and Public Works Committee will introduce an important resolution on behalf of millions of American farmers, ranchers, and builders. 2 years ago, the Biden administration picked up an Obama-era crusade to micromanage the small businesses that help feed, clothe, and power America. Literally, on President Biden's first day in office, he signed an executive order that began tearing down the regulatory certainty that Republicans would work hard to restore for American workers and entrepreneurs. And in December, this crusade yielded a new rule from EPA that enacted a dizzying new definition of which temporary, tributary, and upland waterways fall under the federal government's authority. Mr. President, there's a case before the Supreme Court on this very subject right now. The court's ruling in Sackett versus EPA will provide new clarity on just how far federal bureaucrats can stretch their powers to meddle in working Americans' business under the Clean Water Act. But instead of waiting to see whether a massive expansion of the regulatory state would be legal, the Biden EPA went ahead with their new rule. Can you imagine why Washington Democrats would be in such a rush to get ahead of the law? So what does this latest power grab by Washington Democrats mean for working people out in our country? Well, for starters, it means that cattlemen, contractors, and all sorts of folks have now had to put up with three major changes to federal regulation on the lands where they do business in just the past 8 years. Democrats' relentless attempts to step on state and local authorities in their own backyards has left small business owners across America chasing moving goalposts. The Biden administration's latest rule means it'll be harder for farmers in Kentucky to figure out which ditches on their property are subject to the whims of Washington bureaucrats. It'll create new headaches for builders in West Virginia trying to make sure they dot every I and cross every T on much-needed development projects. It'll mean ranchers out west may discover that every ditch and low-lying puddle they own, even ones that only hold water when it rains, is now the business of EPA. And as every American who's tried to create jobs or build something knows, red tape doesn't just cost valuable time. Legal experts project the Biden administration's latest overreach would raise the cost of development and infrastructure projects near waterways by, listen to this, $1 million an acre. So while President Biden takes a victory lap on infrastructure projects made possible by bipartisan work, this latest salvo in Washington, Democrats' war on working Americans would devastate the sort of small businesses that actually build those infrastructure projects. But it isn't going unanswered. 25 governors representing fully half the states in our country have condemned the EPA's Waters of the United States rule. And here in the Senate, West Virginia's own Senator Capito has consistently led our efforts to cut the overreaching regulatory state back down to size. She sponsored the legislation that would have codified the last administration's common sense fixes. She spearheaded Congress' brief to the Supreme Court as it considers this issue. And today, she will introduce her Congressional Review Act resolution to give every one of our colleagues the opportunity to protect the future of transformative infrastructure, energy, and agriculture projects in their states. West Virginians should be proud that one of their two senators is committed to reforms that get more Washington messes out of their way. I'm proud to support Senator Capito's resolution and would urge each of my colleagues to do the same.
Default would mean real dollars coming out of American families' wallets. Mortgages, car loans, credit card rates would all go up. Moody's, for instance, predicts a default could raise interest rates substantially, a surge in new mortgage rates to over 8%. It is estimated on an average house over the years of a mortgage, it could cost the average mortgage owner $100,000, $120,000. $120,000 more when you're buying a home for many Americans. Retirement savings. The money workers had spent their entire life for, putting in that money every couple of weeks so they could live a life of some dignity in retirement. They could lose billions as default careens the economy into a stock market crash. A report from Third Way found the average retirement savings would be down $20,000. Every week people put in their $20, their $50, hoping, again, I'll have a decent retirement. $20,000 down the drain because of the brinksmanship and irresponsibility of MAGA Republicans who are playing this default. There are over 65 million seniors relying on Social Security and Medicare to meet ends meet. 1 in 4 seniors relies on Social Security for 90% of their income. Congress can't play a game with this. And we have numbers in our states. In New York, 3.7 million on Medicare and Social Security, 5.8 billion in Social Security checks. And we have the numbers in your releases for Maryland, Rhode Island, Nevada, and New Mexico. So, all of these folks would be at risk as their retirement savings is worth much, much less. Veterans across the country, they rely on their government for their disability, their health care, their pensions, could be left with no support. Medicare reimbursements for our hospitals would go way down. Health care treatment would be worse. Health care treatment would be more expensive. And there'd be massive layoffs at so many of our hospitals, and particularly in rural areas, many of my counties, the hospital is the largest employer. Food on the table, 42 million Americans get it. And so we can think of scenarios. I think of a senior in Albany who can't afford the rent because their Social Security was delayed, a disabled veteran in Baltimore who won't know if he or she can get the care he or she needs, a parent in Albuquerque that relies on SNAP and doesn't know if they can feed their kids, a family in Bristol who just bought their first home, and now their mortgage is sky high, a local hospital in Carson City having room procedures and coverage disrupted. It would be chaos. It would be an economic disaster. Interest rates go skyward. That affects everything: cars, homes, credit cards, student loans. Stock market goes down dramatically. That affects the retirement savings of people who have 401ks, IRAs. It's going to be, as Mark Zandi, hardly a extreme person, hardly a progressive liberal, says it's going to be bedlam. And that's probably the most appropriate word. So we say to Leader McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, we say to our Republican colleagues in the House and Senate, the debt ceiling should not be a bargaining chip, because people's lives are at stake. Families' incomes are at stake. People's jobs are at stake. Retirement benefits are at stake. That is why in the past, under Democratic and Republican presidents, we have raised the debt ceiling without brinksmanship, without coming right up to the line and going over it. We must do that again. No hostages, no brinksmanship. Let's get this done. Our view, they ought to show us their plan. We don't believe they have a plan they can actually pass with Republican votes in the House. But that's the first step to moving forward. But when they realize how risky this is and how it affects average Americans, I believe that we can all come together, pass the debt ceiling clean, as President Biden asked for last night. Thank you, and now we have Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chuck, and very well done at explaining the MAGA chaos that erupts if they persist in this pursuit. The full faith and credit of the United States of America is a national asset. It is a pearl beyond price that has withstood wars and depressions. And today's MAGA Republicans threaten its destruction. And they threaten to raise rates for homeowners, for car buyers, for credit card holders, and for people who have insurance policies. They threaten MAGA bedlam. Why? If they want to negotiate, there's a process for that. The Constitution built that process. There are two houses here. You do bicameralism. You follow the Constitution, you put your law forward, you debate it in the public arena, and you see how you do. Why do they not want to use a public process here? Why do they want this resolved behind closed doors? They want this resolved behind closed doors because they know their goals are unpopular. They know they are serving a billionaire, right-wing donor elite and they know that their wishes, that billionaire right-wing donor elite, are not popular with regular Americans. So Speaker McCarthy won't let his plan see the light of day. He hasn't showed it to you. He hasn't showed it to the American people. He hasn't even tried to pass it in the House. His hidden agenda is the agenda of that Republican billionaire donor elite, upon whose dark money this Republican Party floats. They don't like democracy because they can't win through democracy. So they take hostage America's economic security, America's full faith and credit. We really can't let that happen. There are too many people who are counting on this. Are they going to come after Social Security? Are they going to come after Medicare? Are they going to come after veterans? Are they going to come after defense? Are they going to come after military health? What are they going to come after? They won't say. They want to cut a secret deal, and the secrecy alone of this is the best argument against it in a constitutional democracy. And I'll say one last thing. We would not have to be facing this now if all the Republicans hadn't jammed through the Trump tax scam that slashed government revenues and have pitched us to this point now. So to take advantage of their own tax scam, to now threaten this secret devastation of our economy is, for reasons that Biden, I think, has well explained, not an acceptable tactic. We cannot go down this road. It is undemocratic and un-American. Chris.
Senator Van Hollen. Thank you, Sheldon. Thank you, Senator Schumer, for bringing us together here. If one of us in this room or any American got up this morning and said, we're not going to make our mortgage payments, or we're not going to make a car payment, or we're not going to make any of our debts that are due and owing, that family knows there will be consequences. Someone can foreclose on their house. Someone can repossess their car. That is bad damage to the family, and it's limited to the family. If the United States of America says we're not going to pay our bills on time, very bad consequences are imposed on every single American. And Senator Schumer has just provided a list of what happens to American families if we don't pay our debts on time. That's why America has always paid its debts on time, as Senator Whitehouse pointed, because protecting the full faith and credit of the United States is protecting the American people. And it's right here in the Constitution. In addition to the terrible fallout that would happen, our framers recognized how important it was for the United States to maintain that full faith and credit. You've got it right here, 14th Amendment. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law shall not be questioned. So when the MAGA Republicans in the House say that they're not going to pay our bills on time or threatening not to pay our bills on time, they're essentially threatening terrible economic consequences for every American family, and they're violating their duty under the Constitution of the United States. What the Constitution of the United States says is this debt is not a Republican debt. It's not a Democratic debt. It's debt of the country. This is debt owed by Uncle Sam. This is why we all have a duty to come together and pay it. And what MAGA Republicans are saying that we don't want to do our duty. We are taking the position that in order for us to do our duty, you have to make all these terrible cuts, and they won't even tell us what they are, in order to get us to do the right thing. That's not the way the process works. As Senator Sheldon pointed out, we would not even be here at this particular point in time but for the $2 trillion Trump tax cut that disproportionately benefited the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. 1/4 of the national debt that's accumulated was during the Trump administration, 4 years. This is why Republicans voted 3 times when President Trump was in office with Democrats to raise the debt ceiling. And now when President Biden's in the White House, they simply want to use it as a political club. Look, we've been here before. Back in 2011, Republicans won a majority in the House, and they immediately went about the business of threatening the debt ceiling. Then Vice President Biden was assigned to bring together a group to negotiate. I was part of that group, bicameral, bipartisan. What we learned then is what we know now. Republicans don't care about the deficit or debt. They say that's what they care about. But if they really did, why would they pass a $2 trillion tax cut that's not paid for? Why would one of the first actions out of the House of Representatives be to block funds the IRS needs to go after very wealthy tax cheats, to collect taxes from very wealthy people who already owe that money? Because by denying the IRS that capability, by allowing those wealthy tax cheats off the hook, according to the nonpartisan CBO, they're increasing the deficit and debt by well over $100 billion. So they don't care about that. What they want to do is slash important investments, the American people, and they want to do it behind closed doors. They want to get behind closed doors, as they did back in 2011, and they don't want the American people to know what they want to do. I'll close with this. There's a process for dealing with the budget. We're more than happy to talk about and negotiate the budget. Sheldon Whitehouse is chairing the budget committee. There's a budget resolution process. House Republicans should pass a budget resolution, tell the American people what's in their budget instead of hiding the ball and wanting to go behind closed doors. And they certainly should not be threatening the full faith and credit of the United States, which would devastate American families. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. So my colleagues have been so eloquent on this issue, but it really just comes down to this, and this is what every Nevadan knows, that just like every family, every business, the U.S. government needs to not only pay its bills, but it needs to live within its means. And the debt ceiling that we are talking about right now is paying those bills. Those are the obligations that were incurred under previous administrations, both Republican and Democrat, and that's what we have an obligation to pay. It is not about future spending. We can have a conversation about future spending and learning to live within our means, and there's a process for us to address that. And you've heard it from my colleagues. That's the budgeting process. That's appropriations. And by the way, should we learn to live within our means? Absolutely. And that's why in the Inflation Reduction Act, we worked hard to ensure that we're reducing the deficit by $300 billion. So there are ways for us to work together to get this done. But unfortunately, the Republican leadership right now in the House would rather play games with people's lives, which seems to me constantly, instead of thinking about the greater good, they're thinking about their own political interests. But with their own political interests in mind, let me just remind my colleagues in the House the impact it has just on the state of Nevada. Because if we are to go into a default, the impact in my state alone would cause a number of things. Housing costs would skyrocket, with a total cost of mortgage going up by $117,000. More than 50,000 Nevadans could lose their jobs. More than 500,000 Nevadans relying on Medicare could lose access to health care. And more than 200,000 Nevada veterans may not be able to receive their benefits, something that I don't think any of us are willing to accept. So there is a lot at stake. I will tell you this. The other thing that we haven't talked about is this very issue. If House Republicans won't work with us to raise the debt limit, it will also threaten our national security. Nevada is home to major military installations, from Creech to Nellis Air Force Base to our Naval Air Station to our Army Depot in Hawthorne. A default could make them unable to continue their regular procedures and training. And the 16,000 military personnel in Nevada could be working without a paycheck. That's just in Nevada. Think about the implications across the country. So I urge my colleagues in the House that want to play games to think about and be pragmatic. I know it's a novel concept here in Congress. To be pragmatic about the implications long term and what it really means at the end of the day. because these are serious complications and implications for so many across this country who expect us to work together to do the right thing and not take action that is going to harm so many across this country. Thank you.
As my colleagues have shown, default is so devastating that going right up to the line is really very, very risky and dangerous for the American people. Go ahead. Ted.
Speaker McCarthy told Biden yesterday the clean debt ceiling won't pass the House. What about you? Is it a red line for you that only a clean debt ceiling?
Look, we've been very, very clear. We are for a clean debt ceiling. We don't want hostage taking. We don't want brinksmanship. We believe the House cannot pass a debt ceiling bill the way they're talking about it. That if it is very minor cuts, the MAGA Republicans will rebel. If it is major cuts, the more mainstream Republicans will rebel. That's why we're saying, show us your plan. Because I don't think they can get one together. That's why I think that Speaker McCarthy says, let's have discussions, but isn't laying out a plan. Next.
You said repeatedly that Social Security is something that Republicans may want to threaten, yet Speaker McCarthy has said that that's off the table. Some of your Republican colleagues have proposed legislation that would safeguard Social Security in the event of default. So why do you think Social Security is a legitimate risk?
Here's what we saw during the election of the Speaker, that 20 extreme MAGA Republicans ran the show. There are many of those extreme MAGA Republicans who are calling for cuts in Social Security and or Medicare. Many of them. It's a great worry. Democrats are not going to rest. We're going to keep saying we will not touch Social Security, we will not touch Medicare. Yes, lady in red.
Follow up on that question, because if Speaker McCarthy and President Biden do strike a deal to raise the debt ceiling, reduction spending cuts, would you, as leader of the Senate...
Look, you heard what I've spoken to the president both before and his staff after the meeting. He had the same position. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, the House Democratic Caucus, the Senate Democratic Caucus, and the president have the exact same position, which is we should pass the debt ceiling clean. That's where we're at. Yes.
So you're being very clear about the debt ceiling and that accompanying decision. However, in a bigger picture, do you believe this country has a debt problem, and what is your plan?
Well, yes, and unlike Republicans, who, for instance, passed the Republican tax cuts on the very wealthy and the ultra-big corporations, which increased the debt by $1.7 trillion, we Democrats have reduced it. A, it's gone down in the Biden years from the Trump years, and B, in the IRA, we passed the first major piece of legislation that said for every dollar we spend, we're putting a dollar to a debt reduction, and it brought it down $300 billion. So the IRA is properly named. It was the first time any party really passed a bill that reduced the deficit. We're proud of that. We believe we can do both. We can reduce the deficit, answer the phone, and this is my intelligence guy. He's always in the skiff, so when he calls, I try to answer it, but I won't now. Yes, in the back, way in the back.
Do you think that President Biden should put tax revenues on the table as part of his negotiations with Speaker McCarthy?
Look, as we have said, it was the tax reduction of the Trump tax cuts that helped create this deficit in a very large way, and we didn't hear any Republicans even shrug a shoulder about that at all. So it's our view that debt ceiling, because of the danger, because it would be bedlam, because it would do all of these things, should be done cleanly. If you want to debate closing tax loopholes, which again we did in the IRA and we would like to do more of, if they want to debate spending cuts, that'll be a budget process to do, but it shouldn't be tied to the debt ceiling, plain and simple. Yes, ma'am.
Could you talk about the nature of the dialogue, if there is any, on this issue that you are having with Minority Leader McConnell and Speaker?
Well, Leader McConnell has been very clear. He's sort of been similar to what I've been saying and what the president's been saying, which is the House got to go first. And the House has got to decide. It is our view that the House is going to have a very difficult time passing anything. But, you know, we can be from whatever state. Show me. Missouri? We can be from Missouri. Show us. Show us the plan. It's not far from Kentucky. Okay? Our plan is simple. We do have a plan. It's very simple. Pass it. No brinksmanship. No tying things to it. It's a very simple, easy plan that has united Democrats. Last one.
A little bit off topic. topic. Hunter Biden has recently changed his legal strategy where he is going after some of the folks who were involved in publicizing his laptop.
I'm not getting into that. I haven't and I won't. Thank you, everybody.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out to the House floor. Fiery moments are happening right now. AOC was just speaking. We'll play it out for you when we come back here. This is as the House taking up resolution removing Representative Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee, and Democrats, as you can imagine, are not happy.
In this body, I had a member of the Republican caucus threaten my life, and you all and the Republican caucus rewarded him with one of the most prestigious committee assignments in this Congress. Don't tell me this is about consistency. Don't tell me that this is about a condemnation of anti-Semitic remarks when you have a member of the Republican caucus who has talked about Jewish space lasers and an entire amount of tropes, and also elevated her to some of the highest committee assignments in this body. This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology when my life was threatened. Thank you.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Reserve at this time, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Representative Presley.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the rhetoric and resolution from across the aisle, our colleagues who seek to make history for all the wrong reasons. I rise on behalf of every little girl who sees herself in the leadership of Congresswoman Omar. She is a mother, daughter, refugee, advocate, skilled policymaker, a duly and decisively elected third-term member to the U.S. House of Representatives. I have spent time in the Minnesota 5th. I have seen her pull her community through grief and loss. I have seen her stand arm in arm on picket lines with our educators and our nurses. I have seen her pass historic legislation to feed our babies in our schools. She has built coalitions, given constituents in crisis a sense of agency, and centered to most marginalized in word and deed. No matter how embattled, no matter how racially profiled, no matter how targeted, she has pressed on for peace over militarization, human rights at home and abroad, a world where an education is a fundamental right, where gender equity is recognized. I want to live in that world. Let me make it plain.
The gentlewoman's time is expired.
Ilhan Omar is right where she belongs.
The gentlewoman's time is expired.
Is needed on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Her clarity, conviction,
the gentlewoman's time is expired and she is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, at this time I yield 1 minute to my friend from the great state of Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anti-Semitism has no place on the Foreign Affairs Committee. I say it again. Anti-Semitism has no place on the Foreign Affairs Committee. That's why Representative Omar has no place specifically on the Foreign Affairs Committee, where Israel's security is one of the issues of critical importance. Without a doubt, the democratic Jewish state of Israel is America's strongest ally in the Middle East and has a fundamental right to exist. Representative Omar has repeated anti-Semitic canards and perpetuated hateful tropes against the Jewish community, and her comments have compromised the ability of the House Foreign Affairs Committee to conduct its official business. I urge my colleagues to vote in the affirmative to remove Representative Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you, and I yield back.
All right, the gentleman from Mississippi is reserved, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Representative Bush.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
St. Louis and I rise in support of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. I've been to her district. I've spoken with her constituents. We visited marginalized communities globally together. This institution is better because of her leadership, and the Foreign Affairs Committee benefits from her perspective. So let's talk about what's really happening. Republicans are waging a blatantly Islamophobic and racist attack on Congresswoman Omar. And I've said it before, I will say it again. The white supremacy happening is unbelievable. This is despicable. It is Congresswoman Omar who has been harassed at her job for simply existing as a Muslim woman in Congress. It is she who has been attacked by a member of this body, ridiculing her as a potential terrorist for simply existing as a Muslim woman in this Congress. So rather than bring an actual accountability, any accountability to Congress, they bring this offensive resolution to the floor. This is just a bunch of racist gaslighting. We all know it. Vote no.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
We reserve at this time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Swalwell.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, when I heard that we're going to remove a member of this House from their committee for anti-Semitism, I raced down here because I thought, finally, in this chamber, there's going to be some accountability from this conference that continues to allow its members to root for rioters, to show sympathy for the insurrection, a conference that harbors a wanted international criminal and has members who choose violence over voting every single day, finally. And so I thought, we're going to hold someone accountable for anti-Semitism. Surely it's the author of this tweet. Kanye, Elon, Trump, October 6th, written by Chairman Jim Jordan. October 8th, what does Kanye say? I'm going to declare DEFCON 3 on the Jews. So surely this tweet came down, right? Came down, was deleted. No, 2 more months it was kept up. 2 more months. So don't come here looking at us for anti-Semitism. Look in your own damn mirror before you ever come over here. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Okay, the woman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
How much time do we have left?
10 1/4 minutes.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Representative Jayapal.
And the representative is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this is a revenge resolution that seeks to remove Representative Ilhan Omar's strong and necessary voice from the Foreign Affairs Committee. It is an attempt to silence her simply because you do not agree with her views and you cannot begin to understand her lived experience. Her lived experience as a war survivor, as a refugee, as somebody who brings an experience to this body that you're not not even trying to understand. We have previously voted in a bipartisan manner to remove individuals from their committee assignments because of their violent actions that endangered the safety of their colleagues. That is not what today is about. Today is about revenge. It is also about the fact that Republicans want to distract the American people from the fact that they have absolutely no legislation to bring to the floor that is actually about helping the American people with their costs, with dealing with inflation. You don't have any solutions, so you're trying to distract with these inane,
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Absurd, absolutely absurd resolutions. Vote no.
Remind members to direct their remarks to the chair, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve as well at this time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Schiff.
And the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. First, as to the false pretext, 2 members of the Republican conference who were removed from committees for inciting violence, encouraging violence against their colleagues. There is nothing at all at issue like that here. You want to introduce a resolution to condemn someone for inciting violence against their colleagues or against people here in Congress? Introduce a resolution against Donald J. Trump. No one has incited more violence against this chamber than Donald Trump. Now, let me talk about anti-Semitism. Do not insult our intelligence by suggesting this is about anti-Semitism. You want to introduce a resolution against someone guilty of anti-Semitism? Introduce a resolution against someone dining with anti-Semites, someone dining with white nationalists, members of your conference who are speaking at white nationalist rallies. Introduce a resolution against Donald J. Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Paul Gosar, and others, but do not
the gentleman's time has
insult our
expired.
intelligence by saying this is about anti-Semitism.
The gentleman's time
Vote
has
no on this
expired.
resolution.
The woman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Representative Pocan.
And the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
This is a new low. The majority party uplifts and seats on committees a member who has a history of pathological lying, but wants to remove someone who even Republican members of Congress admit is a talented member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Want to oust people for what they've said? How about a member of the majority party who said that Jewish space lasers set forest fires in California? No, she's seated on a committee. Multiple Republican members have said prominent Jewish Democrats essentially bought control of Congress. But they're not only given full congressional privileges, but you elect them to GOP leadership. Republicans only draw the line when an incredibly productive member of a committee says something that she's apologized for. That doesn't add up. This clearly isn't about what Ilhan Omar said as much as who she is. Being a smart, outspoken black woman of a Muslim faith is apparently the issue. And some Republicans can't handle it, so they're going to kick her off the committee. Unbelievable bigotry. Shame on you. I yield back.
The woman from Pennsylvania, reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
At this time, we reserve, Madam Speaker.
They both reserve on what?
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Representative Schakowsky. No? Come on.
The representative is recognized for 1 minute.
We didn't tell her. No. Does that count against us?
My colleagues, I stand before you as a proud Jew and a proud friend and colleague of Ilhan Omar. I don't need any of you to defend me against anti-Semitism. My friend Ilhan Omar, we have worked together to the values that I treasure as an American Jew and that she treasures as an American member of the Islamic woman, the only one on the Foreign Affairs Committee. That is the third largest
religion in the world. And we, in the United States of America, I am just furious. We have seen all kinds of anti-Semitism from the other side of the aisle. And as Americans, we should be
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Vote no on this. We need
The gentlewoman's
to defend
time
our
has expired.
values as Americans and me as a Jew.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve at this time.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Desperation. So desperate to distract the American people from their total inability to govern. The GOP is now doing what it is best at, weaponizing hate against a black, beautiful Muslim woman. Congresswoman Omar's lived experience as a refugee and a child of survivor of war should be welcomed on this committee. It is needed. When you can't pass any bills that actually improve the people's lives, they turn to Congress. They turn Congress into a place of fear-mongering hate. It is so painful to watch. How ironic that the so-called lovers of personal freedom are now moving to censor Congresswoman Omar in the same week they introduced a bill to ban federal employees from engaging in censorship. Where are the free speech warriors today? The hypocrisy is obvious to the American people. You are showing who you all are, really.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Omar will not be silenced.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
To Omar, I am
gentlewoman's
so
time
sorry,
has
sis,
expired.
that our country is failing you today through this chamber. You belong
The gentlewoman
in
is
that
no
committee.
longer recognized, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
How much time do I have?
5¼ minutes.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Representative Omar, to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This debate today, it's about who gets to be an American. What opinions do we have to be counted as Americans? This is what this debate is about, Madam Speaker. There is this idea that you are a suspect if you are an immigrant, or if you are from certain parts of the world, or a certain skin tone, or a Muslim. It is no accident that members of the Republican Party accused the first black president, Barack Obama, of being a secret Muslim. It is no accident that former President Donald Trump led a birther movement that falsely claimed he was born in Kenya. Because to them, falsely labeling the first and only President of the United States of America a Muslim and African immigrant somehow made him less American. Well, I am Muslim. I am an immigrant, and interestingly, from Africa. Is anyone surprised that I am being targeted? Is anyone surprised that I am somehow deemed unworthy to speak about American foreign policy? Or that they see me as a powerful voice that needs to be silenced? Frankly, it is expected, because when you push power, power pushes back. Representation matters. Continuing to expand our ideas of who is American and who can partake in the American experiment is a good thing. I am an American who was sent here, by her constituents to represent them in Congress, a refugee who survived the horrors of a civil war, someone who spent her childhood in a refugee camp, someone who knows what it means to have a shot at a better life here in the United States, and someone who believes in the American dream and the American possibility and the promise and the ability to participate in the democratic process. That is what this debate is about. There is an idea out there that I do not have objective decision making because of who I am, where I come from, and my perspective. But I reject that. We say there is nothing objective about policymaking. We all inject our perspective, our point of views, our lived experiences, and the voices of our constituents. That's what democracy is about. So what is the work of the Foreign Affairs Committee? It is not to co-sign the stated foreign policy of whatever administration is in power. It's about oversight. It's to critique and to advocate for a better path forward. But most importantly, it is to make the myth that American foreign policy is intrinsically moral a reality. So I will continue to speak up because representation matters. I will continue to speak up for little kids who wonder who's speaking up for them. I will continue to speak up for families around the world who are seeking justice. Whether they are displaced in refugee camps or they are hiding under their beds somewhere like I was, waiting for the bullets to stop. Because this child, survivor of war, would have wanted that. The 9-year-old me would be disappointed if I didn't talk about the victims of conflict, those that are experiencing unjust wars, atrocities, ethnic cleansing, occupation, or displacement like I did. They are looking to the international community and the United States, asking for help. They look to us because the international community and the United States profess the values of protecting human rights and upholding international law. So we owe it to them not to make this a myth, but a reality. I didn't come to Congress to be silent. I came to Congress to be their voice. And my leadership and voice will not be diminished if I am not on this committee for one term. My voice will get louder and stronger, and my leadership will be celebrated around the world as it has been. So take your vote or not. I am here to stay, and I am here to be a voice against harms around the world and advocate for a better world. I yield back.
Okay, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. In closing, I want to adopt the comments that were made by then Chairman of Foreign Affairs, Eliot Engel. In late February 2019, Chairman of Foreign Affairs, Engel, after a third anti-Semitic statement in just over 2 weeks, 17 days to be exact, then Chairman Engel said these words: "It is unacceptable and deeply offensive to call into question the loyalty of fellow American citizens based on their political views, including support for the U.S.-Israel relationship. We all take the same oath." Worst, Representative Omar's comments level that charge by invoking a vile anti-Semitic slur. Chairman Engel went on to say that such comments have no place in the Foreign Affairs Committee or the House of Representatives. I agree with the statements made by Chairman Ingle. Not only do Representative Omar's comments have no place in the Foreign Affairs Committee, I hold that anyone who makes such statements have no place serving on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And I ask all members to support this resolution removing Ms. Omar from the Committee on Foreign Affairs. And I yield back.
All right, the gentleman yields back. All time for debate.
And that voting is underway right now. This all coming as House Republicans have argued that Representative Omar should not be on the Foreign Affairs Committee in light of past statements she has made related to Israel that have sparked controversy and in some cases been criticized by members of both parties as anti-Semitic. In 2019, Omar issued a public apology after she faced a backlash for tweets condemned on both sides of the aisle. The apology came after the Minnesota Democrat faced widespread criticism after suggesting Republican support of Israel is fueled by donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, a prominent pro-Israel group. And there have been other instances as well in the past, and also equating the U.S. and Israel to the Taliban. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. What we are going to do is take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. This is the live voting right now of the issue to get Representative Omar off of the Foreign Affairs Committee. It will go down most likely along party lines, and this is once again controlled by the GOP House. All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here worldwide, bringing you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Live look at the White House here, where we're expecting coming up this hour soon, a White House briefing. We'll bring that to you, of course, when it happens right here. We're also keeping an eye on the voting that is happening, where Representative Omar will be kicked off the Foreign Affairs Committee. This is going to go down party lines right here, and you can see the votes right now. 74 against going that route from the Democrats, 26 in favor, and they still got 8 minutes there on the clock. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to head out to Florida right now, where civil rights attorney Ben Crump is speaking on behalf of his client, where there is a new lawsuit against a bank alleging racial discrimination. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Along with attorney Bob Hilliard and John Martinez, who's a former judge, and my partners, attorney Chris O'Neill, attorney Natalie Jackson, and attorney Precious Chavez, who has been instrumental in working with Miss Linda Stevens, who is here with her husband, Mr. Stevens, who she has been a caretaker for because he is a Army veteran who's battling cancer. And as many of you know, I was just in Memphis, Tennessee yesterday for the homegoing services of Tyre Nichols and fighting against that injustice that saw that young man lynched by the Memphis Police Department. But now I'm here for equal outrageous injustice, because we have to fight wherever I were talking about. This is what makes this so much outrageous, so infuriating. Miss Stevens is a black grandmother who was a victim of banking while black due to the discrimination of Mid-Florida Credit Union. And this morning, we have filed a lawsuit against Mid-Florida Credit Union for banking while black against this black grandmother, this retired teacher and educator from Polk County, Florida. And when you think about the facts, I want you to try to think if this was your mother. Because we don't think this would have happened to everybody's mother. But when you understand the reality that banking while black is real in America, you understand some of us know, but by the grace of God, it's not our mother. And we have to challenge this banking while black, not just here in Central Florida, but all across America, because this implicit bias has terrible consequences for our people, and it had terrible consequences for Miss Linda Stevens, who you're going to hear from in a few minutes. She went to the ATM to deposit $600 so she could make sure she could pay her mortgage that was coming up. Most people pay their mortgages like we all do, show it on our account, and then we hit buttons on computers. She was trying to be responsible. She has lived long enough to understand when you're black in America and you don't pay your bills on time, they will foreclose on your house. And so she was trying to be responsible. Miss Stevens, 70 years old, went, deposited the $600 in the ATM, then saw that it wasn't showing in her account the next day. She went to the bank, told them she deposited $600 with the receipt, had her proof, because we have to have receipts, and they told her that, okay, they're working on it, to come back later that afternoon. So she comes back again, and they tell her they're still working on it. Now, she saw the ATM person working on the machine. They all knew they were having problems with the ATM. And so she comes back a second time saying, hey, I really need this money. I gotta pay my mortgage. I can't be late on my mortgage. I deposited the money. I need to pay my mortgage. They tell her, well, we're working on it, come back again, a third time. She's been responsible and awfully patient. She comes back a third time. And I think Ms. Stevens, Attorney Chavez, they told her that they acknowledged the ATM engineer had the $600 in cash. They acknowledged the problem was their problem. And she said, well, just give me my money. I gotta pay my mortgage. I put it in my account, credit my account. I gotta pay my mortgage. They don't do that. And she said, I'm not leaving here without my money. I gotta pay my mortgage. They did say this 70-year-old grandmother is so belligerent, so outrageous, this lady who's saying, I want my money, that instead of them trying to deal with her as a valued, respectable customer, 50 years. For 50 years, she's been banking at that bank, a 50-year customer. You know, this was started as a teacher's credit union. This was started as a teacher's credit union. She's a teacher. This is the person who is the ideal customer for you, 50-year customer, who said, I just want my $600 that you all have told me that you have. Give me my money or credit my account. But I'm not leaving here a third time without some kind of satisfaction. She couldn't get any satisfaction because they called the police. And when the police got there, they said somebody said to them, and we have to listen to the 911 calls or whatever the bank called, and they said something about a gun. So the police asked her something, they saw a gun. Ms. Stevens says, I don't have a gun. I've never owned a gun. I don't believe in guns. And the police say, if you say gun one more time, we're gonna arrest you. And she said, what are you talking about guns? Who said anything about guns? And they arrest this grandmother and drag her out of that bank. During the arrest, her nose is fractured. They then take her to jail. I mean, think about your mother now. They take her to jail. Nobody's notified her family because she is resisting and protesting, saying, hold on, I didn't do anything wrong. They got my $600 and they dragging her. She said, I don't want to go to jail. I didn't do anything wrong. They throw her in jail and they say, because she is resisting so much that they put her on suicide watch. They take off all her clothes and throw her into a jail cell naked for the night, where she's on the floor with all kind of spots and liquid on the floor, ants crawling. She's there for how long, Ms. Stevens?
A whole day, about a day and a half.
A day and a half. She's in jail. Her family hasn't been notified anything.
I wasn't given a telephone call.
Wasn't given a telephone call. And this is all because Mid-Florida Credit Union did not respect her as a valued customer. We don't know why. Was it the color of her skin? Was it they didn't believe her, even though she had her receipt and the engineer for the ATM said he had her money? Why wouldn't they make this right? And then after she gets out of jail, and you're gonna hear from Ms. Stevens and Attorney Chavez, as I understand it, a bank official comes to her and apologizes. Bought her an orchid with a $300 gift card.
When was this?
The day after she gets out of jail, and said that this never should have happened. This is what they tell her. They say, we're going to cover 1 month of your mortgage. But she had to be humiliated, her nose fractured, and in jail for over 30 hours, butt naked, for banking while black. We will not accept you doing our grandmothers and our great-grandmothers like this. If you don't respect our black mothers, you don't respect us as black customers, and you don't respect us with our black dollars, then Mid-Florida Credit Union and any other bank in America do not expect to get our business. We will not accept this. Ms. Stevens is not alone. She's standing with a whole nation of people who reject banking while black in America. And so at this time, you're going to hear from Attorney John Martinez, who's going to talk a little bit about the lawsuit that was just filed this morning. And then you're going to hear from Miss Linda Stevens, this proud black woman who has never had a run-in with the law in her life until Mid-Florida Credit Union had her arrested for banking while black. And you'll hear from her husband about the toll, the mental toll this has had on their family. And then we'll take your questions, because she matters. She matters. Attorney Martinez, great lawyer from Texas who we do a lot of banking by black work together.
Thank you, Ben. You know, this case, it breaks my heart, because these types of things shouldn't be happening in our country today. You know, I look at Ms. Stevens and I do see my own mother. I see a hard-working woman supporting her family, taking care of her husband, taking care of her parents. These types of things shouldn't happen. And it breaks my heart that it does happen. You know, it used to be the golden rule, right? It was treat other people the way you want to be treated. And if we did that, these types of things wouldn't happen. But that doesn't happen all the time. We see it doesn't happen. But now we've got laws. We've got the golden law that says you can't discriminate against people because of their color. You can't. You can't take people's money without any kind of thing that you're giving for it. You can't just take people's money. And when you do, people have the right to go back and ask what's going on. There was evidence that she had done everything right. You know, so why is she being treated the way she's being treated? And that's what we're going to get down to. That's what we're going to look at. Because in this country, these types of things shouldn't happen, but they happen every day. And these are the things that we want to make sure don't happen. And the only way we can make sure that things like this don't happen is we can hold the people accountable that do these things. And that's what we're going to do with Ms. Stevens. We're going to make sure that the people that treated her the way that they did, that made her suffer for what she suffered, are held accountable. And that's what this lawsuit's going to do. And I know that we've got a long way to go for things to be right. But we're going to keep fighting every day. And every person that this happens to, just like Ms. Stevens, we're going to fight so that maybe one day this type of thing doesn't happen. Ms. Stevens, I'm so sorry that this happened to you, ma'am. I'm so sorry. And we are going to fight to do what we can for you.
Thank you so much, Judge Martinez. Lieutenant Colonel Rufus Stevens. Because this didn't just affect Ms. Stevens, this affected their entire family. The inhumanity, the disrespect, I mean, the human dignity. I want you all to really try to think about your mother. Some people can't fathom it would be their mother. But there's those of us who know this is all too possible. any given day. The fact that this is a $600 issue. This is a multi-billion-dollar bank. $600. They put this black grandmother through all of this for $600. How outrageous is that? They could have made this right the first moment. We know, Ms. Stevens, we're having problems with our ATM. We understand you want to pay your bill on time. We understand. Let us make this right. It could have been that easy. Just one person showing some respect, some dignity, some humanity. One person. One person. Mr. Stevens, do you want to say a word? And we're going to have Mr. Stevens talk before you hear from Ms. Stevens. Lieutenant Colonel Stevens, Army veteran.
Good afternoon. As was said, my name is Rupert Stevens and this is my wife. To give you a little background about when the money was deposited, it was deposited about 1 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. Excuse me.
Take your time.
And the machine told my wife that something is wrong. How much did you put in? And to me, this is critical. She put in 4 $100 bills and 10 $20 bills, $600. So when it didn't give her, didn't acknowledge that and it said something was wrong, she came back and I said, well, no problem, you got a receipt. They show you on the ATM video and we can go in the morning. Simple problem. She went that morning and that's when all of the runaround started. One of the questions that I've had is how many people in that particular bank deposited $600 between 12 o'clock and 8 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. Think about that. Think about that. I bet you, and I would bet even more to say that no other deposit was $600 with 4 $100 bills and 10 $20 bills. Almost impossible, but they had the money. The ATM video showed her as being the person that put the money in. They had the receipt. Why? Why did this occur? The only reason logically that I can think about is the color of her skin. She was almost 70 years old when this happened. I'm a Vietnam veteran. Highly decorated, Distinguished Service Cross next to the Medal of Honor. I believe in America. I believe in justice. But I don't like nobody to mistreat anybody that I care about, especially my wife. I feel there has to be some kind of retribution, or some kind of way to remedy this situation.
Yes, sir.
Because otherwise, if it's not, then that says that the America that I fought for was a fraud.
My Lord.
I didn't almost give my life fighting for my fellow soldiers and for this country to have my wife tolerate something like this. I want all of you who have mothers to think seriously, would you have wanted something like this to happen to your mother when it shouldn't have? It could have been resolved in less than 5 minutes.
Amen. Less than 5 minutes.
And I want you all to think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Rufus Stevens, the husband of Miss Linda Stevens, this black grandmother who was arrested because Mid-Florida Credit Union called the police on her. What she believes and her family believes is another example of banking while black in America. And thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Stevens, for fighting for America where your wife would not be discriminated against for banking while black. And we applaud you. Now, you will hear from Miss Linda Stevens to tell you her ordeal in her own words. I tried to paraphrase it for you, but she lived it. And this is going to be painful for her to tell you, and she's going to try to speak as loud as she can so you all can hear her. But she's going to tell you about what she had to endure because Mid-Florida Credit Union ATM screwed up. She did nothing wrong, but asked for her money, as she had every right to do. We will not tolerate banking while black from any bank in America. Miss Linda Stevens.
Good afternoon. This traumatic experience for me started on April 13th. And just to give you a little background of me, I'm a retired educator from Polk County Schools. I taught school. I was an assistant principal some 12 years. I was over the health curriculum for Polk County Schools for middle and high school. I'm very active in my church. I'm the immediate past president of the Polk County Retired Educators. I'm a community activist, and I care about people. I'm going to try to fill in the blanks that Attorney and Rufus left out. When I went to that ATM, Rufus and I went to the ATM together, as we normally do. I looked later at the ATM, and there were more than 8 cameras up under the shed of the ATM machine. So I knew they had captured me on one or more of those videos. And when I left, and Rufus said, well, Linda, go back after they opened at 7 o'clock. And I went back up there and I had to talk with the cashier. I told him the story. He asked me, did I have a receipt? And I said, yes. I showed him the receipt. Finally, he says to me, I can't help you. You need to talk to my supervisor. Of course, when the supervisor came, I shared my story. I showed him the receipt. And he said to me, he said, if you look behind you, you can see the truck of the man here working on the ATM machine because something had happened with the machine. He said, you need to fill out a dispute form. I said, I'm not disputing with myself that I put the money in the machine. He said, but you need to come back, and he said, that's the way it is, that's the policy. You need to come back and fill out a dispute form, go on the inside. So after 9 o'clock, I had to go back to Mid-Florida and went and signed in and spoke with this lady. I told her my story. She said, can I see your receipt? I gave her my receipt. She made a copy of it. She said, you need to fill out a dispute form. And I told her I'm not disputing that I put my money. She said, but that's the policy. So she filled out the form, and of course I signed it. And she said to me, she said, give us 2 hours, not more than 3 hours, and everything will be in order in your account. So I left there and I went home. I waited all day and checking my account online, there was nothing in my account that indicated they had placed that money, credited my money to my account. I waited all night. I waited till the next day. And about 10:30 that next day, I went back to the bank and I talked with the same teller, the first teller I had spoken with, and he said, I can't help you. And he gave me the supervisor again, and the supervisor came over and I asked him, I said, where is my money? I said, all I want is my money. Where is it? I said, you told me that the ATM man was working on the machine and you sent me in to fill out a dispute. Where? And he turned his back and walked off. By this time, the lady in the office, who I later was identified as the head teller, came and she said, ma'am, she said, I can help you in my office. And I went in the office with her and she asked me what was going on, and I shared that same story with her.
Again.
And the receipt. And she said, well, ma'am, she said, you know how bureaucracy is. I said, no, I don't. I said, I don't want anything Mid-Florida's got. I said, I only want my money. So she said to me, she said, I don't know what happened with yesterday, but she said, I'm going to go ahead and just call the guy again to verify that he found your money. She called the technician. The technician told her, yes, I found her money in the machine. I found the $401 bills and the 1020s in the machine. Yet, when she got off of the phone, she said to me, she said, you're still going to have to give us 2 or 3 days to get your money in your account. So when the manager had come over to the office, and she had another lady with her, and there was a police officer who came and stood directly to my right in the back of me. And she said, you just need to go ahead and leave, and we'll get your money straightened out. And I had to tell her the story as well. And so as we were sitting there, and I said, I just want my money. I need to pay my bill. I want my money. That's all I want. I said, I gave you cash money. I said, I didn't put checks in the machine. I put cash money in the machine. I just want my money. I said, that's all I want for Mid-Florida.
Yes.
So she said, if you don't calm down, we're going to have to call the popo. So we were sitting there talking, and I don't know what happened, but then a few minutes later, another police officer came in the room with his hand on his gun and said, I thought I heard her say, I have a gun and I'm going to shoot you. I said, what are you talking about? And the most painful part of that was that office manager, that head teller, that other lady that was in there, the police officer standing next to me, nobody said nothing. I was the only one to speak up for myself. And all I could think when he came in with his hand on his gun was that my life was in danger. My life was being threatened. But he was ready to take action because he thought. I said, sir, I don't have a gun. I said, I never owned a gun. I said, I never even shot a gun. What in the world are you talking about? Are you crazy? And he said to me, if you say the word gun one more time, I'm going to arrest you. And I turned around and looked up at him and I said, gun? He said, you stand up and I'm going to arrest you. And he snatched my purse. He handcuffed me behind my back as tight as he could. And it was as tight as he could because my wrist was swollen when I got the handcuffs off. And he walked me out to his car and set me in his hot car for some 15, 20 minutes. In a hot car, 11:30, 12 o'clock in the day, while he and the other officer checked me out. I heard the other officer tell him, she's never been in trouble. She's clean, is what he said. And yet I sat there and I sat there and I sat there. Finally, the police officer comes to the car, drives me to the station, and when he gets to the car, I'm just traumatized. But at this time, I'd never been arrested. I'd never had any dealings with a police officer. I'd never been to court for anything outside of a speeding fine. And when we got there, he said, you got to get out of the car. I said, I'm not getting out of the car. You're not going to shoot me, because it was just he and I. And he's sitting there with his hand on his gun. It's his little monkey stick thing. He said, you got to get out. I said, no. He said, you're going to get out of this car one way or the other. And he opened the door, and he took his hands and pulled me out of the car and dropped me on the concrete, scratching me all up and bruising me. And he pulled me halfway into the building, and then when he got a wheelchair and put me in that and took me in this room with my hands still cuffed behind my back, I was quite helpless, and took me into this little square room with my hands still cuffed behind my back. I sat in this little room with my hands cuffed, and he came and he asked me, he said, are you going to talk to me? And I didn't say, I wouldn't say anything. I didn't want to say anything, for fear that he would take it the wrong way and take my life, because nobody was there but he and I. So finally he came, and another police officer, because I had sat on the floor, I was trying to get some relief from my arms. My arms had been behind my back for a long, long time, for about an hour by now. And because I'm not as young as I used to be, my arms was really, really hurting. And so they put me in a wheelchair and rolled me out. First they picked me up, one took one arm and one took the other arm and one took my legs, and they took me outside to the car and set me in a wheelchair right beside the door. And so they both took my shoulders and threw me into the car. And when they did, because the seats are not cushioned, my head hit real hard on the seat. And that's when my nose was fractured. And I lost my shoes, my shirt flew up. And he looked at me, but he didn't say anything. So when he took me over to the sheriff department, the lady came out, and she said, when she looked at me, she said, let me look at you and see how badly you're hurt. And so she looked at my bruises and checked me out and pulled my shirt down, and she took me in, and they took me in a little room, and they took all of my clothes, my bra, my underpants, everything, and put me on some other clothes. And then I was transported to the jail, and when I got there, they were feeding the other inmates that were there, and they said, well, do you want to feed her? Because this time it was about 4 o'clock. And she said, if she don't talk to us, she can't eat. And of course, I didn't eat. Unbelievable. So they asked the other lady, said, well, what do you want us to do with her? Where do you want us to put her? And this big fat officer lady says, I don't want you to put her anywhere where I can't see her. She said, you need to call upstairs and get the supervisor down here. So it was 2 ladies came down, 2 supervisors. The first supervisor came over and looked at me, and she took her foot and kicked me just as hard as she could on the shin of my legs. Then the other supervisor came, and I have a heart condition. I sleep with a CPAP. I have high blood pressure. She took her fist of her hand and did it like this and nuzzled me in my chest twice, just as hard as she could. Then she took her fingers and put it under the tender part of my arm and pinched me just as hard as she could. And I kind of glanced up at her, and she told them, she said, well, she's all right. She glanced up at me. They said, well, how do you want the supervisor? She said, I'll deal with him. So they took me by the arms and dragged me on the floor, and as they put me in the cell, they took my clothes at the same time. I was on this cold floor with nothing on. There was no pillow, there was no real blanket, there was about 3 little scripts like this in there. There was no chair, there was a little toilet like this, and a little basin about this big. And there were things crawling on the floor. There were brown spots on the floor that looked like poop. There was white-looking paint on the floor, and a little tiny window up at the top. And I stayed there, and they came, and I didn't eat anything. I didn't go to the bathroom. I didn't eat anything the whole time I was there. I ate about 2 bites of a little corn dog about this long before I got out. But then I finally went to sleep, and I kept waking up and somebody would walk by and check on me. And the next morning they came, and the lady said, she said, who all wants to take a bath? And when she got to me, she said, well, we know you don't want to take a bath. And she walked on by my cell. So this other lady came, and she says, well, we're seeing the psychiatrist today. She said, you think you want to see the psychiatrist today? And I told her, I said, I haven't had a telephone call. I haven't had anything. Nobody, my family doesn't know where I am or anything. So she went to the next cell and got the lady out of the next cell. And finally, a lady came about 3 hours later, and she came to me and she said, Miss Stevens, she said, they're telling us that you're crazy or you're suicidal. She said, you're not. She said, you're not crazy, are you? I said, no. And I kind of told her how I had ended up there. So then about 2 or 3 hours later, a lady came and said, do you want to go to first appearance? Of course, I had to ask her what was first appearance. I said, I don't even know what first appearance is. And all of this happened to me because of that telephone call at Mid-Florida. And so she explained to me that I would be going to a judge, but when she came, she brought me these clothes to put on, and it was a black outfit, and the top had these flowers caked up on it, and I smelled the crouch, and it was stinking. And I said, ma'am, I'm not putting on those filthy pants next to my vaginal area. I said, I'm just not going to do that. She said, but the only other thing I have is a 3X. And so she went and she got the 3X. I said, if it's clean, I'll put it on. And she got in and they took me to the court, and the lady told me, she said, they were debating whether or not they were even going to charge you. So when I got to the judge, she said, you had bail of $550. She said you needed to have called somebody to have them to come and set that out. But I found out my husband was already trying to take care of that. So when I went and stood before the judge says to me, he said, Ms. Stevens, he said, we're not going to charge you bail. Your bail has been dropped. All you need to do is go home and call in and wait for your court date. All because I went to Mid-Florida asking for my money. So then I go back to the jail, and he tells me stay 500 feet from the Mid-Florida, don't go out of state, don't get drunk or get high. So when I go back to the jailhouse, they again tell me, we got to take your clothes and you still got to stay in this cell naked. And I was there about 3 or 4 hours before I was dismissed, but in the midst of being there those additional 3 hours, I stood up and looked, and there was a male person in one of the other rooms who apparently had come in to take out the garbage or something. He's standing there gazing at my naked body. And you're talking about embarrassed and humiliated. I was traumatized. I was like, oh my goodness. And he just stood there. He didn't, when I looked at him, he just there. He was standing there, just getting him a good eyeful. And I stepped back out of view into the corner. And finally, they came and they brought me my clothes, and they brought me this outfit I had on, and they took me to the jail, to the sheriff department, and they gave me my clothes to put on, and they said, we can't give you your pocketbook until you exit the building. And as I was getting ready to exit, they said, your husband's called and he's got the information, and they say, but before you walk out of that door, we need to take your mugshot, because they had not done any of that. And at that point, that was when they took my mugshot and had me to fingerprint on the Xerox machine, all because I asked for my money. All of this happened to me.
Unbelievable.
And I left, and then my husband and my daughter picked me up, and my husband took me out, and before we could get back home, there was a call from Mid-Florida on my cell phone that I had missed. There was a call on my husband's phone that he had missed. There was a call on our landline that had been missed, all from Mid-Florida Credit Union. And she said that her name was Valerie Dollison, and she wanted to come out and talk with me about what had happened, because they had looked at the video. And I asked her, I said, how do you know? She said, well, we looked at it, we saw everything that happened, and we know we want to talk to you about the situation. So I said, I haven't been in 500 feet of Mid-Florida. Why do you want to talk to me? She said, well, we want to talk to you. It'll be okay. I just want to come and talk with you. So when she came, she had this white orchid in her hand, and she said, this is for me. She said, this is not for Mid-Florida. And so she said to me, she said, I'm here on behalf of Mid-Florida Credit Union. And she kept emphasizing, I'm here on behalf of Mid-Florida Credit Union. She said, we were wrong. She said, if we had done what we told you we were going to do the day before, you would not have been back at Mid-Florida. I said, you are exactly right. She said, we're trying to understand how you felt and how you're feeling. And she said, the president wants to know how you feel. And I said, if you want to know how I feel, I said, think about the fact that if it was your mama, I said, tell the president to think about the fact if it was his mama, or somebody that they knew and loved or something like that, that had come in just to ask for their money. I said, that's all I was asking for. She said, well, we were wrong. She said, they sent you this $300 gift card. And I was like, what? She said, a $300 gift card. And she left it on the table. And she said they're paying one, called it a goodwill offering of one house payment for you. And they said, if you need anything, let us know. They said, our attorney is going to take care of everything, that they're going to make this thing wholly disappear, all disappear. And so later, when time came for me to go to court, the court called me and said, they said somebody was trying to take care of what happened to you, but it was a thing where it went against their interests and they couldn't do anything. But they said, anyway, the state attorney's office had just dropped the whole case. So I got to say absolutely nothing. But I was just traumatized. I was humiliated. I was dehumanized, all because I wanted my money that I had placed in a bank that I had been banking with at that time some 47 and a half years. They had financed my house, and to pay my mortgage was what I was trying to do, because they have my house mortgage now. I have a truck financed through them now. And I went through all of that just to, I don't understand. And right now I have a psychiatrist. I've seen my psychiatrist that I've had to pick up since this happened. She said that I'm dealing with post-traumatic stress syndrome. She's got me on 3 meds. She's got me on 2 to help keep me level. She's got me on 1 to help keep the nightmares away. I have a therapist who teaching me all these games and things to help me to deal with this situation when it comes up, because it constantly comes up. And I made the mistake of watching this thing on television the other night where this young man was brutally killed by the police. That thing just went all over me because his hands were handcuffed behind his back. And I shouldn't have watched it, but I went through it all back over again, and I saw my therapist on yesterday. I was with my psychiatrist last week. And it's just more than I can deal with.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens, for bearing your heart. I think she said it best, how humiliating, because she wanted her money from Mid-Florida Credit Union. This bank, who she had banked with for almost 50 years, obviously didn't respect her as a valued customer and called the police on what she and we believe was banking while black in America. We'll take your questions at this time, as many as we can.
Mr. Crump, can you explain to people why you believe this is about race? If the allegations are true, why wouldn't this just be a terrible case of customer service?
You know, Lewis, that's the one thing we always grapple with, because we look for videos, like with these police cases, we look for videos where the banks are arresting white citizens who are not doing anything but saying we want to be treated as a valued customer. We don't see those videos, but how many videos have we seen of black people being handcuffed in banks and dragged out for saying we just want our money? And what happens every time on these cases, it turns out they say, we were wrong. We apologize to the black customer. That's why we believe that banking while black is real. And we don't believe Miss Linda Stevens would have had the police called on her if she were a white woman.
Will you be filing complaints against the sheriff's office?
We're contemplating getting full justice for Miss Linda Stevens, and we believe that the bank is going to interplea the sheriff's office. But she filed a complaint with Internal Affairs against the sheriff's office about the way she was treated. We believe the proximate cause of all the injustice suffered by Linda Stevens was because of Mid-Florida Credit Union accusing her of being belligerent because she wanted her money. Y'all understand, race in America, you can be a 70-year-old grandmother, great-grandmother, and say, I want my money, and then they say, oh, she is intimidating us. A 70-year-old grandmother? You gonna call the police? I mean, it's why didn't they just give her money back? I mean, the engineer said I had the money. Why call the police on this grandmother? I mean, it's outrageous. Any other questions?
The report says.
We're going to take our final break here of this hour as that news conference wraps up right there. No statement yet from the bank, and if there is one on this lawsuit, of course, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. When we come back, taking you out to Capitol Hill, where we have Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy speaking right now to reporters. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. We've been rolling from the beginning. We'll play it from the top at the top of the hour, coming up next. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, coming up on a new hour here. Your host, Mike Page, thanks again for joining us here worldwide, bringing the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Well, just coming about a couple of minutes ago, the House did vote to knock Representative Omar off of the House Foreign Affairs Committee there, and that vote succeeded there over some past statements that she made against Israel, as well as other allegations against her. And so speaking right after that vote, Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, not only speaking on that, but also other big topics as well, talking about the debt ceiling and much, much more.
State is going to give our State of the Union response, and we're excited about it, especially what she's been able to achieve so far as governor in Arkansas, so I'm very excited by that. We'll also have Juan Ciscomani giving a response in Spanish as well. As many of you know, Juan's story, immigrating to America at age 11. His father drove the bus in Tucson, Arizona. Just a real true American story as well. Yesterday I had a meeting with the president. I got to see the president again this morning. I was like that he said it was a good meeting as well to me. No predetermined ideas, but we're going to meet again about the debt ceiling and ways that we can find ways for savings and put ourselves on a path to balance. I think that's very important. If you look any of the latest polls, 74% of Americans believe there has to be some savings in what we're spending. We're at 120% of GDP, meaning our debt is larger than our economy. It's one of the greatest threats we have to this nation. And when I look at it, if you look at just the last 12 years in Congress, Republicans controlled 8 years of that and Democrats controlled 4. In the last 4 years that the Democrats controlled, they increased discretionary spending by 30%, more than $400 billion. Now, we had controlled it for twice as long. Discretionary spending during those 8 years didn't go up $1. They actually went down $10 billion. So I know we can find savings and get our economy stronger. After when Republicans were in the majority, we were able to pass that tax package. Revenue into the government has never been higher. It's the highest revenue we've ever seen in. So it's not a revenue problem, it's a spending problem. So we'll continue to work on that. A couple interesting things happen on the floor right now. You had almost, if you combine the number of Democrats who voted no and voted present, there's 100 Democrats that won't stand up against socialism. That's a real concern to me in America today. It's not just that wasn't a college vote on a college campus. That was a vote in the U.S. Congress that 100 Democrats couldn't say socialism was wrong. That's a scary point of view, but you also understand why we're in a spending problem that they are when they were in the majority. That's why you understand the challenges that we have here. So let me stop there and take any questions you might have. Yes, sir.
When the White House said that the president's open to talking about the debt ceiling and a separate discussion about ways to control spending. I mean, what do you think about when you hear that they kind of want to separate those two, is what they say?
Whichever way they want to talk about it, I'm very clear. We will not pass a clean debt ceiling here without some form of spending reform. So there'll never be a clean one. I don't know how they want to say it, that's fine. But at the end of the day, we're going to get spending reforms. I believe you have to lift the debt ceiling. But you do not lift the debt ceiling without changing your behavior. So it's got to be both in place. Yes, sir.
Some of your own members who voted for this Omar resolution, like Congresswoman Mace and Congressman Gonzalez, are concerned of what they see as sort of like tit for tat, retribution that your new majority is taking against a Democratic member of the House. Is this the message you want to send to voters as you come into power here?
No, and that's the clear part, how it's not tit for tat. So let's just put it in perspective of what the Democrats did and what Republicans are doing. So the Democrats in the last Congress removed Republican members from all committees. They even judged one Republican member not based upon what she had said as a member of Congress, but what she said prior to ever getting here. And they removed from all committees. I'm not removing people from all committees. And I'm not judging something that someone said when they're not a member of Congress. Now, the first two people we did not allow to be on Intel. If you got the briefing I got from the FBI, and I know you all personally believe it as well, simply as an American, you know Swalwell should not serve on the Intel. I'd love to take a show of hands here. How many believe, if you're a member of Congress and the FBI says nothing, but the moment your leadership appoints you to the Intel Committee, the FBI comes knocking on the leadership's door and says, we have a problem, this person has a relationship with a Chinese spy. How many believe that that person should stay on Intel? So, yes, it's not the same, and he's no longer on Intel. But there are a number of other Democrats concerned. Now, the chairman of the Intel Committee, Adam Schiff, I actually believe I helped him. Because what he did to the Intel Committee, he used that position as chairman, knowing classified information that others didn't, and he conveyed to the American public something that was not true to try to confuse them on a number of times. From the whistleblower, even the Washington Post acknowledged that that is true. What he did when he went after Devin Nunes, even the Inspector General said he was lying about that. He turned the Intel Committee into an impeachment committee. So now Schiff serves on Judiciary. That is actually the committee for impeachment. That is where he should serve. So now the Intel Committee would go back to the responsibility that it has to protect the American public. Now, when it comes to Congresswoman Omar, based upon what she had said, the anti-Semitic comments, it's all about the Benjamins. The military in America is equal to Hamas and the Taliban. On 9/11, something happened that day. Even the former Democratic chair of the committee believed her comments were wrong. When a resolution was brought up to deal with this last time, she never apologized. They changed the resolution to say anti-Semitism is wrong. We're not removing her from other committees. We just do not believe when it comes to foreign affairs, especially the responsibility of that position around the world with the comments that you make. She shouldn't serve there. But this is what if it was tit for tat, we would have picked people, took them off all committees and said nothing about it. We don't believe in that. I just had a conversation with the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries. What I asked him to do was to select a couple members, along with himself and mine, and I have a couple members, and one's going to be Nancy Mace to help, and Ken Buck and some others. And I think what we should do is put into the rules. There is a code of conduct here, but I don't know the definition exactly what all that's going to mean. I think that should be clear. So if there is a concern, it's not tit for tat, but I think in moving forward, every single member of Congress has a responsibility to how they carry themselves. Let me finish the question. And it's responsible upon us to let them know what that is, and then what is the due process in a bipartisan way that we can deal with it. So I'm going to put a group of Democrats that Hakeem will select and a group of Republicans, and we'll work to come and clarify the rules and pass something for not only this Congress, but future Congresses as well.
There's an acrimony right now in Congress. We've seen it play out in many of these committee hearings where members are calling each other names. This vote with Congresswoman Omar is a backdrop against this. With the acrimony between Republicans and Democrats right now, how can the American people be confident that you'll be able to get things done?
Because this is nothing like the last Congress where you move somebody from all committees. This is nothing like the last Congress where you have a speaker that tells Republicans they can't even be on committees. This is nothing like the last Congress where they would deny the rights for bills to even go through committee. This is nothing like the last Congress where you never had an open rule. So let's just judge the few weeks we've had now to the last Congress. This is the first time in 7 years any bill has come to the floor in an open rule. Almost a decade since a bill has come to the floor that's not an appropriation bill. Look at what we've also done the first week. In a bipartisan way, 146 Democrats joined with us, where we opened a select committee on China. This is actually a fundamentally different Congress. I've had Democrats coming up to me telling me we're running it much better, especially the time allotment. They like the openness and the working. I'll give you another example for an inner workings, right? There's times that I was going to be given a briefing. I call up the minority leader, take the briefing with me. Because there's ways that I look at the way we were treated in the past I don't think was right. And I'm glad you asked this question because this is a much different Congress, much more. Now the public can actually be here. You can be here. How different is that? The public is going to be back in the people's house. We're going to have a State of the Union where the public can actually watch it. So yeah, I'm really excited how this is so different than the last Congress.
Just to follow up on
I'm really picking one side. Yeah, that's all. Let me come back to you. Go ahead. Yeah, that's unfair. I was really going.
On Hunter Biden
yes.
and his calls for a federal investigation now into the dissemination of the laptop, how is that going to impact your own investigations into him?
I don't think, anyway. I think it's delayed in its tactic. I think it's an attorney tactic to try to stop something. The one thing I will say from that, he's acknowledging now it is his laptop. So he was a little slower than the rest of the papers and Twitter and the others, but now we know that it's true. And I think the investigations here, the uniqueness is you'll have Republicans and Democrats, and we'll get to the bottom of all that.
And then quick follow-up just
yes.
on Secretary Mayorkas. There's obviously now people calling for articles of impeachment. What about a timeline? When can we see an inquiry happen?
Well, listen, we will never use impeachment for political reasons. It's just not going to happen. That doesn't mean if something rises to the level of impeachment, we would not do it. So what you're finding now, committees have just now been organized. I said early on, going down to the border a number of times. Fortunately, the president finally went down to the border after 40-some years. We can't sustain what's happening. Every community now is a border community. We're watching fentanyl. In my own community, a cartel came in and killed 6 people. A young baby shot in the head. The fentanyl that is just decimating the most productive years of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. So what you'll find is, in the last month, even though we said we were going to have an inquiry, in December, we hit the highest number we've ever hit. So what you'll find is the committees are together, they'll start the inquiry and let it go wherever it takes them.
Do you think we have the confidence of the conference to move forward with an inquiry?
Oh, yeah. I think Democrats will join with us, too. Nobody wants to see the border the way it is today. But go back here.
I just want to get you to comment on some of the things that Leader Jaffer said. He had a press conference before you. He had these posters up of some of the words that members of your conference have said in the past. So can you just respond to some Democrats who... I
wasn't at the press conference, so can you tell me an example?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying for example, he had comments from Marjorie Taylor Greene up.
Is she on Foreign Affairs?
No, I was...
Is she on Intel? Okay, I make my case. Next question.
You've been talking about the meeting with the president again following these discussions. Do you have a timeline for your next meeting with him? And realistically, what are the next steps? Are you going to bring some members perhaps to meet with him at the White House? Are you bringing some Democrats as well? What's the next step in the process? Okay, the next step is very clear. We left it that he'll give me a call in a couple days to set up the next meeting. Not who would come, not any of that. Today I got to see him at the prayer breakfast. He sat next to me and he said, very good meeting. I thought his comments up at the prayer breakfast that we're going to treat people with respect, and he followed to me, and I have respect for the president, and I want to be very responsible with how we deal with it. I was very clear with the president. We should not wait 5 months. Let's not put America through turmoil, right? I mean, I looked at the latest polling. The greatest fear people have is government. They want their government to actually work. We have a government that's designed. We have a government that the American public decided to have a check and balance, where Republicans in charge of the House, Democrats in the Senate, he has the presidency. So I believe the most sensible way to do this is we sit down together and we start talking. Yesterday, I know before he said he wouldn't negotiate, but yesterday was a very nice conversation for more than an hour. It didn't mean we agreed, but we staked out different positions, and I think at the end of the conversation between both of us, we thought, you know what? This is worthwhile to continue. We're going to continue it. So you're going to have another meeting?
He's going to come back to me, yes.
With regard to classified documents, we've seen pressure in the Senate right now, threats to the Biden administration in order to get that briefing, specifically from Democrats and Republicans on the Senate Intel Committee. Does the House have its own plans to apply pressure on the Biden administration in order to get the briefing that Congress is required to?
I mean, this is, take away what we're talking about, but the House and Senate have a constitutional right to oversee this. These agencies do not have a right to withhold information to members of Congress, and especially in the Intel Committee. So you will see members inside the House Intelligence Committee to join with the senators as well. It's just purely the jurisdiction of Congress.
On immigration, what's going to happen with Chip Roy's bill on H.R. 29? Tony Gonzalez has spoken out against it over language about asylum. How do Republicans fight to...
Look, when we deal with immigration, a lot of members have a lot of different positions. Both of those members from Texas have a lot to say. Tony represents almost 2/3 of all the border. He has a lot of great input in there. Whatever comes through is going to come through committee, and I know members are working together to try to find a place to get there. So I think at the end of the day, we'll try to find out what the very best policy. I think there'll be a number of bills, and we'll run it through the floor. Yes.
When will Republicans actually put pen to paper on a spending cuts plan?
And give them to you?
And give them to the president.
Well, we've talked to the president many times, but I'm not going to negotiate this in the press. I'm sorry. You can ask this many times.
Details. What's the timeline?
The timeline we have is he's going to call me back and we'll get back together in a meeting.
One of the members you elevated to a committee, the first thing...
One of the members, I elevated a lot of people. You know, we went from the minority to the majority. You know what happens when that happens? You get a lot more slots, so you got to put a lot more people on committees. But go ahead.
One of the first things Marjorie Taylor Greene said from the oversight dais was that Ashley Babbitt was murdered. Do you think Ashley Babbitt was murdered, or do you think the police officer who shot her was doing his job?
I think the police officer did his job.
There is an increasing conversation again about policing in this country. We know your statement about Tyre Nichols.
Yes.
Should and are Republicans looking into police reform in the House? Are you working on that?
Look,
do you want to be part of talks?
What happened to Tyre Nichols is appalling and just unapproachable. We want the Justice Department to work. We want justice to be given. I've always believed in any situation like this, you should gather all the information. I've had a couple of conversations with Tim Scott, who's really been a lead on many of these cases. We've also, with Jim Jordan and others, and we'll make sure we get all the information back and work forward based upon if there's one. Yes, sir.
You've expressed some willingness in the past to work with Democrats to remove some of, or replace some of the slaver art, like the depictions of slavers and Confederates here in the Capitol. As Speaker, you have a lot of power over the artwork that gets displayed in this building. Is that something you're thinking
Well, I remember when the Democrats brought up removing of a couple statues, I thought they should have gone further. Because the interesting part is I think they should change the name of their own party. Because when you think about it, every statue that came was voted on by a state legislature that was a Democrat majority, that was sent to Congress as a Democrat majority accepted it. There's not one Republican that you have to take down. There's not one Republican in the process. Remember how our party created. Our very first president was Abraham Lincoln. The greatest challenge ever to our Constitution was the Civil War. But I think if the Democrats are truthful about moving forward on what they want to remove, they should remove the name of their party as well, because that was the name that they provided and circled around and moved forward. So look, I'm very proud. You come into my office, Joseph Rainey, first black American ever elected to Congress. He was a Republican. And I watched what the Democrats did by bringing us Jim Crow laws through the South, going after black Americans getting elected to Congress, holding us back so far. So, no, if I was a Democrat, I wouldn't be proud of their legacy. I wouldn't be proud of their history, and I'd want to change it. Yes.
Democrats are arguing that the difference between last Congress when they voted those Republicans off committees and Omar during this vote is that there's a lack of accountability, because they say that you specifically have not condemned Marjorie Taylor Greene or Paul Gosar. What is your reaction to that?
They're totally wrong. I can't even believe you've asked that question. Think what you just asked, what they said. That somehow there's every single Democrat voted to remove Marjorie Greene on something she said before she ever came to Congress. So they wanted to override what the American people in her district decided. Then they removed Gosar from every single place. And what did we see when Congress reconvened right now? Gosar and AOC sitting together having a great conversation. Now they get upset. They want to fight really hard to keep a member of their conference who had a relationship with a Chinese spy on the Intel Committee. I can't believe you defend or even ask. I can't believe they would even defend that. Then they want to defend Schiff, who lied to the American public. Then they want to defend Omar. I'm not removing any of them from all committees like they did. They cheered when they did that. We simply looked at a foreign affairs of what the rest of the world looks like, where she sat and gave anti-Semitic comments. Even people in her own party said, I bet if Elliott was here today, the former chair, he would have voted with us. She said the American military was equal to Hamas and to Taliban, from a member of the Foreign Affairs. She said Americans only like Israel because it's all about the Benjamins. And 3 years later, she said, I didn't know there's a trope when it comes to referring to someone who's Jewish with money. She said on 9/11, as a member of Congress, as an individual who's sitting on Foreign Affairs, something happened that day. What does that say to other people around the world? What does that say to somebody else who wants to create another 9/11 America? I'm sorry. It's not right. We were right in our action, and she can serve on other committees. But it puts America in jeopardy, and I'm not going to do that under my watch. And it's fair in the process, unlike them.
I think they need public
Yes, sir.
Last month, the State Department spokesman Ned Price was asked about a possible visit to Taiwan.
I don't have anything scheduled right now.
No, that's not my question. And so, in response, he pointed to Speaker Pelosi's visit and said that the Chinese had used that as a pretext to change the normal across the Taiwan Strait. Obviously referring to their escalating their military activities. So my question is, if you go, are you concerned that there might be an even greater escalation of military activity in that region?
Okay, let me be very clear. China's never going to tell me where I can and can't go. But I have nothing scheduled right now to go to Taiwan. Last question. Yes, sir.
Sir, a group of your colleagues took to the floor. They had a special order on DirecTV's deplatforming of Newsmax And I wanted to ask you, sir, if the House would contemplate hearings on that.
You know, I had discussions with a couple members now because it's very concerning to me. Now, Newsmax isn't the first one, OAN as well. And I think America should be able to have a choice in the news they are able to get, a choice in being able to see it. I would hate to see that someone's being kicked off simply because they provide something conservative. So I think it is a place that we should look at, especially coming after all the things we saw happening in social media. Now what we found out that happened at Twitter, when they told us, oh, it wasn't happening. It's a real concern here. It's better to bring sunlight and get all the facts to know that is someone being jeopardized to being on television simply because their philosophical beliefs. That should be wrong. And I think it's a place that we should look into as well. Thank you. I hope you have a great weekend.
Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, wrapping up right there. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. When we come back, we will take you out to the White House briefing underway. We'll start it from the beginning. Coming up next here on Live Now.
Amid extreme attacks from Republican officials just across the country. So she has a hard time out, right? You have to get out of here because she does have to meet with the president in the Oval Office in a few minutes, but she wanted to speak with all of you and take some questions. And John, what is yours?
I'll take that question. Good morning. Later today, President Biden is hosting an event in honor of the 30th anniversary of the Family and Medical Leave Act. He will be joined by Vice President Harris and several members of his cabinet and will welcome President Bill Clinton back to the White House to celebrate the first bill that President Clinton signed in office. The Family and Medical Leave Act came about after years of work by advocates and members of Congress, including support by President Biden as a senator, and from an historic number of women trailblazers in Congress, some of whom will join the president at the White House today. This event is a moment to recognize the difference that the Family and Medical Leave Act has made and continues to make for millions of Americans. But it's also a moment to recognize the work that remains to be done to support workers, including the need to pass a national paid family and medical leave law. The president will discuss recent actions the administration has taken to support women in the workplace, including through the year-end omnibus, which included the passage of the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act and the Pump for Nursing Mothers Act, as well as significant investments in child care. To give you an idea of what these wins mean for women, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act requires employers to offer reasonable accommodations to pregnant women and new moms, basic long overdue protections like bathroom breaks and a stool to sit on. This is good for maternal health, infant health, and it's also good for the economic security of women and their families, ensuring that they're not pushed out of a job and instead can stay in the workforce and continue supporting their families. It also allows workers to take time off to recover from childbirth, including many women who don't have access to parental leave. The president is also committed to continuing to support women's economic security, which is why today he issued a presidential memorandum to support federal employees' access to leave when they need to care for themselves or loved one, including during their first year of employment and for reasons related to domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Fighting for women's economic security is a top priority, of course, but I will also like to touch on another priority, protecting access to reproductive care for women across the country amid a wave of extreme legislation at the state and national level. As a result of the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, more than 26 million women in the United States currently live in a state that has banned abortion. And while the president and the vice president stand with the majority of Americans in believing that the right to choose is fundamental, we continue to face an all-out assault by Republican officials on women's access to reproductive care. I'll just outline briefly the focus of our fight right now. First, we're fighting anti-choice legislation in Congress. Since House Republicans took office, they have proposed 3 separate national abortion bans and an additional number of bills to restrict access to reproductive care. The President and the Senate Democrats will be a firewall against this extreme legislation while continuing to call on Congress to restore the protections of Roe versus Wade as federal law. That leads me to our second focus, which is taking executive action to defend reproductive rights. As you know, the President has already issued 2 executive orders to safeguard access to reproductive health care, and on what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe, the President took another step, issuing a presidential memorandum to further support safe access to medication abortion. These efforts are extremely critical, and especially critical in the face of Republican officials denying the science, threatening pharmacies, and fighting access to safe FDA-approved medication. And I'll remind you that medication abortion accounts for more than half of all abortions in the United States. We're also working closely with state leaders who are fighting to defend reproductive rights, those on the front lines of addressing the more than 100 anti-choice bills that have already been filed for the 2023 legislative session. And we're supporting state leaders in taking proactive action, again, as well, to protect access to abortion. This week, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz signed the PRO Act, making Minnesota the first state in 2023 to pass legislation codifying the protections of Roe. So there's a lot of work to be done to ensure women everywhere in this country are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve, but the President remains committed to fighting for gender equality and gender equity, and I really look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you so much, Jen. There's a white jacket.
Hi, Jen. I'm Courtney Rose. I'm from Florida Government. I wanted to ask you, you were talking about abortion medication. There's a conservative group in Texas that's seeking an injunction to stop mifepristone distribution. The group is called Alliance for Defending Freedom. What will you do, or the White House do, to help counter the suit? I know that this touches on what you're trying to do to expand access to abortion drugs. And will you more clearly argue that the FDA's regulations on the abortion pill preempt state law?
Thanks, Courtney. I'm not going to comment on pending litigation, and of course I direct you to the Department of Justice to talk more about that. But I do want to step back and look at the facts. Mifepristone has been on the market for 20 years. The FDA determined that it is safe and effective, and it's used all around the world. And as I just said, it accounts for the majority of abortions here in the United States. Lawsuits and other extreme measures that have been announced by state officials, including threats to the litigation litigation you just referred to, threats to pharmacies, are about coming after the right to access care and FDA-approved medication. And that's why we are going to remain committed to protecting legal access to medication abortion within the limits of the law. And that's why the President has already taken several steps to do that and reaffirmed this in his most recent presidential memorandum on medication abortion.
Talking about supporting state-level leaders and working against legislation that restricts abortion. Can you be more specific about what that means, how you're supporting them?
We've met regularly, and the Vice President has met with hundreds of state legislators over the course of the last months, really since the Dobbs decision came down, to help them, bring them together so that they can share information about both how to pass proactive state legislation to protect reproductive rights and also to fight back defensively against the extreme legislation that they're seeing in states. And so you've already seen a number of states pass helpful legislation, and as I just mentioned, the fight goes on because there are 100 bills already filed in the 2023 legislative session that are anti-choice. And so we will continue to work with state legislators, governors, mayors, and state attorneys general to help them in that fight.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Really quickly, there are Democrats that are calling on the president to include a paid leave proposal in the upcoming budget. Can you kind of talk about that?
I can't talk about what's in the president's budget, but what I can note is that he included a paid family and medical leave proposal in both his FY22 and FY23 budgets, and he has been quite clear and talked about this in the campaign and prior to that about his support for paid family and medical leave.
Thank you. As you just noted, the president has pushed for this before. Other administrations have been through this before. Why do you think now is different? Now is the time to renew this push, especially when we've seen this falling short before?
Well, I think, we've seen, and I just noted a few really pretty major legislative wins with bipartisan support. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act has been introduced for 10 years and finally passed with, as I said, strong bipartisan support. And I think that, the lesson there is that you keep fighting for the things that are good for families, working families, and by the way, good for the economy, which is very much true of paid family leave and the president's entire care agenda, which also includes, of course, child care and elder care.
Yeah, are you satisfied, I'm wondering, with the Supreme Court's investigation that concluded over the leaking of the Dobbs decision? There's been some criticism that Michael Chertoff advised it, and then also that the justices themselves weren't under oath and got to sort of be part of the process.
I could take that once you're done. Okay. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead.
Jen, I wondered, have you seen any movement from more moderate Republicans on reproductive rights? You were mentioning that there's been bipartisan support for some of these other pieces of legislation when it comes to families. I just wondered on the issue of reproductive rights, like where are you guys with trying to move more moderate Republicans?
Well, the president has been really clear that the only way to replace fundamental constitutional right that has been taken away, which is what the Supreme Court did in the Dobbs decision, is to pass federal legislation codifying the protections that existed under Roe. And he will, and we will, and the Vice President will continue to work to do that with anybody who is willing to work with us on that. I will note that we have heard and seen quite publicly some Republicans trying to moderate their view, but I think it's really important to look at their voting record. Many who are talking about protecting women's access to health care are actually voting quite differently. They voted for bills that ban or severely restrict abortion. They've actually co-sponsored legislation to ban abortion. And, this summer, a number of them did not vote for the Right to Contraception Act, which would both protect and expand the right to contraception.
Okay, last question in the back.
I was just wondering, the HHS secretary brought up the prospect of an emergency on abortion again earlier this week. He sort of said that an evaluation was still underway. Do you have any insight of that from the White House's perspective?
Yes, I mean, we have said before, and I will continue to say that no option is off the table that will expand access to reproductive health care. But at this point, we don't believe that declaring a public health emergency would provide meaningful new resources in this fight.
Thank you so much, Jen. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. I just have a couple things at the top, and then we'll get to it. Okay, so as you know, last week, President Biden told Tyre Nichols' family that he would continue pushing Congress to send the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act to his desk. To that end, the president will host some members of the Congressional Black Caucus at the White House later today to discuss shared priorities, including the path forward to police reform in Congress, and the vice president will also be in attendance. This is an issue that is deeply important to the president, and one that he has long partnered with members of the Congressional Black Caucus on. Members of the Congressional Black Caucus were critical partners in advancing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act last session. And when Senate Republicans blocked the legislation from reaching the president's desk, the president worked with members of the Congressional Black Caucus to take sweeping executive action to set the gold standard for effective, accountable policing at the federal level. Today's Oval Office meeting will provide an opportunity to discuss the important reforms that have already been implemented because the president acted when Congress could not or would not. Reforms like banning chokeholds, significantly restricting no-knock warrants, and requiring the use of body cams at the federal level, and immediate changes like prohibiting the transfer of military-grade firearms, grenade launchers, and other military equipment to law enforcement agencies. But as the president has repeatedly said, no executive action can substitute federal legislation. Real and lasting change at the state and local levels will require Congress to act. It will require Republicans in Congress to stop getting in the way of ensuring our justice system lives up to its name. The president will continue to do everything in his power to fight for police reform in Congress, and he looks forward to meeting with members of the Congressional Black Caucus today on the path forward. Today as well, we're also marking the one-year anniversary of the President and the First Ladies reigniting the cancer moonshot with the ambitious goal of cutting cancer deaths in half over the next 25 years and improving the experience of Americans living with and surviving cancer. In the past year, the Cancer Moonshot has announced over 25 new programs, policies, and resources to help close the screening gap, support patients and caregivers, advance cutting-edge research, and so much more. And today, the Moonshot announced new actions that will build on this strong foundation, including a first-of-its-kind program to connect kids fighting cancer and their families with the patient navigation support they need. This issue is deeply personal for so many Americans, including the President and the First Lady. The First Lady has been a tireless champion of the Cancer Moonshot, traveling the country and the world to hear from cancer patients and their families, as well as those who support them, focusing on the importance of early detection and improving the experience of patients, families, and caregivers. In fact, she'll be in San Diego tomorrow to visit a community health center that's receiving Moonshot funding to increase cancer screenings in underserved communities. Thanks to the work of the Moonshot, the federal government has never been more committed to ending cancer as we know it. Finally, I wanted to say a few words about an incredible colleague that I have had the pleasure of working with, who will soon be leaving the White House. For over 2 years, Brian Deese has served as the director of the National Economic Council and as one of the president's most trusted advisors. Brian has helped shape and pass the most significant economic agenda in generations: the American Rescue Plan, which brought our economy back from the brink; the bipartisan infrastructure law, the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations; the CHIPS and Science Act, which ensures we make more high-end technology here at home so we can outcompete the world; and the Inflation Reduction Act, which is giving millions of families a little bit of a breathing room, investing in clean energy manufacturing, and addressing the climate crisis. Brian has helped steer the president's economic vision into reality by helping families get back to work, businesses reopen, and bring prices under control. He has been an effective leader in President Biden's efforts to rebuild our economy so no one is left behind. Part of Brian's success has been the incredible team that he built at NEC. His strong team is the most diverse NEC in history, 60% women and 50% people of color. He has a way of translating very complex economic information. As you all know, he's been in this briefing room many times in front of all of you, taking your questions, and he has been able to translate that into language all of us can understand. And I would say, we will miss Brian very much. We miss his kindness, his intelligence, and just being an amazing colleague. But I know how excited his family is to have more of his time, and we wish Brian the absolute best in his next chapter. With that, Colleen.
Thank you. On the Philippines, I wondered if you had confirmation on what islands the bases will be stationed on. And I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm so sorry. You should finish your question.
And then is there a concern that the expanded military presence could further provoke China?
So on the specifics of the location, I would refer you to the Department of Defense. I would refer you to my colleagues there. And look, the way that I would see this is as a very important alliance and a partnership with the Philippines, as you ask about China. But that's the way that we perceive this and how we're moving forward as an important partnership and, again, an alliance that we have with the Philippines.
And then on the meeting with McCarthy yesterday, I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on what continuing the conversation looks like. And he specifically had mentioned to reporters outside that there was a follow-up call scheduled with the White House. I wondered if that was happening or had happened.
So as you heard from the speaker and also from the president, it was a good discussion. It was an honest discussion. Our senior staff has followed up and communicated our appreciation to the speaker's team, and we will continue to stay in touch as we have been for the past several months. I don't have any calls to preview or to speak to, but again, I mean, you heard directly from the speaker. I believe he spoke for about 30 minutes at the Sticks yesterday, taking your questions as well, and he said it was productive. And again, it was, as I said, a very good discussion, and we appreciated his time. Okay, Mayor.
On that same topic, there was a fair amount of optimism on both sides coming out of that meeting yesterday, but the speaker has now said to reporters again that there will be no clean debt ceiling hike. So why the cause for optimism?
Well, look, the cause for optimism is because you heard it from the speaker himself. It was a good discussion. It was going to be a continuing conversation that they're going to have, and there are real discussions to continue as it relates to the American people. When you look at the deficit more broadly and how we need to continue to lower the deficit, and what the president has done the last 2 years. You've heard me talk about that many times from the podium, and we have said very loud and clear to the speaker, if he has any ideas on how to work together on that, we're willing to listen and work in good faith. But look, as it relates, as I've always said, when it comes to lifting the debt ceiling, that is a completely separate issue, and that has not changed. You saw that from our readout yesterday. You've heard this from me. You heard it from the president. You've heard it from Brian Deese and others in this administration, that we need to do that without conditions. The debt ceiling needs to be lifted without conditions, and so we still stand by that. That has not changed. We truly believe it is a constitutional duty of Congress, Republican, Democrats, Independents, to get that done, as we have seen this done 78 times before since 1960.
But given the optimism, I understand you're not going to detail negotiations because this is an ongoing process, but should we take that there were potential areas of agreement that were identified here?
Look, I'm not going to speak for the speaker. I'm certainly am not his spokesperson, but President Biden has made made it very clear that it is up to Congress to live out their congressional duty to avoid an economic catastrophe as it relates to a default. Like, we've been very clear on that. And he even said, the Speaker, as you just mentioned, Mary, I think you were alluding to this, we're not going to negotiate in public on anything that is related, right, to fiscal responsibility and what it is that they want to move forward with, the House Republicans. What is it their plan is going to be? What the President has said, he's been clear on the debt ceiling. It should be done without conditions. He's willing and ready to discuss how we can lower costs when it comes to the deficit. And he has said as well, he's going to have his budget show what he believes his fiscal priorities are, show how we need to be fiscally responsible as we talk about the American people. He'll have that on March 9th. And he asked the Speaker to do the same.
And just one more, the State of the Union is coming up. I was wondering if you could give us a sense of how the President is preparing for this, where he may be in the speech writing process, who's helping him with that.
It's a good question. As you know, the President has been working on his speech for some time. He sees this as an opportunity, and I've spoken to this before, not just to address the Congress and the members of Congress clearly, but also as an opportunity to speak directly to the American people. He's done it at least twice before. This will be his third time. And so he takes this very seriously. These types of speeches continue to evolve, sometimes until the final moments before being delivered, as you can imagine. But you can expect the President to hit on many of the issues that you hear him speak about every day, the significant economic progress we're seeing under his leadership, his economic vision that's building our economy from the bottom up and middle out, the historic pieces of legislation passed into law over the last 2 years, which are creating good paying middle-class jobs and delivering real results for people by fixing our roads, bridges, tunnels, lowering costs on everyday goods. Those are just a few examples that you will hear from the President. I will also say, somebody just asked, I don't know, it may have been you, Mary, about the optimism that you see from this President, right? This is something that you have heard from him over and over again, especially in the last 2 years, is how he is optimistic about the future of this country. And you'll hear some of that as well. And the possibilities, I've said this before, you hear that from the President as well, the possibilities that we have as a country, especially as we look at our economy, as we look at things moving forward. Go ahead, Steve.
The Speaker mentioned that the debate could go on for 5 months. Is that what you're expecting as well? Is that okay with you?
Look, what we have been very clear about, and I'll say it again, when it comes to the debt ceiling, it is something that should be done. It is something that is a constitutional duty of Congress more broadly. And look, we're not talking about new spending. We're talking about spending that the Congress has racked up over the last couple of years. You know, if you think about where the debt is currently, 90% of that debt happened before the President even walked into office. So it is something that they should get done. And they voted on this when it comes to lifting the debt ceilings 3 times in the last administration. So we don't see any negotiation here. We don't see anything that needs to be discussed. We see this as a duty that they have to get this done. Again, when it comes to lowering the deficit, when it comes to actually coming up with real policies to do that, and you've seen the President do that the last 2 years, $1.7 trillion in lowering the deficit, and you see that even with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is going to lower the deficit by $200 billion. So this is something that the President takes very seriously, and those are the conversations. That's the conversation that he's willing to have, and he wants to see what their plan is going to look like.
Separately, Secretary Blinken is leaving soon for talks in China. Is he going to meet with President Xi, and what is President Biden hoping to get out of this?
I believe the State Department has yet to announce any travel. Certainly, I'm not going to get ahead of the State Department from here, so I would refer you to them. Okay.
On police reform, the President's obviously hosting that meeting with members of the CBC today. Today, he said that justice is long overdue relating to the death of Tyre Nichols. Looking at the State of the Union, how much of an emphasis will President Biden be placing on police reform specifically in that speech, and what kind of request might he?
No, it's a good question. I'm not going to get ahead of the President's speech. I want to be very careful on doing that. As I just mentioned, it's constantly being reworked, and it will be till very last moment. But as I said from the top, it is a deeply important issue for this president. Again, when Congress could not act or would not act because Republicans got in the way of getting a really important critical piece of legislation, the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, he stepped in. And what he put forward in the executive actions, clearly on the federal level, dealing with federal agencies, was something that had never been done by any other president. So that shows his commitment. And him today, he's sitting down and having a conversation with the Congressional Black Caucus and continuing efforts on how we deal with this issue, how we really truly get to a transformational change with police reform, I think also shows his commitment. And so that's going to occur later today. As you all know, there'll be a pool spray at the top, and you guys will experience the president coming together with the Congressional Black Caucus, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, to have that conversation. But certainly I'm not going to get ahead of what specifics will be in the president. Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the president on what he's going to specifically talk about. I laid out the his economic, what he has laid out for his economic policy in the last 2 years, and he will certainly talk about that. I talked about the optimism that he has for this country. I'm just not going to go into details about any specific pieces of legislation that he'll discuss or issues that he'll discuss.
And then on Ukraine, officials in recent days have been warning about this increase in offensive that they're expecting from Russia. One official saying that Russia is preparing for, quote, maximum escalation. Is that an assessment that the White House shares? And is there any plans, or how soon might we see more security assistance?
So look, as it relates to security assistance, as you know, we have been very consistent in providing the assistance that the people of Ukraine need to defend the aggression that they're seeing from Russia, which is we're up almost to a year of that. And the president has shown his commitment throughout this year. He's shown his commitment, as you've seen, when President Zelensky was here most recently and many times before, in bringing together NATO, bringing together the West to really have that strong partnership with our partners and allies to really help Ukraine in every way that we can. Look, we're seeing what's happening. You all are reporting on it very courageously in what's happening in Ukraine, and we are going to continue to help Ukraine in any way that we can. They are assessing what's going on in the battlefields clearly, and we are talking to them on a regular basis to see what else that we can do to help. As far as security assistance, I don't have anything further to read out. And again, we are going to stand by the Ukrainian people for as long as it takes.
Thank you. Following up on the police executive order, one part of that was building a law enforcement accountability database 240 days after the signing of that executive order. We're past that deadline now. What's the status of that database? It was cited often by the administration as an example of its reform efforts.
So would have to go back to the team to get you a number to see exactly where we are with that database. Don't have that number in front of me, pardon me. But look, I do want to say that in putting together that executive order, the president and his team worked with and spoke with, had months and months of engagement with many folks in the communities. When you think about the civil rights organization, you think about the families who had lost an individual, a loved one, to the hands of police, and also law enforcement also came in and gave us advice and thoughts on what should be put in the executive order. And if you go back, Zolan, I'm sure you have, you'll see quotes from many of those different groups who said how important this executive order was to move things forward. Remember, this is a record historic peace executive order that we have not seen from any other president before, but I could go back and talk to the team.
On the database, though,
yeah.
Is it that we don't know how far we are in terms of building it, or is it not yet?
What I'm saying to you is I just have to go back to the team to answer this in a way that answers any questions that you may have on the database. I don't have that information in front of me.
I'm wondering also, just in terms of the meeting with Speaker McCarthy as well, he said that they are not touching Medicare or Social Security. Did he clarify what programs he would like to see spending cuts?
So look, They need to put forward a plan, and we have not seen a plan yet. What we have seen and heard, and you all, again, have reported on this, I've gone through this many times before from here, is what his House Republican Conference has been saying, that they want to cut Medicare, that they want to cut Social Security. They've been very clear on that. We've seen stories after stories, and we've heard directly from many members of the House Conference, Republican Conference, to be more specific there. And so that's what we've heard. I know that Speaker Pelosi has said that on TV most recently. But again, what we are asking for is, what's their plan? What is their plan that they're going to put forward? The president's going to put forward his fiscal plan, his budget on March 9th, that's going to lay out for the American people how he sees the fiscal year 2024 and how he sees delivering for the American people. So we want to see what they are going to put forward.
Thank you, Corinne. Do you have any idea if the president signed off or waiting at all on the release of the Guantanamo Bay detainee, Majid Khan, and should we be anticipating the release of any others soon?
So on that piece, I can let you know and confirm that today we transferred Mr. Khan to Belize after he finished serving his sentence at Guantanamo Bay Detention Facility. Khan had entered a plea agreement in 2012 in which he pledged to cooperate with the U.S. government, and since that time he has honored his cooperation commitment. I can say more broadly as it relates to the Guantanamo Bay and the president's position on that. It remains dedicated. We remain dedicated to a deliberate and thorough process focused on responsibly reducing the detainee population at Guantanamo Bay and ultimately closing the facility. That is still where we stand. The Department of State is seeking to identify suitable onward transfer countries and negotiate transfer arrangements, including appropriate security and humane treatment assurances for the remaining eligible detainees. I know there's been reports on more detainees being transported, just don't have anything to share there.
This weekend, the Democratic National Committee is voting to approve a new calendar for the 2024 primaries and caucuses. It's going to put South Carolina first, followed, if they have their way, with Nevada and New Hampshire going second, Georgia and Michigan after that. I know you cannot specifically discuss politics because of the Hatch Act, or at least that's what you probably tell us. But I'm curious if the president himself will ever speak publicly about his calls and the letter he sent to the DNC saying that this should happen.
I will say this, it's not what I say, it's the rule of law, and I just want to be clear. You kind of just threw it out there as if it's a personal decision here. It is the rule of law, and we believe the rule of law here, and we follow it. I have not had that conversation with the president. I'm going to be, very honest with you. I've not talked to him about 2024. Is that something that we can do from here? And I'm sure you will hear a lot more from the president, moving forward. But I just...
Do you think that's part of what he's planning to talk about tomorrow when he's in Philly?
So tomorrow is an important moment for the president to be in Philadelphia. As you know, the vice president will be there with him as well, and he will send out a note, obviously this afternoon, with additional information, which, as we normally do when it comes to events and when he travels, certainly outside of D.C. And what I can say now is that tomorrow the president will highlight progress on water infrastructure, because there's that official component, and replacing lead pipes thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. And this trip is a continuation of our emphasis on implementation. And this week alone we did, as you know, we went to Baltimore, we went to New York City, and talked about the funding to replace a Civil War era bridge. And in New York, we announced the funding to kickstart the early phase of the Hudson Tunnel project. So I'll stay there on the official pieces. On anything that's related to the DNC components, I would refer you to the DNC. Okay, Tam.
Yeah, thank you. On policing, Karen Bass and Val Demings were two of the lead House advocates for the George Floyd bill. They are both no longer in the House. So who does the White House see as your best partners in the House on that legislation? And also, are there Republicans who the White House has reached out to or otherwise sees as potential partners in the House, to make the numbers work?
So as you know, there were some Republicans in the Senate that were incredibly helpful or tried to be helpful in the last session as it relates to the George Floyd Injustice in Policing Act. So I would refer to them and see where they are this time around as far as it relates to the Republicans. I can tell you for this meeting, I can give you the list of attendees who will be here, and so clearly they are certainly involved in this process, this next stage of legislation process. Representative Harsford, obviously the chair, is going to be here. Representative Clyburn, Representative Neguse, Representative Jackson Lee. We have Senator Booker, who played a very big role, and as you know, I think you guys all heard the Vice President mention yesterday in the early stages of the bill, she was involved, and she'll be in the room as well. And we will also have Reverend Warnock, who will be in the meeting as well. So I would figure that those folks are certainly going to be very involved in this process as well.
And on the investigations, can you say how many people the White House counsel's office added to prepare for the House investigations?
I would refer you to the White House counsel's office on any staffing or any specifics on how they're moving forward with dealing with that. Okay, Nadia.
Thank you. Two questions on foreign policy. The president just met with the King of Jordan. What role does the White House hopes that Jordan can play in de-escalation the violence between the Israelis and the Palestinians?
No, it's a very good question. As you know, as you just mentioned, he met with King Abdullah II and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Hussein of Jordan, and they had lunch together. They will reaffirm the close, enduring nature of the friendship between the United States and Jordan, and the president will thank His Majesty for his close partnership and the role he and Jordan play as a force for stability in the region, in the Middle East. They will also discuss their vision for the region, and that highlights the importance of cooperation and integration, as well as capitalizing on opportunities for economic prosperity and also stability. The president will thank His Majesty for the critical role Jordan plays in diffusing tensions in Jerusalem, and will underscore the need to preserve the historic status quo at the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount, and they will also address the global impact of Russia's brutal war on Ukraine as well.
Also, we saw today the visit of the Israeli foreign minister to Sudan. Does the White House encourage a potential widening of the Abraham Accords to include countries like Sudan?
Yeah, so we have said many times before when there have been these types of meetings that we are always supportive of all efforts to broaden Israel's integration throughout the region, including with Sudan, right, this particular meeting. So I would refer you to the governments of Israel and Sudan for more information about their discussion, but certainly when it comes to the efforts of integration in that region, we support that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Just a quick follow-up on Nadia's question and then an immigration question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's hard to, it's okay.
Yeah, just on the meeting with King Abdullah, can you speak more specifically about how the president responded to the king's concern that Israeli government is not respecting the status quo at Al-Aqsa Mosque, and whether the president shared the concern of Jordanians that the new Israeli right-wing government is escalating tensions with Palestinians?
So look, we've been very clear about this. I know I've gotten many questions about the Israeli government, and look, we have gotten assurances from the Prime Minister that when it comes to specifics, policies, when it comes to how what is decided, the policy of the government, that he has repeatedly emphasized that he will set the policy for his government. Right? This is something that he's been very clear on, and I do want to also add that, as you know, Secretary Blinken was just in the region. He met with the Israeli and the Palestinian leaders. This is clearly something that we take very seriously of what's occurring in the region. We have mentioned that the president spoke with the Prime Minister on Friday, and Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, also spoke to his counterparts on that day, and we had the Vice President speak with the President president of Israel. And so this is this is something that we have been very involved and very engaged, and will continue to do so.
And just really quickly on the meeting, is there any reason why it was completely closed to press? There was no spray, and can you speak about why the Crown Prince was also invited?
So look, I'll say this. I just laid out why we think what was going to be in the conversation, how we saw the conversation moving forward. Look, it's a private lunch between two leaders, which we've done before. It's not unusual, and sometimes some of the meetings will have a press component, some of them won't, and this one happens to be a private meeting between the two. I would leave it to the King and the Crown Prince to speak to why they came to the U.S.
One question on immigration. Can we get your reaction to Texas governor's appointing a special advisor on border matters because of what he says is the administration's refusal to secure the border?
Well, look, I'm not going to look. He's going to take whatever action he's going to take. We're not about political stunts. We're about dealing with a real issue and taking action. And that's what you've seen from this president these last 2 years. That's what you've seen from the president most recently, announcing border measures that actually has made a difference, that has had an impact as you look at the parolee program. That is what we're going to do. The president walked in on day one, put forth a immigration reform, and is asking Republicans, instead of doing political stunts, to come and help him deal with an issue. But in lieu of that, he's taken actions, and we're seeing the impact. Okay, Peter, you're about to jump out of your seat there. No. You're making me nervous. I was like, let me call him Peter before.
My legs were falling asleep. Republicans just voted to oust Congresswoman Ilhan Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee over past anti-Semitic comments. What is the White House and the president's response or thought?
So clearly you said it just occurred, so I haven't seen that. What we believe is Congresswoman Omar is a highly respected member of Congress. She has apologized for her comments she made in the past. I think she was most recently did an extensive interview about this on Sunday, I believe on CNN, and has been vocal about condemning anti-Semitism as well as affirming our strong alliance and important partnership with Israel. Look, the way that we see this, it's a political stunt, much like House Republicans' unjust removal of other leading Democrats from key committees in recent weeks, and it is a disservice to the American people.
If I can ask you about the CBC meeting that's happening this afternoon as well. We heard during the Tyre Nichols service yesterday from the Vice President, who said of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act that it was, quote, non-negotiable. Yesterday in our exchange, you said that the White House was open to supporting something as long as it was done in a bipartisan fashion. So is it non-negotiable that it must be the Justice and Policing Act as it exists, or is the White House open to something that's different than that if it's done in a bipartisan form?
Yeah, I think I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think what
could be different than the Justice and Policing Act if it's done in a bipartisan form.
I think what you saw very passionately from the Vice President, and I heard that part. I watched her as well. What she was trying to say is we need to get something done. Enough is enough. We need to get this done. We need to get a policy, a police reform that is transformational, that is actually going to bring forth real change. And the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is part of that. It is one step in getting to a place where it is the law of the land. That's why the president has said many times before, we need to take legislative action. We need Congress to act so that we can see change in states and in cities. Right now, as you know, I just laid this out. I've laid it out yesterday. I laid it out just now. The president took executive action, but that's on the federal level. And when you think about law enforcement in the federal level. And so, look, what we heard from the Vice President was passion. What we heard from the Vice President yesterday was meeting the moment and being there for a family that is grieving, a family that had to watch a video of their child being brutalized. And so she was there comforting and being passionate about an issue that is incredibly important to the President and clearly to her.
I want to let others go, but just to be very clear, so Is it negotiable that there is something that achieves police reform if it does not come in the form of the Justice and Policing Act?
So what I can say is the president supported the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act last session. He supports it now again, right? He was very clear when he spoke to Tyre Nichols' family, his mother and his stepdad. He said that he was going to do everything that he can to encourage and ask Congress to act. That still stays the same. Now he's meeting with Congressional and Black Caucus to see what can we do? How do we move forward? Sometimes, and this is a reality, we know how Congress works, right? Sometimes it's going to look different. And so that is okay, right? If it's going to look different. But what we know that has been introduced in the past, that is clearly available to us, is the George Floyd and Justice and Policing Act. So of course we're going to continue to call for that. But there is going to be conversations, and we'll see where those conversations go. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Thank you, Corinne. A follow-up to Peter's question. Given the realities of the Republican-controlled House, is the president open to a proposal on police reform that would not include qualified immunity just to get something done, or is that a red line for him?
I'm not going to get into a conversation that's just about to happen in a couple of hours and where we're going to potentially, and that's going to be a beginning probably of multiple conversations. I'm not going to sit here and say what's a red line, or stand here clearly and say what's a red line and what we won't or won't do. I want to be very careful there. But what I'm saying is the president is committed to working with Congress for Congress to act so it can become the law of the land. And we don't have to continue to see communities, especially as we know, disproportionately, sadly, brown and black communities across the country being affected by this issue. Again, that's why the president took executive action when to be very frank, when Republicans refused to act the last session.
And I believe you said yesterday that you would check with NSC on the question of whether athletes from Russia and Belarus should be allowed to compete at the Olympic Games in Paris. This is, of course, drawing a lot of attention at this time. Do you have any updates on the administration?
I do. I checked in with NSC, and I have a robust update for you. So, as you know, the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine, as I just laid out moments ago, and we have worked to hold Russia accountable for the brutal and barbaric war their forces are waging against Ukraine. So, as part of those efforts, the United States has supported suspending Russia and Belarus's sport national governing bodies from International Sports Federation, removing individuals closely aligned to the Russian and Belarusian states, including government officials, from positions of influence in international sport federations, such as boards and organizing committees, encouraging national and international sports organizations to suspend and broadcasting of sports competition into Russia and Belarus. In cases where sports organizations and event organizers, such as the International Olympic Committee choose to permit athletes from Russia and Belarus to participate in supporting events, it should be absolutely clear that they are not representing the Russian or Belarusian states. And so that's the stance that we are providing, and the use of official state Russian Belarusian flags, emblems, and anthems should be prohibited as well. Good. And then I'll come to the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. Just back on budget talks. Yesterday, McCarthy suggested that what he would like to see ultimately, if there can be an agreement, is a 2-year budget framework. What's the president's thinking on that?
What I will say is the president's going to put forth his budget on March 9th. He's going to be very clear with the American people. He's going to lay out what he believes his fiscal responsibilities or priorities are for the American people. And we asked the Speaker to do the same. And until we see that, it's hard to talk about timeline. It's hard to talk about specifics because we need to actually see on paper what they're going to move forward with.
On that point, almost 50 years ago, as a senator, Joe Biden voted for a framework or a timeline that has the president proposing a budget first and then Congress disposing of that budget. Why is it the argument here that the Republicans should put forward their budget first? Isn't it the president proposes the Congress?
Actually, that's not what we said. We're going to put out our budget on March 9th, and we're asking Republicans to do the same. Because here's the thing, Steve, what we keep hearing from Republicans is that they want to cut Social Security. right? Which is something that taxpayers pay into. And we believe that the president has said he's going to continue to fight for Social Security. We keep hearing that they want to cut Medicare, which is also a problem because it's going to hurt taxpayers who pay into that. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about veterans. And so we oppose that. We are against that. But that's what they keep saying, and many of you all have reported, but we haven't, where's the plan? Like, what is it that they're going to lay out to show us exactly, not just to us, but to the American people? Now, I want to be very clear. The conversation that the president and the speaker had yesterday was productive. We appreciated the time that the speaker gave to the president to have a conversation. And our teams, again, have been in touch, and we'll see where we go from there.
The law says that the president's budget's due the first Monday in February. Joe Biden's not the first president to be late, but he is going to be late, and it's now 5 weeks from today that you've said the budget will come out. Can you explain why it is delayed? I think you were asked this last week, and there was a suggestion that it might have something to do with the omnibus. But is that the reason?
And I basically said the omnibus happened so late as you know, in the last session, which caused us to,
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was the White House briefing ahead of President Biden to be making remarks on the 30th anniversary of the Family Medical Leave Act there. That is coming up in just moments. You can see the door there of the White House. We are just moments away from that. But I do want to go out to some breaking news that we are getting in right now. This is two shot, including a Memphis police officer in Memphis, Tennessee. And this is the look right now at the scene. You can see police tape is up. I just want to show you this tweet from Memphis police just moments ago saying that approximately 12:32 local time, officers responded to a call at the 5000 block of Poplar Avenue. At this time, we can confirm that an officer and another individual has been injured. Both parties are being transported to Regional 1 Hospital in critical condition. Let's go back out to that scene right now, and you can see the police tape up around this scene here as Memphis police on scene as well. Of course, we are waiting more information, and of course, when police do update the media on this matter, of course, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox of this active scene still going on there in Memphis. Though, to reiterate, though, two people have been shot, one including an officer, another an individual. Working to get more information there as police continue to comb through this scene here. We'll keep an eye on that, and of course, take you out to the White House when President Biden makes his remarks. Let's take a 2-minute break while we have it right here on Live Now.
say is the president supported the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act last session. He supports it now again, right? He was very clear when he spoke to Tyre Nichols' family, his mother and his stepdad. He said that he was going to do everything that he can to encourage and ask Congress to act. That still stays the same. Now he's meeting with Congressional and Black Caucus to see what can we do? How do we move forward? Sometimes, and this is a reality, we know how Congress works, right? Sometimes it's going to look different. And so that is okay, right? If it's going to look different. But what we know that has been introduced in the past, that is clearly available to us, is the George Floyd and Justice and Policing Act. So of course we're going to continue to call for that. But there's going to be conversations, and we'll see where those conversations go. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Thank you, Corinne. A follow-up to Peter's question. Given the realities of the Republican-controlled House, is the president open to a proposal on police reform that would not include qualified immunity just to get something done, or is that a red line for him?
I'm not going to get into a conversation that's just about to happen in a couple of hours and where we're going to potentially, and that's going to be a beginning probably of multiple conversations. I'm not going to sit here and say what's a red line, or stand here clearly and say what's a red line and what we won't or won't do. I want to be very careful there. But what I'm saying is the president is committed to working with Congress for Congress to act so it can become the law of the land. And we don't have to continue to see communities, especially as we know disproportionately, sadly, brown and black communities across the country being affected by this issue. Again, that's why the president took executive action when to be very frank, when Republicans refused to act the last session.
And I believe you said yesterday that you would check with NSC on the question of whether athletes from Russia and Belarus should be allowed to compete at the Olympic Games in Paris. This is, of course, drawing a lot of attention at this time. Do you have any updates on the administration?
I do. I checked in with NSC, and I have a robust update for you. So, as you know, the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine, as I just laid out moments ago, and we have worked to hold Russia accountable for the brutal and barbaric war their forces are waging against Ukraine. So as part of those efforts, the United States has supported suspending Russia and Belarus's sport national governing bodies from International Sports Federation, removing individuals closely aligned to the Russian and Belarusian states, including government officials, from positions of influence in international sport federations, such as boards and organizing committees, encouraging national and international sports organizations to suspend and broadcasting of sports competition into Russia and Belarus. In cases where sports organizations and event organizers, such as the International Olympic Committee, choose to permit athletes from Russia and Belarus to participate in supporting events, it should be absolutely clear that they are not representing the Russian or Belarusian states. And so that's the stance that we are providing, and the use of official state Russian Belarusian flags, emblems, and anthems should be prohibited as well. Okay. And then I'll come to the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. Just back on budget talks. Yesterday, McCarthy suggested that what he would like to see ultimately, if there can be an agreement, is a 2-year budget framework. What's the president's thinking on that?
What I will say is the president's going to put forth his budget on March 9th. He's going to be very clear with the American people. He's going to lay out what he believes his fiscal responsibilities or priorities are for the American people. And we asked the Speaker to do the same. And until we see that, it's hard to talk about timeline. It's hard to talk about specifics because we need to actually see on paper what they're going to move forward with.
On that point, almost 50 years ago, as a senator, Joe Biden voted for a framework or a timeline that has the president proposing a budget first and then Congress disposing of that budget. Why is it the argument here that the Republicans should put forward their budget first? Isn't it the president proposes the Congress?
Actually, that's not what we said. We're going to put out our budget on March 9th, and we're asking Republicans to do the same. Because here's the thing, Steve, what we keep hearing from Republicans is that they want to cut Social Security, right? Which is something that taxpayers pay into. And we believe that the president has said he's going to continue to fight for Social Security. We keep hearing that they want to cut Medicare, which is also a problem because it's going to hurt taxpayers who pay into that. We're talking about seniors. We're talking about veterans. And so we oppose that. We are against that. But that's what they keep saying, and many of you all have reported, but we haven't, where's the plan? Like, what is it that they're going to lay out to show us exactly, not just to us, but to the American people? Now, I want to be very clear. The conversation that the president and the speaker had yesterday was productive. We appreciated the time that the speaker gave to the president to have a conversation, and our teams, again, have been in touch, and we'll see where we go from there.
The law says that the president's budget's due the first Monday in February. Joe Biden's not the first president to be late, but he is going to be late, and it's now 5 weeks from today that you've said that the budget will come out. Can you explain why it is delayed? I think you were asked this last week, and there was a suggestion that it might have something to do with the omnibus, but is that the reason?
And I basically said the omnibus happened so late as you know, in the last session, which caused us to, be a little bit later with the president's budget. So there's definitely a correlation there. But here's the thing: the president has made a promise that he's going to have his budget on March 9th. That's what we're going to do. That's what he's going to show to the American people, and we want to see what the House Republicans are going to put forward. Okay, I'll go to the back. Go ahead, Garrett.
Thanks, Corinne. Republicans who have expressed resistance to passing the George Floyd bill have argued that there's no law that would have prevented the deadly beating of Tyre Nichols. Does the White House agree with that?
So look, I'll say this. When it comes to this issue, the police reform and dealing with it.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are moments away from President Biden to be making remarks at the White House. We will bring that to you as soon as it happens right here, as always. I do want to continue our breaking news coverage here. We are getting more information now into a shooting that happened in Memphis. Here's the latest info that we have. We have one individual that is dead from a shooting. We don't know if it was a suspect or what, but Memphis police officer was shot and is in critical condition right now. Let's go out here to the tweet here just moments ago from Memphis Police Department saying that the individual involved in this incident was not transported to the hospital. The individual was pronounced deceased on the scene. The officer involved remains in extremely critical condition. Both involved were found to have been shot. Here, let's go back out now, live out to the scene here. As you can see, it's just happening at a public library there at a branch right there where this shooting happened. Still a lot of details unknown right here at this time, but this is still a very fluid situation at this moment, and we are continuing to try to track down the latest updates revolving around this, but this as really comes at a heightened time in Memphis right now, coming from the situation that happened in recent weeks there and the video release there of Tyre as well. So we are going to continue to monitor this right now. But in Memphis, Tennessee, one officer shot, one individual dead in a shooting that happened outside of a library. That is the info that we have right here. We continue to wait for more, and as soon as we get it, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We do wait for President Biden remarks at the White House. Could be happening at any moment. We'll wait on that and bring it to you coming up in just moments. 2-minute break on deck right now.
Is that the reason?
And I basically said the omnibus happened so late as you know, in the last session, which caused us to, be a little bit later with the president's budget. So there's definitely a correlation there. But here's the thing: the president has made a promise that he's going to have his budget on March 9th. That's what we're going to do. That's what he's going to show to the American people, and we want to see what the House Republicans are going to put forward. Okay, I'll go to the back. Go ahead, Garrett.
Thanks, Corinne. Republicans who have expressed resistance to passing the George Floyd bill have argued that there's no law that would have prevented the deadly beating of Tyre Nichols. Does the White House agree with that? So
look, I'll say this. When it comes to this issue, the police reform, and dealing with an issue that's certainly affecting many communities, the brown and black communities specifically, and asking would the George Floyd Injustice and Policing Act have changed anything? We believe it would have strengthened accountability measures, which we think is important for federal officers at the state and local level. We think that's important. It would give the Department of Justice expanded powers to go after departments that have patterns or practices of excessive force, bias policing, and other unconstitutional practices. It would require the Department of Justice to establish accreditation standards for law enforcement agencies. It would require officers to complete training on racial profiling, implicit bias, and the duty to intervene when another officer uses excessive force. The president repeatedly calls for Congress to pass the George Floyd Act. Even leading law enforcement organizations supported the reform as well. And when they could not take action or would not act, the president acted and put forth an executive action. And as I stated before, that executive action was supported by families who have been affected, who lost loved ones to police brutality, and it was supported even by law enforcement. It was supported by civil rights organizations as well. Look, this is a first step. I was explaining that to Peter. George Floyd Injustice Policing Act, while yes, it will start the process and hopefully dealing with a real systemic issue, a systemic problem, it is also one of the ways that we can start dealing with that.
One other question. Activists have identified the issue of traffic stops as a potential area of policy focus. Does the White House see that as a potential area where there could be bipartisan support or even through executive order?
Again, I don't want to get into specific on getting bipartisan support for any piece of provision or policy that would be in the legislation. I'm going to allow the president to have his conversation with the Congressional Black Caucus, see how that goes, and continue to talk to Congress about acting and making sure that we deal with this issue. Go ahead, James, in the back.
Green, thank you. I have two questions, one about the documents case and one about the Tyre Nichols funeral. On the documents case, one of the features of the early public narrative of this episode that has kind of already taken root is the reporting to the effect that statements from this podium at different points later proved to be inaccurate. And without expecting you to delve into the details, because we all know that you cannot from the podium, I nonetheless wonder if you could simply assure us that you challenge that element of this narrative, that you are satisfied personally with the accuracy of all of the information that you've dispensed from this podium.
So James, look, I'll say at this podium, I will always follow the guidance of the White House Counsel Office when it comes to ongoing investigations. We've been very, we've been very clear about just ongoing investigations that is led by the Department of Justice, making sure that they have their independence. This is something that the president has talked about through the campaign and through the last 2 years. I have been consistent about that. When I have made statements from this podium on this investigation, it was at the guidance of the counsel's office and consistent with what they have said and wanted to communicate at the time, right? And I have said this, the White House Counsel's office has said this. One of the reasons we try not to comment on this is because it's changing, right? It is currently under investigation. And when you have a legal matter, as you know, I know you understand this, things change and things move very, very quickly. And so I've continued to provide the information that I have had at the time, and I will continue to do that.
On the Tyre Nichols funeral, and posing this question with no aspersions cast on what I think all observers thought was a very eloquent eulogy delivered by the Vice President. I think the event calls into question how the Biden White House goes about deciding which atrocities, which tragedies merit high-level attention from the President or the Vice President. So in addition to the Nichols funeral, for example, we saw that the President called the parents of Damar Hamlin, an injured NFL player. I checked the White House website just before coming into the briefing room today, and I see no indication that the Chief Executive has at any time reached out to the family of Justin McIntyre, who was the police chief in Brackenridge, Pennsylvania, who was shot to death in the line of duty, a father of 4. Why not?
So I'll say this. If you look at this president, who has been a senator for 36 years, who has been a vice president for 8 years, and who has been clearly, finishing up his 2 years tenure and a 4-year.
Okay, so there you can see President Biden coming out as he gets ready to deliver some remarks on the 30th anniversary of the Family and Medical Leave Act. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. President Biden, President Clinton, members of our cabinet, members of Congress, and our fellow Americans. Nearly 30 years ago, just outside in the Rose Garden, our nation took a long overdue step to give working people, and in particular working mothers, the dignity, respect, and support they deserve. Before then, many of us will remember, working people faced often impossible choices. The choice either to take care of a loved one or keep a job. The choice either to protect one's health or protect one's livelihood. But thanks to the Family and Medical Leave Act, millions of Americans since then have been spared these false choices. Everyone here understands the importance of being able to care for the people we love. On a personal note, when I was District Attorney of San Francisco, my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and I spent many hours with her at the hospital and driving her to and from chemotherapy appointments. Fortunately, however, I had the type of job then where I could take the time I needed to be with my mother. But far too many others cannot. And let us be clear, in America in the 21st century, every worker should be able to take time off to care for themselves or for the people they love. And here's the thing we know. When they are able, our entire nation benefits. Consider, for example, women are 40% more likely to need family or medical leave because they are more likely to take on caregiving responsibilities. And studies have shown that when women receive the leave they need, they are more likely then to stay in the workforce, which means a stronger economy, raising wages for workers overall, and, by the way, raising profits for companies overall. It also means families are more secure, and our entire nation is more prosperous. Over the past half-century, the women's workforce participation has increased by 30%. That change alone has strengthened our economy by over $2 trillion. Just imagine. And there's still more work to do. So, as we celebrate this important milestone this afternoon, let us continue to fight to build on the Family and Medical Leave Act so that every worker can take paid family and medical leave. And now, it is my great honor to introduce a leader who had a vision 30 years ago that has benefited generations of American families. Realizing that vision was one of his central promises when he ran for president in 1992. And the Family and Medical Leave Act was the first bill, because of his priority, the first bill that President Clinton signed into law. And of course, it was possible thanks to another extraordinary leader who was also named Clinton and a partner to the president, Hillary Clinton. And the work of President Clinton and what he did to inspire his entire administration was the work that then went on to include an administration that created the child tax credit, which has lifted millions of children out of poverty, an administration that expanded the Head Start program, and helped generations of children reach their incredible potential. An administration that signed the Violence Against Women Act into law. We want to thank Joe Biden. See, they've been on this stage together before. And an administration led by a president with an unwavering commitment to the workers and to the families of our great nation. Please join me in welcoming President William Jefferson Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Somewhere I'm supposed to have some notes here. These are the President Biden's notes. Why don't you just deliver mine? Why don't I just give your speech here? And you can give mine. I found it. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for that introduction and for your kind remarks about the work we did. I'm very grateful to President Biden for many things, but I thank him for asking me back to the White House to celebrate 30 years of the Family and Medical Leave Act. And as you showed by your enthusiastic response to the Vice President's remarks, what the Family and Medical Leave Act should tell us about our common future. The bill was the result of years of passionate advocacy and effort by so many people, none more than my friend of more years than we'd like to admit, Chris Dodd. So before I started running for president, I was a governor, but I was very interested in this issue, and I kept noticing that Dodd introduces this bill every year. And he introduced it for 6 years, I think, before it passed. So he passed it, it got vetoed. And then he passed it again, and it got vetoed again. And by the time I started running for president, I basically made it a part of my stump speech because I thought it both embodied what was wrong then by the polarized politics of Washington and embodied the hazards of overlooking the country when it's changed on the ground. What do I mean by that? The president and I and Nancy and Chris and all of us who are, dare I say it, 75 or older, we grew up in a different time. We grew up in a different time. My mother always worked, and my grandmother did, but they were atypical. By the time the 1992 election unfolded, there were more and more families where both the mother and the father had to work to make a living, or where there was only one parent in the home with the children. In a situation like that, both the society and its political leaders look utterly hypocritical if they say, oh, there's nothing more important than raising children. Well, how about a little help to do it? Well, we can't do that. And so the rest of us followed the lead of Senator Dodd and the others in the Senate, and there were Republicans too that were for it. That was a different time. There were more than 200 women's, children, labor, and faith organizations led by the National Partnership for Women and Families. There were If you ever feel drifting, just ask Judy Lichtman what you should do. She'll tell you. There were all these people in the business community who were progressive. They implemented their own forms of family leave because they realized it was good for morale, for productivity, for the long-term health of the business. Still, it took 8 years, 2 vetoes, and another election before it became law. But today, one of the most important things we can do is to remember that the Family Leave Act and every other thing that has really fundamentally changed this country that moved through Congress is an embodiment of what I learned from the World War I essay of the great German sociologist Max Weber, who said that politics was the strong and slow boring of hard boards. All these people board the hard boards, and we are the beneficiaries, and we should all be grateful. And I kept saying that all the time when people wondered why, when the president took office, we didn't have the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, the inflation, anti-inflation act, and all the climate change stuff in 15 minutes. And one of the reasons I was so happy when he got elected president is I watched him spend 15 years, if that's what it took, to make the changes that we needed to make this country a better place to live. So I think we should remember that. I also think you should know, and Chris Dodd will tell you the same thing, After all these years, I still have more people mention the Family Leave Act to me than any other specific things I did. And no one ever talks about what gets all the press coverage, you know, the political process. How long did it take? Who got derailed? What went up? What went down? Nobody. They tell you their story. That's when you know, for good or ill, that we have united the country. Then my job is to introduce a storyteller. So I will tell you my story and the point of her story. First time I ever got on an airplane after I left the Oval Office. Boy, what a bummer. Somebody said, when do you really know you're not president anymore? They don't play a song when you walk in a room. And you're back on commercial air travel. So I'm taking the shuttle from New York to Washington. And this really compelling flight attendant with a very intense stare looked at me and she said, "May I talk to you?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "You know, my husband loves you. He's a jazz musician and he teaches music in school. So he was always for you." She said, "But I really didn't care about you one way or the other until the Family and Medical Leave Act." She said, I have a sister, and we had the misfortune that both our parents were dying at once, one with cancer, one with advanced Alzheimer's. There's no way we could support them with care except because of the Family and Medical Leave Act. And I just wanted to tell you this. She said, "I've heard all these politicians give speeches about family values." She said, "I know how your parents die is an important family value." It was breathtaking. I never get on a shuttle after 20 years that I don't think about that woman. And then there's one other story. One early Sunday morning, I took a run out of the White House. I came back. I needed to go up and shower and dress, and Hillary and I were going to church. And I got there, and there was a young person at the White House giving a tour to a man and his daughter. She was obviously very ill. And I said, "Would you excuse me, because I'd really like to welcome you properly, but I need to go clean up and get dressed." And I had her taken to the Oval Office. So I went up, took a shower, came down, went in the Oval Office, you know, gave a little standard 2 or 3 sentence tour and took a picture. And then I was walking them back out onto the South Lawn. And when the daughter walked out with the guide, he grabbed me by the elbow, and I turned around. He had big tears in his eyes, and he said, "You know, my little girl's not going to make it much longer." But he said, because of the Family and Medical Leave Act, these months I have spent with her are by far the most important time of my life. And he said, "I am telling you this because I read all this stuff. I know what all the controversies are." He said, "It is so easy for you up here to forget that what you do affects the lives of other people in ways you cannot imagine." I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't been able to share this time with my daughter. Now, we're here first to celebrate the fact that now about 400 million times in the last 30 years, Americans have taken advantage of the Family and Medical Leave Act. And we're here because in spite of that, And in spite of the 2020 study that the Department of Labor did, finding that 95% of employers said that the Family and Medical Leave Act either didn't hurt or actually helped productivity, reduce turnover, and increase morale, there's still a lot of problems that cannot be solved without some form of paid leave. And we tried to at least get permission to use surplus unemployment insurance funds by state in the late 90s. And there was a lot of opposition to that. So people acted like, once again, the free enterprise system would collapse if we actually gave people a chance to take care of their sick relatives or be there when a baby was born or when there was some other terrible problem. So we need more stories, not process, stories. People need to understand that as great as this was, there's still a lot of people left out. That's the real purpose of today. So one of the stories you haven't heard is Natasha Jackson's. And she's a pretty good storyteller. So I ask you to welcome her to the stage.
Thank you, President Clinton and Vice President Harris. I'm Natasha Jackson, and I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. I'm here today with my husband, Josh. I'm honored to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Family and Medical Leave Act, as well as recent wins, including the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. Which President Biden, thank you, signed into law over a month ago. This victory is personal to me, and I'm going to try not to tear up. When I was 3 months pregnant and the only woman working at a local rental furniture company, I asked my employer to let me do less heavy lifting. I thought it would be an easy yes. Instead, I lost my job. I was our primary breadwinner at the time. We just made a down payment on a house, but without my income, we had to back out of all of it. We then ended up homeless and needing emergency public housing, all in a matter of months. With fellow moms, including Miranda Legros and Lindy Trissler, they're here today, and we shared our stories in support of the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. So what happened to us would never happen to anyone else. I have 2 daughters, and I also have nieces, and I am so grateful that they and millions of workers won't have to choose between starting a family and keeping their jobs. And I'm grateful that President Biden keeps fighting for us, for workers, for families, for our economic security, and for women like me. So with that being said, I am honored to introduce President Joe Biden.
Natasha, thank you very much. Folks, as I was sitting listening to everyone, I was reminded that back during a very, very important hearing on the Judiciary Committee when I was chairman. We were working on a very difficult subject. I won't mention it was a justice that was very conservative, and we were working very hard to keep him from being on the bench. He was a decent man, but his philosophy was not. And we had worked really, really hard, bringing in scholars from all around the country during the entire summer, preparing for this hearing. And one particular person was in charge of knowing the detail, all the significant detail of all of his voting record. And just before we started the hearing, as a matter of fact, the day of the hearing, I heard that he was having difficulty at home with a marital circumstance. But he kept showing up for the hearings. Mr. President, I told him that if he came in and continued to come in, he was fired. And the reason I did that was because I remember what happened to me. When I got elected to the United States Senate, I was 29 years old, and I had won a very close election against a popular guy. Nixon won my state by, I think, 64% of the vote. I won by a whopping 31 or 3,200 votes, only because my sister managed my campaign and the reason I won. But all kidding aside, I was down here in Washington in Teddy Kennedy's office. He was the whip at the time, on December 18th, hiring folks, and I got a phone call saying my wife and daughter had just been killed, and my two boys were very badly injured. They were in the car, a tractor trailer hit broadside of them. And I didn't want to come to the United States Senate. I really didn't. I had my brother and my sister, and Chris knows them both well. I asked them to talk to the incoming governor. We elected a Democratic governor as well. But we hadn't had what was referred to as a progressive senator in Delaware for a while because it was a very conservative. It was used to be a red state. We didn't call it that then. But a group of senators who were really so good to me, it saved my sanity, starting with Mike Mansfield and Tom Eagleton and the distinguished senator from South Carolina, Fritz Hollings, and Tom Eagleton, and they all said, come and just stay 6 months. At the time, I thought they said, you have to help us organize. We had 58 Democratic senators. That's how smart I was. But the point was that I started commuting every day, 260 miles a day on the train to come home with my kids. And that's because I was really, really lucky. I had a sister who's my best friend and a brother who's my buddy, 5 years younger. And they gave up where they lived and moved into where I was, helped me raise my kids. And every morning I'd drop my kids off when they were little at my mom's house, not far from ours. And I thought to myself, I was able to continue to work and continue to be paid because I had the option of being able to, I had a family that was so supportive and a universal family just around me taking care of everything. And I swore that since I was able to, and by the way, when you're a senator and you only have one, you have 1,000 bosses, but you only have one but you. And you make a decision to if you're going to vote or not vote. And sometimes when there was an important event, a teacher meeting, not a joke, or a baseball game or whatever, I'd look and see what the votes of the day were, and if they weren't consequential, they were going to pass overwhelmingly one another, I'd stay with my kids. I'd go to the teachers' meeting. And I thought to myself that, you know, if in fact I could do that, I was going to make sure everyone in my office, and so everybody who works for me gets a memo. And the memo says, if you ever need time, you never have to explain why. All you have to do is tell me you can't show up. I take you at your word. I don't want you to have to reveal what the reason is. If you don't, you can't show up, you can't show up. I'm trusting you that you're not going to play a game. Well, you know, there's so many people who can't. You know, Madam Vice President, I want to thank you and for all the women and families that are taking care of everybody. And I want to thank the members of Congress that are here, working families. Chris, who I know as we've been friends a long time, is Christy. Christy, you're the reason for the Family Medical Leave Act. You're right. And this guy felt it in every fiber in his being when he was running, when he was governor, and when he became president. And by the way, welcome home, old buddy. He made history by signing that act and into law. And you know, as a team effort, I was especially want to thank my friend, as I said, Chris Dodd, but also that woman sitting next to him was a little bit helpful too. By the way, stand up for a second. Come on. I learned a long time ago, just say yes. Have you ever asked me everything I just haven't said yes? Because I know I'm going to have to say it eventually. Please sit down. But all kidding aside, you know, Chris first introduced that bill, I think, in '86, if I'm not mistaken, the mid-'80s. And working with Republicans, Chris and I still have this weird idea you can still work with Republicans. He negotiated a bipartisan compromise to get it done. And meanwhile, along came candidate Clinton, and he not only signed it, but he convinced people why it was such a good thing to do. And it was a good thing to do. He knew in the United States that in America, no one should have to choose between their job and their family. Chris has heard me say this 1,000 times. My dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. And the American people agreed. And because of the years of work and the tenacious advocacy of many of you who are here today, of course, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton is a tenacious advocate as ever was for this law as well. 2 weeks after President Clinton took office, it became the law. And it transformed the lives of literally millions of men and women. The law was a step toward that dignity my dad used to talk about. Dignity for working families. Dignity for workers who have serious illnesses like cancer. And parents and new children and aging parents, disabled family members. I mean, it makes a gigantic difference. Dignity for women who are so often responsible for caring for everybody else in the family. And dignity for men, because being there for your family is often the most consequential thing you can do. The most consequential thing, as the example that the president gave about that father he met. Dignity and security for millions of families, because finally, for the first time in history, a majority of working Americans could take time off work, care for somebody they loved, and care for themselves without fear of losing their job. To have a little dignity when they needed it most. And folks, and by the way, family medical leave isn't only for workers and families, as mentioned earlier, and I'll not go into the detail, but as pointed out by both my colleagues, it's good for business. It's good for business. And it's increased the overall GDP by well over $1 trillion. It's done a lot of really, really good things. When workers can take leave, when they're able to do that rather than have to stay in their job, they're better off, and the businesses are better off as well, because things get done. As a nation, we've made a lot of progress over the last 30 years. Over time, we've expanded the Family and Medical Leave Act. Up to 26 weeks of leave to care for service members with serious illnesses or incurred on active duty. My son lay in the hospital for 18 months after coming back from Iraq and died. I don't know how, if I hadn't had this job, I don't know quite what I would have done. I don't know quite what we would have done. And so the fact is up to 12 weeks to handle military deployments, because when the deployment occurs, it really changes a family and takes it all out of gear. And look, which can be a major adjustment for families. 12 weeks paid parental leave for federal employees. And then we strengthened protections against paid discrimination. We extended Medicaid coverage for new moms for a year postpartum. And I'm proud to say that under our administration, we've made additional progress. In December, as we mentioned earlier, we passed the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. It filled an important gap in federal protection by requiring employees to make reasonable accommodations for pregnant women and new moms, like letting them have water breaks, bathroom breaks, sit down and work breaks. Can you imagine asking that? My Lord. Think about it, though. Think about it. Too many women have been denied just simple basic support. Plus, this law gives new moms time off to recover after they've had a baby. That's considered a reasonable accommodation. I guess so. But think about it. We got to say that. I mean, a reasonable accommodation, like that's something we discovered? So workers don't get family leave through Family and Medical Leave Act, may now get parental leave through this new law. You know, and when I ran for president, I promised to get this done, and we keep our promises. Look, I also signed a law that gives nearly 9 million nursing mothers the time for private space to pump at work. Now think about it. What an awful demand. I mean, my Lord, salacious. Remember some of the arguments made? Until now, teachers, nurses, farm workers, and others were at the mercy of their employers. Folks, this shouldn't be that complicated. It gets down to a word I guess we Irish overuse. It gets down to basic dignity. It's about being a country where women and all people can both work and raise a family. And today, we're taking another step forward. I just signed a presidential memorandum to make sure that the federal government leads the way in supporting workers. Right now, employees only qualify for family and medical leave if they've been on the job 1 year. Get cancer after 6 months? Your wife or your husband? Look, I'm a great respecter of fate. And I know all too well that you can't schedule when your loved one might need your help badly. You can't tell a newborn infant or a dying parent that you'll be there for them next year. And when serious illness strikes, you can't reschedule that either. So today I signed a memorandum, all federal agencies urging them to let federal employees take leave during the first year of the job from the time they get their family. And I'm also directing the Office of Personnel Management to develop recommendations to help federal employees take leave when they need to find safety from domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking, so-called safe leave. That matters. It matters a lot. You all know it. Additionally, we made historic investments to make child care more affordable so parents can work and provide for their kids. How can we compete in the global economy if millions of American parents, especially moms, can't join the workforce because child care or elder care costs them more than their paycheck? The cost of child care has gone up more than 200% over the last 30 years. 200%. Most families' incomes haven't grown nearly that much. And a lot of parents do the math and realize they can't afford to go to work. The first major piece of legislation I signed, the American Rescue Plan, provided historic tax relief to millions of families to help cover children's costs through the largest increase in history of the child tax credit and the dependent care tax credit. thing we don't talk about much either, it also helped 200,000 child care providers, many of them in small businesses, stay open during the pandemic to continue to serve 9.5 million children during that period. Look, and these funds help increase pay for child care workers who are significantly underpaid. They're overwhelmingly women, especially women of color. And I just signed legislation that increases the child care development block grant by 30%, helping low-income families afford child care. But here's what matters. More than half the women in my cabinet, more than half the people in my cabinet, more than half of the women in my administration are women. You think, well, God, that's across the board. Well, that's good. 30 years ago, we ranked number six among advanced economies that the share of the share of women in the workforce. You know what we rank today? 19th. 19th. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. Women are 50% of our a little slightly more than 51% of our 50% of our population. We can't reach our full economic potential if we leave half the workforce behind. Look, I ran for president. I ran for president to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. As you've heard me say 100 times, Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America. And by the way, unions built the middle class. So I come of a family that never very much benefited from a trickle-down economics. But when you build from the bottom up and the middle out, poor folks get a shot, and the middle class can live a decent life, and the wealthy still do very well. They still do very well. 2 years in the making, we're making real progress. These have been the strongest 2 years of job growth on record. Unemployment rate for women when I was sworn in was over 6%. It's now 3.6%. Black women and Hispanic women, unemployment numbers fell even greater. In my first year as president, we saw the largest one-year growth ever in women's participation in the labor force in nearly 30 years. Meanwhile, to disprove the notion this is going to cost the economy, the economy is growing. Wages are up. Over the last 2 years, more Americans have applied to start a small business than any year on record. Any year on record. And a critical part of that is creating an economy where all workers, including women, have access to jobs, education, training, and support they need to seize the opportunity while still being there for their families. Look, the legislation we celebrate today was an incredibly important step, but a first step. The United States, still one of our only countries in the world that doesn't guarantee paid leave. One of the only countries in the world that doesn't. Look, as a result, 94% of our lowest wage workers, mostly women and workers of color, have no paid family leave at all, 94%. Meaning you can only take time to care for your loved one if you can afford to give up your salary. I remain committed to changing that and bringing the line with every single other major economy in the world by passing a national program of paid leave and medical leave. And by the way, American workers deserve paid sick days as well. Paid sick days. Look, I've called on Congress to act, and I'll continue fighting, as I know all of you will as well. No American should ever have to choose between a paycheck and take care of a family member or taking care of themselves. You know, I believe that one of the best ways to continue making progress is to ensure women are at every table where decisions are made. Every table, not a joke. I promised that my administration would look like America. As I said, my cabinet is the first majority female cabinet in American history. And we just heard from the first ever woman vice president. leader in our administration for women's health, women's economic security, and equity for all Americans. And with her help, and so many of you who are here in this room, we're going to continue to make progress in the years ahead. I can honestly say, as I stand here before you, you've heard me say it before, I've been doing this a long time. I know you don't believe that, but I have. Look, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Never. Never. We just have to remember who in the hell we are. I mean this sincerely from the bottom of my heart. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity if we set our mind to it and we do it together. There's nothing we've ever failed at when we've tried. Folks, we got a lot of work to do, a lot of work. But I'm so happy to be able to welcome my president back to the United States Congress, back to the United States Capitol, and he's promised me that I'll be able to sit at my desk tomorrow. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now.